which is being live streamed. I would first like to welcome the very Reverend Canon Dr. Anthony Kane, Dean of Portsmouth, who will be saying prayers. Dean.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Let us pray. God of life and peace, as the Journeys Festival International begins this week and during Black History Month, we give thanks for the diverse people of this city and pray that that diversity may be a source of enrichment and strength in responding to the challenges of our times, from poverty and mental health to energy shortages and climate change. And in our City Council meeting today, we ask for wisdom in debate and decision, and a deep sense of the welfare and needs of the people we serve, that we may discern the best ways to enable this great city to flourish and to thrive. And in all things, may heaven's light be our guide. Amen.
Thank you very much, Dean. You are most welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, but I understand you have other business. Thank you. I just wanted to draw your attention to the COVID guidance provided, including the Guildhall's requirement that face coverings are to be worn when moving around within the Guildhall, but not while seated. The one-way system should also be followed, and attendees are encouraged to keep a social distance. Also, a gentle reminder that in order to reduce the risk of having to self-isolate, we should all follow the hands, face, space guidance throughout the meeting, even during the comfort breaks. Can I also remind the members to switch on their microphone when speaking and switch it off straight after? Thank you, members. Members, if you have any disclosable pecuniary interest or personal prejudicial interest to declare in the items on the agenda before us, can you please indicate?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've got a personal interest in the motion on care workers, as I'm employed by a union, Unison, which represents care workers.
Thank you.
Lord Mayor. Over here. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Same as Councillor Corkery, I'm in full-time employment in Hampshire for a union that looks after care workers.
Thank you, Councillor.
Members, is it proposed by Councillor Vernon Jackson and seconded by Councillor Bocher that the minutes of the annual council meeting held on 18th of May 2021 and the ordinary abandoned council meeting held on the 19th of July, previously circulated with the agenda, both be confirmed as correct records? Are the minutes agreed?
Agreed, my Lord Mayor.
Agreed, Lord Mayor. Apologies. I've received apologies from Councillor Stubbs, who has had to attend a police meeting in London. Councillor Dowling has advised that he will be arriving a little later due to long-standing work commitments. Councillor Brent is also, he will be arriving a little later. As previously notified, it is with great sadness that I have to advise the recent passing of 3 former councillors. Honorary Alderman Fred Warner passed away on Friday the 20th of August 2021. The former Lord Mayor and Councillor was 97 years old. Honorary Alderman Warner was Lord Mayor in 1985. He was conferred the title of Honorary Alderman on the 14th of May 2002. Honorary Alderman was a councillor for the then Farlington ward from May 1976 to June 1983 and then as a member of the Drayton Farlington Ward from June 1983 to May 2002. I'm also very sorry to inform you the passing of Barry Main, former Lord Mayor and Honorary Alderman, who suddenly died on the 18th of September. Barry Main was a Portsmouth City Councillor for Drayton and Farlington Ward from 1988 to 2004 and Lord Mayor 2000-2001. He was conferred the title of Honorary Alderman on the 22nd of June 2004, which was presented at the Council meeting of the 26th of October 2004. As you know, we have also had the extremely sad and untimely death of former Councillor Michael Andrews, who represented the Baffins Ward from May 2002 until May 2008, and then St Jude's Ward from May 2011 to May 2015. Michael's funeral was held in Winchester on the 5th of October. On behalf of the Council, I'd like to express our condolences at this very difficult time, and our thoughts are with all the families at this very sad time. Finally, we have also had the extremely sad and very tragic death of former Councillor Steve Weems' daughter, whose funeral was held on the 1st of October. On behalf of the Council, I would like to express our sincere condolences at this extremely difficult time, and our thoughts are with Steve and Chrissy and his family at this very sad time. Finally, congratulations to Councillor Bowser on becoming Conservative Group Leader, with Councillor Brent continuing as Group Deputy Leader. And finally, you will have noted the agreed seating plan for today's meetings. With regard to members of the public attending to address the Council, the webcast will not show them speaking, but we will hear their words. For the attention of those members of the public wishing to record proceedings, the Council's rules prohibit the filming, photography or recording of members of the public, including those making deputations. The evacuation procedure. Also, just to inform you that the exact evacuation assembly point for this meeting is front of the Queen Victoria statue in the Guildhall, Clare. Finally, the seating plan for the meeting was agreed in consultation with group leaders, has been circulated with the white sheet before you. One or two other observations, as obviously you know, you're not meeting in the Council chamber, but in this auditorium. If for any reason you have to leave early because of extenuating circumstances or previous agreed meetings, please do so. Your leaders will obviously have agreed this with you beforehand. Also, if you feel the need to take individual comfort breaks, again, follow the instructions as per the auditorium. And if you suddenly see me dive out to the right, exit stage right, that is, it will be just the boys' room. Thank you very much. City Solicitor.
Deputations from the public, understanding order 24.
Lord Mayor, before we get to that, I'm conscious we'd normally in the council chamber be able to push the button to request to speak. How are we going to organise it now for people to be able to speak, and who is taking the list? Mr. Bulff, just so that, Lord Mayor, you're able to chair the meeting, but I'm just conscious that we're all here, and do we wave vigorously until somebody has seen us, or what is the system as now?
Councillor Jackson, as before, we had radios in the, microphones in the upstairs. Just by raising your hand, we will make a list of all those that wish to speak, bearing in mind the length that this meeting might go on. If I don't see too many hands raised, I won't be critical. Thank you very much.
Look, Lord Mayor, so is it yourself or Mr. Agland's eye we have to catch from Mr. Bulff? Who wants to volunteer? So that's Mr. Agland, is that correct?
Deputations from the public under Standing Order 24. There are 2 written deputations circulated with the green sheet, one from Rachel Hudson, Portsmouth Friends of the Earth, in respect of items 12A and 12.1, and one from Mathilde Shanvin, also in respect of motion 12.1. In addition, Ms. Celia Clark, who is making an oral deputation shortly regarding item 12B, has also provided a related photograph to accompany her deputation, which has been circulated in the green sheet. There are also 7 oral deputations received from this meeting, one in respect of item 12A, 2 in respect of item 12B, one in respect of item 12F, and one in respect of item 12G, and 2 in respect of 12.1. Details have been circulated with the green sheet. Can I ask Ms. Selma Heimerdinger to come up to the microphone and make your deputation on item 12B? You have 6 minutes. The bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Okay, can you hear me? Yeah. This deputation is on behalf of Extinction Rebellion Southsea. We don't want time to pause and rethink Tipner West. We and 23,000 people want it scrapped. Tipner West development is part of the Council's greater plan to expand Tipner East, the Park and Ride, and adding more and more unsustainable growth when we are already lacking in green spaces. Whilst you claim that the Park and Ride will reduce car use in the city, you've also removed the port and main road from the clean air zone. Could this be because our port is council owned and therefore the council would lose money if they had to pay the charge? Please note that Tipner East has had problems with asbestos and that the planning permission for an awful concrete transport hub at the Park and Ride site was rejected in June's planning permission meeting. There is a motion coming up in this meeting about rejecting the house building targets. One of the reasons for Tipner West was to fill the 17,000 housing quota. If that motion is passed, what are the outstanding reasons to go ahead with the development? You have a duty to do the best thing for the local community and put people over profit. Unfortunately, it feels that although you've declared a climate emergency, you are still supporting projects which will lead us further to climate disaster. You claim that the development will be car-free, but in reality, you are just hiding the cars underground. It's the same reasoning you use while you claim there will be a new marine hub on the development, whilst losing the mudflats, which are capturing carbon dioxide and absorbing the same amount of carbon as 262 tree seedlings would absorb if they were grown for 10 years. Once these habitats are lost, they cannot be replaced. It's like cutting down ancient woodland and planting grass in its place. The excuse for destroying 68 acres of protected intertidal habitat is that it's in the public interest. We say it's in the interest of making the council look good and creating profit. Prove us wrong by scrapping Tipner West development and focusing on the climate crisis, because if you are still unaware, a climate emergency requires an emergency response. This means doing everything we can to protect biodiversity, reduce greenhouse gas emissions, and protect every last green space we have. A few months ago, Council passed a motion to publicly support the CE bill, the Climate and Ecological Emergency Bill, and encourages our MPs to do the same. Destroying protected land and the home for 30% of the UK's population of dark-bellied brent geese is not in line with the CE bill. You are not preventing biodiversity loss, you are actively increasing it. You are not listening to what the people want, you are listening to the wealth.
Thank you. Can I now ask Ms. Heimerdinger to make your deputation on item 12G? You have 6 minutes. The bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go again, and at the end of your time. Thank you, Ms. Heimerdinger. Please can you now retire to the tiered seating at the back of the hall. Oh, she can do more.
Yeah, so this is also from Extinction Rebellion Southsea. Extinction Rebellion Southsea support rejecting central government's housing building targets, given the environmental impact on already stretched services and the lack of affordable housing in the target. However, we question why this has taken so long to propose this motion. One of the reasons to go ahead with Tipner West was because Portsmouth had a quota of property to build given by central government. It makes us question if there were other reasons to go ahead with Tipner West apart from meeting the housing target. Reasons like profit and making us look good and claim we are being eco-friendly by claiming it would be car-free when in reality you're just putting the cars underground. It would be a disgrace if our council decided to build on protected land and intertidal habitat at the cost of a beautiful planet they pledged to protect when they declared a climate emergency in 2019. We support rejecting central government's plans when they will not benefit the people and the environment of our city. We don't support this council's snail's pace decision making. If we're serious about the climate crisis, we have to act now.
Thank you, Ms. Heimerdinger. Please can you now retire to the tiered seating at the back of the hall. Can I now ask Ms. Andrea Carey to make your deputation on item 12A? You have 6 minutes. The bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Lord Mayor, I believe I've just been notified that Ms Carey is not able to attend today to put her deputation. So in normal practice, you'd move on to the next deputy.
Okay. Can I now ask Ms. Celia Clark to come up to the microphone to make your deputation on item 12B? You have 6 minutes. The bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and at the end of your time. Thank you.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak, allowing me to speak in support of the motion 12B. The city-appointed Tipner Heritage Forum had a site visit on the 13th of September, which brought home to us what a challenging development there will be, not least in cleaning the pollution from the firing range, where I picked up a pocket full of lead bullets, not to mention the poison gas trials, which probably left a persistent trace around the edges of the island. This 1980s photograph shows the damage inflicted on the scheduled and listed buildings at Pounds Yard. Since then, the cooperage, which is the top boxy-shaped building, has also been demolished. Portsmouth City Council didn't prosecute Pounds for this at the time, possibly because access to the site was refused, hence the aerial photograph. Maybe they commissioned a helicopter flight. This illegal action should reduce the purchase price the City Council is currently negotiating. There's no time limit on prosecutions for the offence of damaging or demolishing a listed building. I've also responded to the baseline environment report on Tipner West, with its many warnings about the danger to human health from for potential residents, not least the pollution in the ground from its previous uses, air pollution, noise and vibration from the M275, which would isolate the new community from the rest of the city, and rising sea levels and storms. The Lennox Point reclamation of the tidal flats doesn't anticipate the latest projections on rising sea levels, so the new development would be at risk of flooding. Quite apart from the threat from the sea, in 2004, heavy rain flooded 400 houses by the Strand in Southsea, which put pressure on drainage. The pumps actually failed. The Great Morass, where we live, is below sea level, as quite a lot of Portsmouth's housing is. There are many reasons why the Lennox Point development should be stopped in its tracks and no more money spent on it. We can all agree that the government housing targets for Portsmouth are totally unrealistic and support the council's continued opposition to them. but proposing to reclaim heavily protected tidal flats from Portsmouth Harbour has rightly led 8,000 people to sign to object to this aspect of the city local plan. If we're serious about changing our behaviour in response to the climate emergency, we should stop spending any more money on environmentally damaging schemes like Lennox Point. In the context of the local plan, we need to think creatively and positively, examining new ideas, such as the downgrading of the M275 to an A road, which would release building land and make integration of a less intense development at Tipner West with the rest of the city possible, as well as improving transport links to Paulsgrove and the new Horsey Island Country Park. For all these reasons, I ask you to stop spending any more money on Lennox Point.
Thank you, Ms Clark. Please can you now retire to the tiered seating at the back of the hall. Can I ask Mr Godfrey Gleadle to make your deputation on item 12.1? You have 6 minutes and the bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
I am chairman of the Cosham allotments, and I want to speak. I understand there is an amendment to exclude allotments from the diversity motion, and I want to speak on behalf of that amendment. I am against including allotments. My site is already a very diverse and environmentally friendly site. Although we're surrounded by housing estates, it's a haven for wildlife. We've got mature trees all the way around. We've got foxes, squirrels, slow worms, a huge range of bird life. We've got butterflies, insects. We've got 4 or 5 thriving beehives on the site. And it's not a barren mono system like industrial agriculture. There's 100 plus plot holders, each growing their own choice of fruit and veg, each in their own particular way. Some are organic. Almost all grow sunflowers as well as the veg. Sweet peas, dahlias, sunflowers, lavender are all very good for the wildlife. And the rules state at the moment that you only have to cultivate 70% of your plot, which means you can put in a wildlife meadow, a wild corner, and several people do on my site. You see poppies, corn cockles, cornflower, oxeye daisies. But my concern is that on our site and on every site, there are a few people who, for whatever reason, neglect their plots habitually, and they just become a wasteland for weeds. And that's caused enormous problems for people neighbouring plots. And of course, the council have this system of inspections, warning letters, so that if necessary, these people can be removed. And I have accompanied the council officer on these inspections for many years, and I know they are fair. But my concern is if you say you can rewild your plot, these people will have an extra reason not to give up their plots. So you'll get more plots just full of weeds. It will cause problems, as I say, for neighbouring plots. But of course, it also prevents prospective tenants coming in. And we have a 2 to 3 year waiting list at our site, and I know there are long waiting lists at all the others. And let's not forget, growing vegetables in itself is very good for the environment. You know, you're reducing the dependency on imported food, on food from other parts of the country, air miles, road miles. So I feel that if you include allotments in this biodiversity thing, you won't increase the diversity one little bit, but you'll just cause problems for neighbouring plots. You'll stop prospective tenants coming in, and you might well have a negative effect on the environment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gleendale. Please can you now retire to the tiered seating at the back of the hall. Can I now ask Mr. Nick Horton to make your deputation on item 12F? You have 6 minutes and the bell will sound when there is 1 minute to go, and again at the end of your time. Thank you.
Thank you. To continue the ear battering, my name's Nick Horton and I live in the lower end of Newbolt Road in Paulsgrove. I represent a loose group of local residents concerned with the specific parking problems in that area. I'd like to say to begin with that I and my colleagues understand that we have no right to park outside of our house. However, some 10 years ago, the Victory School was built along Alloway Avenue, and since then parking has got significantly worse, exacerbated by the teachers' cars. Now, we understand fully that the teachers have to park somewhere, and I have an excellent working relationship with the headmaster, Mr. Hartley, who always does his utmost to ensure appropriate parking by his staff and is most helpful in all respects. In the original plans for the school, an area of echelon parking was authorised on the green at the bottom of Newbolt Road between its junction with Falmouth Road at the time of the approval of the initial plans. The original plan included this parking and a sum of, as I understand it, and specifically set aside for that work of £150,000. Now that money was allegedly diverted some 10 years ago to a project deemed more important in Southsea. Now we understand that parking in many parts of Portsmouth is a nightmare. It need not be this in this part of Paulsgrove unless councillors deliberately choose to make it so. You've made our lives more difficult once by removing the funds. Please don't do it for a second time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Horton. Please can you now retire to the tiered seating at the back of the hall.
Members, that brings us to the end of deputations for this meeting. I'd like to thank all of the deputies.
Item 5, public questions, understanding order 25. There are 3 questions from the public for today's meeting as circulated with the council agenda. Mr. Bailey, can I ask you to come forward to the microphone, please, and put your question regarding a public right-of-way? Frank.
Good afternoon. I'm Ken Bailey, and for those who don't know me, I've been a resident in Old Portsmouth for the past 76 years, and I come from a family that have lived in that area for at least the last 200 years. So you can see why I have an interest in it. Along with the rest of the people of Portsmouth, we've all waited patiently now for 7 years for the formal recognition of a public right-of-way around the town quay at the Camber Old Portsmouth. This issue today remains unresolved. Let me give you some facts. It's come to light during this case that between 2011 and 2021, Portsmouth City Council have not held a sealed formal definitive map of its rights of way as it is required to do by law. As the surveying authority, it took Portsmouth City Council a year to respond to and then reject an application for the addition of this right of way to the definitive map, despite the fact that an investigation had previously been carried out over the previous 2 years. The PCC decision was overturned on appeal by the Secretary of State, and the appeal report revealed some serious failings in PCC's analysis and understanding of the law. the Cabinet Minister for Transport and Traffic did not respond to suggestions from myself that it might be a good idea to look into this case and see how public rights of way administrative performance could be improved that I made in 2018. So Portsmouth City Council did not comply with national guidance in respect of consultations prior to publishing a definitive map modification order for the Camber, as required by the Secretary of State, but it took a year to do so and eventually published one in February 2019. Then it took them 6 months to acknowledge receipt of inputs from the public that they received as a result of publishing that definitive map modification order. And confirmation of that order has now been outstanding for 2.5 years since, without action from the Council as required by their duty as a surveying authority for rights of way in this city. So you councillors are responsible for this situation and this performance. Do you not agree that this is unacceptable, and will you therefore provide me with the date by which submission of this definitive map modification order to the Secretary of State for confirmation will take place, and subsequently ensure that the failings in timely resolution of this case are formally investigated so that lessons are learned? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey, for your question. Can the leader or relevant cabinet member please respond to Mr. Bailey's question?
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I'm very happy to respond, and thank you, Mr. Bailey, for bringing your question. I'm responding both as leader of the council, but also as the cabinet member responsible for the port, as the Camber is part of the port and a working port. I think at the beginning it's important to say that I think everybody is trying to make sure that there is the ability for members of the public to be able to walk around the Camber in a safe way, even though it's a working port. There are just differences of view about how that might be achieved. In response to the specific questions, the council aimed to have submitted the order to the Planning Inspectorate by the end of November of this year. But unforeseen circumstances discussed below, and I'll come to them in a moment, are likely to delay this. It's correct that at some point after 2011, the City Council lost its definitive map and statement. As the question acknowledged, this was reconstituted in March 2021. It is correct that neither PCC nor the Planning Inspectorate in 2016 appear to have realised that the copies of the map they were referring to were not strictly copies of the definitive map and statement. There's been no suggestion that this in any way prejudiced any party, and the Planning Inspectorate decision stands. The Council would be pleased to hear further details of alleged lack of regard for national guidance, and notes there is no allegation of failure to adhere to statutory guidance. It's acknowledged that processing of the DMMO has been slow. This is largely reflected in the fact the Council does not have a dedicated rights of way team, which is understandable because we're an urban authority and this is mainly done by county councils. It is for this reason that this council sought advice and assistance from Hampshire County Council. Regrettably, Hampshire County Council, having said they were happy to do this work, have now informed the City Council at the end of September of this year that it did not have the capacity to act as the City Council's expert witness. The Council is now speaking to other county councils that might be able to undertake this role. In the alternative, the Council will need to engage private sector consultants as witnesses, and this may end up with a significant delay.
Thank you, Councillor, for that reply. Mr. Lord Mayor, I understand I'm able to raise one supplementary question as a result of that answer.
That is
Could
correct.
please ask the following supplementary question. Given the history of this case and your reply just received, may we, being myself and the other applicant, please have an update every 2 weeks until this submission is made on the progress being made?
I'm very happy for us to provide a regular update. I'm not sure 2 weeks is sensible, but at least every month to let people know what's going on. Because I think everybody is in the same place. Everybody wants to make sure that members of the public can get round the Canberra safely, but it is a working port, and we have to make sure that when ships are loading and unloading, as they do around the Canberra, that people are not put in a position of danger. So it's going to be a balance, and the port has a view about whether this can be done safely. But I think it's right, we need to try to progress on this. I've personally been in touch with West Sussex County Council to see if they would be able to have the ability to provide the services that Hampshire told us they could do and have now withdrawn that offer. And we'll continue to try to find people to be able to act on the council's behalf, because we just don't have the expertise in-house to be able to do this. And I think, my Lord Mayor, Mr. Bailey gets a second supplementary from memory. Oh, just one. I'm sorry, Mr. Bailey. I thought you got an extra one.
I probably don't get an extra one, but thank you for that information.
Thank you, Mr. Bailey. Could I now ask you to retire to the allocated seating area at the back of the hall if you wish to stay and watch the rest of the meeting? We have been notified that Mr. Cummings is not now able to attend today's council meeting and has consequently been notified and accepted that in accordance with Standing Order 25C, his question cannot be put to this meeting. It will consequently be put at a future meeting. Mr. Burgess, can I now ask you to come forward to the microphone, please, to put your question regarding the climate emergency and carbon emissions? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Council. My name is Alan Burgess, and I'm representing Portsmouth Trades Council and COP26 Coalition Portsmouth Hub. In 2019, Portsmouth City Council took the step of declaring a climate emergency and setting a target of zero carbon emissions in Portsmouth by 2030. It is true that PCC authored a climate emergency strategy with a foreword by the leader of the council and cabinet member responsible for the environment and climate change, in which they say, "We will provide further report in mid-2020 following a critical appraisal by local partnerships early in the year, and we will include a costed action plan supported through the 2020 to 21 budget." Question: when will the promised costed action plan be delivered? When will the Carbon Trust be commissioned to produce a carbon audit and an emissions reduction plan?
Can the leader or relevant cabinet member please respond to the supplementary question? To the question, sorry.
Yep. Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Burgess. As you acknowledge, Portsmouth City Council did publish a climate emergency strategy which included our ambitions for the future monitoring and development. But unfortunately, we were unable to progress those in 2021 due to pressures on officer capacity, as well as obviously the pandemic has put a lot of pressure on everyone. But we are now working to bring forward a revised strategy and action plan for this issue, which will include the future timetable for that monitoring. There are a number of options available for auditing carbon emissions and impact, and we will be evaluating these as part of the work. But it's also important to note that the Climate Action Board are involved and are developing a citywide climate strategy, and we're working in conjunction with them. So yeah, we have been able to, rather than just focusing on a carbon audit, we've been able to get things like the wildflower stuff that we're talking about. That's going to come up later on in the biodiversity stuff. With the greening strategy, for example, we keep getting updates on that. The last one came to the last full cabinet that we had. You know, we've done stuff with the energy team, working with the solar PVs across the city. So things are getting done. Just unfortunately, the pressure and the pandemic put a lot of strain on our original plans on that.
I'm rather hoping I get a supplementary. Great. I think the Speaker doesn't realise what the word emergency means. It means of the utmost urgency. It is not a question of, oh, we don't have the right staff. An emergency means that you get the staff urgently. And yes, there's been a pandemic, but the climate won't wait for a pandemic. It's really urgent that we get on with this. And specifically, I asked a question about the Carbon Trust. Has Portsmouth City Council commissioned the Carbon Trust? Because that's the first point of any serious carbon reduction strategy. It's been 2 years. You've not started from base one.
Can the leader or relevant cabinet member please respond to the supplementary question?
Yeah, thank you, Lord Mayor. And you are quite right. It's a climate emergency. But of course, because it's an emergency, it's not like we haven't been doing anything. We have been doing stuff, like I said before, about stuff like the greening strategy, the awards we're winning for the energy team with the solar PVs, etc. As regards Carbon Trust, we have to work with the Independent Climate Action Board to try and make sure it's not, you know, is it a carbon audit on just what the council does, or do we do it with everyone around the city, with the organisations, the groups, the businesses, identify the biggest polluters in the city, get them all together and, you know, identify what scope levels they're going to be doing, and to make sure we get a more thorough city-wide one rather than just focusing on one particular part of the council, for example. We've been, in conjunction with the Climate Board, things have been done like the website's been set up, which puts all the stuff on there and helps businesses get the toolkits for improving the stuff that they're doing in their businesses there. So things are ongoing on that. But like you say, it is an emergency. We have been doing things, but the carbon audit stuff has unfortunately been put behind due to a pandemic. But it isn't like we've been sat still doing nothing. We are trying to get on with stuff. And I refer to the stuff that's been coming to Cabinet about transport stuff, the stuff we're doing with local transport, trying to get people out of cars, you know, that modal shift that's going on, as well as a greening strategy. And you know, which you can see physically as you go around the city, the stuff that's been going on that. But you are right, Mr. Burgess, we can't just sit still, we need to keep pressing forward.
Thank you, Mr. Burgess. Could I ask you now to retire to the allocated seating area at the back of the hall, if you wish to stay and watch the meeting? Thank you.
I was asked by XR Southsea to make a very brief deputation on pesticides. Would that be permissible?
I haven't received that mandate from that organisation, Lord Mayor, so I would suggest not.
Well, I think without that we can't accommodate you, Mr. Rose.
Can you give me an answer in plain English?
No.
Thank you.
Item 6, appointments. Councillor Bowser has provided details of several committee position changes he wishes to make within his group as circulated with the green sheet. Are these all agreed?
Agreed.
Item 7, urgent business. All members have been previously notified of the urgent business for today's meeting, namely the recommendation from the Cabinet meeting held on the 5th of October concerning the regeneration of the city centre, or part thereof, compulsory part thereof, compulsory purchase order, resolution report. Members, a recommendation from the Cabinet meeting which met on the 5th of October concerning the regeneration of the city centre has been previously circulated together with the accompanying report. I now propose to call the minute If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made will be deemed to have been approved. I call minute 69 regeneration of the city centre.
Opposed, Lord Mayor.
As there is an objection to minute 69, I now call for a proposer and seconder to the recommendation. Can I remind members?
My Lord Mayor, I'm happy to propose this, but I understand from the leader of the Conservative group that they want to talk about figures, which means we need to move into exempt session. When we met as group leaders just before this meeting, we had a discussion that if we're going to go into exempt session, we have to clear this room of people who are not councillors and also turn off the live feed, and which seems discourteous to do because we can't give people an idea of when they can come back. So the suggestion was that we should change the order of business and do this report so that we can talk about the money in a closed session right at the end of the meeting after the questions, so that when people are asked to leave both off the video and off physically, they won't have to come back again afterwards. So, my Lord Mayor, if colleagues do want, and there is clearly a proposal from our Conservative colleagues, they want to talk about the figures, we'll need to move into closed session, and I would suggest that the time to do that is to move this item and vary the order of business, so this is the last item on the agenda of this meeting. I'm very happy to talk about the figures, but we need to do it in closed session.
Other members agree with that suggestion? Thank you. Then we'll move that to the end of the procedure.
Top of 13.
What are we on?
Top of page 13, item 8.
Item 8, recommendation from the Cabinet meeting held on the 22nd of June 2021, Local Transport Plan 4 adoption. Members, a recommendation from the Cabinet meeting which met on the 22nd of June concerning the Local Transport Plan 4 adoption has previously been circulated with the agenda. In addition, a separate addendum has also circulated as previously notified. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made would be deemed to have been approved. I call minute 47 Local Transport Plan 4 adoption.
Opposed, Lord Mayor.
I now call for a proposal and seconder to the recommendation. Can I remind members details of any amendments are to be given to me in writing before commencement of the debate.
My Lord Mayor, Councillor Lingstad will introduce this item.
Lord Mayor, may I remain seated because I'm suffering from vertigo and I don't want to appear to be drunk. Thank you. A local transport plan is a statutory requirement. It involves both a strategy and an implementation plan, which is the essential part of it. Our local transport plan, the draft local transport plan, addresses the 4 strategic objectives of the city, which are to deliver cleaner air, to prioritise active travel such as walking and cycling, transform public transport, and support businesses and protect our assets. All of this is within the context of improving connectivity, making travel in all its forms easier and more accessible, and contributing to creating a greener and more healthy city. It is also aligned to the draft local plan and supports the aims of public health to create a healthier city by supporting improvements in air quality. The plan consists of 18 policies addressing the 4 strategic objectives of the city. Its implementation will be over 17 years, delivered in 3-year periods, and each period will be reviewed annually and amended or updated as and if necessary. In other words, it's a dynamic programme which will naturally change and develop over time in response to changing demands. We have to change the way we travel and change attitudes towards the methods of travel we choose. And this local transport plan identifies the many alternative modes of travel becoming increasingly available to us. Our vision in transport for Portsmouth is that by 2038, we will have a people-centred, well-connected travel network that prioritises walking, cycling and public transport in order to help deliver a safer, healthier and more prosperous city. But it isn't about banning cars altogether, which some people seem to think. It's about reducing dependence on cars and using alternative forms of fuelling cars, such as electric cars and other sustainable means of fuel. The plan doesn't officially include anything yet on decarbonisation, as instructions from the government came in only fairly recently. Our response will be added to the plan as soon as possible, and that draft response can be found in the supplementary information document. I sincerely hope you'll accept the plan, which is both practical and ambitious, and I would like to thank the officers who have done an amazing amount of work to produce this massive and detailed report, which is very forward-thinking. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's second, please? Thank you, Councillor Jackson.
And can I reserve my right to speak?
I call on Councillor Bosher.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. It is a bit of a curio of standing orders that we have to oppose an item like this to actually speak to it. This is one such occasion. The local transport plan is effectively a vision for the city which should take us through to 2038. But there are some aspects of this that actually worry me, and I'm concerned that it's already beginning to fall apart before it's even started. And I'll just concentrate on a couple of points. But let's look at year one, the very starting point of a 17-year vision. And the diagram on page 98 actually details this scene quite well. Year one, deliver cleaner air. Well, I think that's something that we all want for our city. And a lot of the aspirations in that section, such as the Air Quality Action Plan, car-free development, workplace travel planning and behavioural change, are supported effectively on two central pillars, namely the park and ride expansion and the clean air zone. And yet both of these are in complete disarray before we've actually adopted the local transport plan. But let's take these two in their order. The park and ride expansion has already emphatically been rejected by planning. Now, I've had briefings because I cover traffic and transportation, and my focus on that expansion was largely on the supporting infrastructure and not necessarily what they want to do with the actual building. The travel to and from the park and ride, and the detail on that was extremely thin. Bike and e-scooter hire facilities at the site. So how do you get from the park and ride to your destination? There's not been any real answers on this from traffic and transportation officers, so there's no safe infrastructure for those to actually get you to the city centre and beyond. So no strategy around the park and ride beyond the planning application. Notwithstanding its rejection, the Lennox Point car-free aspiration that we've all had briefings on is based on the hope that the park and ride will be the parking destination of choice for those residents that live in the Lennox Point development. That's what they're looking to achieve. That's the briefing we've had, Councillor Vernon Jackson. You may as well shake your head, but that's what they've told us. We had a group briefing where we could ask questions freely, and that's what our group actually did. The Port Master Plan is also looking at port expansion. They're looking to identify sites where they can maintain their lorries, but also looking at expanding some of the vehicle infrastructure, and again, are looking at around the park and ride site. So we have two major things here. We have a residential development and we also have an active business that are actually both eyeing up the park and ride as some sort of holy grail, as some sort of car park. Now, if that actually proceeds and goes ahead, unless there's the expansion, which has already been rejected, then the park and ride doesn't serve its purpose when it comes to the city. Going on, we also have the clean air zone. Well, Lord Mayor, the clean air zone is one of these things that keeps going backwards. The boundaries keep getting fiddled with, primarily for political gain. And there's a growing, ever-growing list of exemptions and sunset periods. It strikes me that the only industry that seems to have not been granted an exemption or a sunset period is the private hire taxi trade, who are doing their utmost to look at electric vehicles and other things, but do not have the infrastructure to actually support them. So there's no strategy thinking around this either. Certainly, Drayton Farlington doesn't feature in the clean air zone, but I regularly see my refuse vehicles, Councillor Ashmore, coming along my road in a fog of fumes as they actually go backwards and forwards. One of the worst polluting vehicles that we actually have in the city, cruising around the streets, but it's been given a 2-year sunset period, which I think is inappropriate. The government are putting the clean air zone onto us. It is probably the right and proper thing to do. We need to make sure that as largely as we are predominantly an island city, we need to address these issues. But we don't seem to be actually doing this. We also talk in terms of a walking and cycling strategy in year 1. Well, isn't that the LC whip that we've already had? Surely that should actually feature in it and not be a footnote aside somewhere down. My issue is largely that going forward over the next 17 years is fine. We need to start shaping our strategy, and certainly within our group we've got a lot of things and a lot of good ideas that can feed into that process. But most people are going to be focusing on years 1, 2 and 3. And year 1, it is centred around clean air zone and park and ride, both of which fail. And indeed, the Portsmouth Cycle Forum have been in touch with me to say, well, where are all the prioritised routes that you were promising? That is the question I would ask to Councillor Stagg. When are these coming forward? It strikes me that we actually have a strategy here for the next 17 years that has plenty of aspiration, but no actual delivery. And as much as I feel we should be supporting it, on this occasion, I'm going to abstain from this because I don't see any substance that's actually going to support the aspirations of what we're actually doing.
Thank you. Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
I thank my Lord Mayor. If I'm the only other speaker, I will happily defer to Councillor Lynn Stagg to wrap up the debate.
Thank you.
Thank you. The park and ride is going
Sorry,
to be...
Chair. I've actually indicated to speak twice.
Oh, sorry.
Carry on.
You still want to speak, Councillor Vernon-Jackson?
I'm happy if you indicated before me.
That's fine, thank you. Apologies. I've been trying to be quite patient, so... it's just that Councillor Bosher brought up about licensed vehicles, which piqued my interest, as it would, being the Vice Chair of the Licensing Committee. I've just noticed via the report talks about grant funding, which is already ongoing and has been dished out already. But what the report does really miss out is about the utilisation of bus lanes for private hire vehicles. And I think to ensure that private hire vehicles, Portsmouth licensed private hire vehicles, I should add, can move around the city in a safe way and ensuring the travelling public can get safely to where they need to be. I think bus lane usage is important, and I think that they could obviously cut out a lot of the carbon footprint by actually, instead of being idling in traffic, to actually be moving around. And I know these discussions have been ongoing behind the scene because I raised them about 3 months ago, and I had a briefing from officers. But we've heard nothing since. And throughout this document, it makes reference to cycle this and bus that, and I understand that, but I worry there's not a lot here for the licensed trade. And I understand this would get the bus companies quite twitchy if we allowed the bus lane usage for private hire vehicles, already that we'd have the Hackney vehicles that go down there anyway. In the document, it notes around a bus lane review as a longer term priority, but that actually doesn't correlate with correspondence from the leader of the council on the view. Last week, he only agreed with me that we should allow bus lanes to be used for private hire vehicles and Portsmouth registered vehicles only. And I hope that he would quite happily support that view today and ensure that it goes from a longer term view to a shorter term view.
Thank you. Councillor Vernon Jackson, do you want to add anything?
Just a few words, my Lord Mayor, and thank you for the opportunity to address the issue of some of the issues here. My understanding is that with the park and ride, that there's a new planning application which will be coming back. I know that Lib Dem councillors supported the park and ride, and I was disappointed that Conservative councillors opposed it. But we are used to that, my Lord Mayor. So we hope that not only will be a park and ride, but will be a transport hub, a true transport hub, looking at different ways of working. And I think to pay tribute to Councillor Lynn Stagg, her vision of people being able to come in, trucks coming into the city, able to come to the transport hub and offload their goods so they can be taken into their end destinations on smaller loads with electric vehicles, so that electric cabs, so that we don't have polluting vehicles going through the city centre. I think it's a really good one. And also potentially the transport hub can act as a bus depot and many other things. So I hope that when the new planning application comes back, that it will receive support across all parties, because having a transport hub there is really important. In terms of private hire vehicles, the feedback we've had from the trade is that they change their vehicles very frequently. And therefore, in terms of the clean air zone, that it is unlikely that many of them will be non-compliant, and that's different from the licensed trade. But the private hire trade have been very clear with us that they don't think it's a problem for them, because they tend to use much more modern vehicles. So I don't think that is an issue. So, my Lord Mayor, I think we are making significant progress with this, and I would like to pay tribute to Councillor Lynn Stagg and all the work that she's done on this, along with the council officers. Thank you, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Come on. Councillor Heaney.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wasn't intending to speak, and in fact the Labour Group weren't intending to object to this item, but I wanted to explain briefly that the whole issue, it seems to me, in relation to this plan, it's a hugely ambitious plan over a long period of time, and the key will be delivery. And it's clear, I think, and I share Councillor Bosch's concerns, that not all of the issues around how this is going to be delivered have yet been resolved, which is why we need to keep reviewing the plan every year, and we need to make sure that we press on the issues to get the things that we want to see happening. I mean, I've had the Cycle Forum come and talk to me about some of the things that they've noticed that have changed between one draft and the final draft, and how some things have got left out because they are quite tricky, I suppose, to talk about, and they've been left rather more, vague is not quite the word, but more general. And I can understand that, and I don't see particularly that we're going to get very far today on these issues. So we're not proposing to object, but we do see the issue of implementation as a challenge, and we will certainly want to ensure that what is proposed in the plan does actually get delivered.
Thank you, Councillor Heaney. Councillor Ashmore.
Thanks, Lord Mayor. Just a quick comment, just to address something that Councillor Bosch said about the bin lorries and the pollution. You're absolutely right, of course, and they just bimble around the city. But we have given them cleaner fuel now, the HVO, the hydro-treated vegetable oil fuel, in accordance with, obviously, given with the exemptions they've got around the clean air zone, to make sure that all of our bin lorries are now running on fuel that emit 90% less carbon, which obviously benefits the whole city rather than just the bits in the clean air zone. So I just wanted to say that, Lord Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. And as I've not seen any other indication, Councillor Atkins.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I wasn't necessarily going to get up to speak to this, but I do feel I have to get up and correct something said by Councillor Vernon Jackson. I was at the Planning Committee, and indeed was one of those who voted against the the Tipner Park and Ride scheme. The number of spaces in it was simply not justified for the size of concrete building monstrosity that would have been the entrance to our city. He claimed that all members of the administration present supported it. Well, in fact, they all walked out, as I recall, claiming that they were all somehow conflicted by the fact that it was an infrastructure project being proposed by the council. Now, I know I've not been on the council that long, but I believe that there are plenty of times that members of the administration have sat on planning committees that would look at infrastructure projects. Indeed, did not Councillor Fenn-Jackson himself sit on the planning committee in relation to flood defences and in relation to the Elm Grove tower block that they want to build, or at least one of them, I forget exactly which, but there were certainly members of the administration present for those. Dare I say it, it seemed oddly like such an ugly, unpleasant building and such an unpleasant feature for the residents of Portsmouth was so unpalatable to members of the administration that it seemed convenient to find that they were conflicted and leave the room. The only Liberal Democrat I remember remaining was Councillor Hunt, who chairs the committee and who, in fact, as ward member for the area, proposed the refusal. So was, in fact, the very first voice speaking in favour of refusing that particular application. I think the belief in refusing that particular plan for the park and ride was universal across the planning committee. And so I do think that it falls on the administration to come up with a palatable plan to underpin their entire transport strategy. And exactly as Councillor Bush and Councillor Heaney have said, there's just very little confidence across this chamber, particularly on these conservative, I suppose, tables you would call them, that any of this transport strategy will be delivered in a sensible or sustainable way at all. I have to say, looking at it myself, what really concerns me is the aspects of the plan which sound to me like they plan to actively make the lives of residents of this city worse, are probably the only ones that will actually end up being implemented. I noticed that it says very, very little on parking. Okay, I suppose you could argue parking is not transport per se, but if you asked any resident of the city what is the biggest transport problem in Portsmouth, I would lay you good money that they would say parking. And there's remarkably little on parking. I noticed there is a claimed parking strategy for year 2 in the implementation plan, but it looks from year 3 that simply consists of more resident parking zones. And that's certainly not an issue I think we want to keep rehearsing in this chamber, given how unpopular some of them have been with some areas of the city and how many problems those have caused. The other thing that looms rather large in the implementation plan to me are two things: the Safer Streets programme and the plan to charge private businesses for their own parking spaces. So it seems to me that while Councillor Staggs claims this isn't about being anti-car, until we see some actual evidence that the administration can implement its policies that make cycling easier, that make using the bus easier, that will actually make life better by leaving your car at home. My concern is that this transport strategy will achieve its aims merely by making life worse for the more than 50% of residents that the plan recognises itself commute to work by car. So my challenge to the administration on this, as I will also be abstaining, is are you actually going to make the lives of Portsmouth residents better with this plan, or are you going to hope to achieve your aims by actively making it worse for those people that currently have to make the choice to travel to work by car? Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. Councillor Ronan-Jackson.
I think I need to call Standing Order 39B. My apologies if I got the voting wrong. I'm happy to acknowledge that. And in terms of the legal advice we had, I think the legal advice to members of the Cabinet came just before the planning meeting. I think now we would, in retrospect, the lawyers have decided that was a little excessive and that not all members of the Cabinet needed to have left. The Cabinet member whose portfolio it concerned probably should have left, but other members of the Cabinet need not have done, and therefore in future would not need to do so. But Cabinet members at the time had legal advice that they should do, and only got that just before the meeting, and so had to respect that legal advice. But I think, as we all now realise that might have been a little zealous.
Thank you. Councillor Stagg.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I must admit that I find Councillor Atkins' criticism of the plan as being an insult to the professional officers who've actually drawn it up. These are the experts at transport, so I'm very sad about that. Councillor Bosch at the beginning was saying, how do people get to the destination? Well, the park and ride bit of it is, well, obviously you park there and you get the bus. Now, if you want to go to a specific destination, which is not on a bus route, the idea of having the transport hub is you can hire a cycle, you can hire an e-scooter, but there's also going to be things like e-cargo bikes and e-cargo vans that will distribute goods that are coming in on HGVs. So there are plenty of ways. It is a transport hub, not just a park and ride. There seems to be, Councillor Atkins as well seems to think there is no need for any park and ride. If I give you some statistics, Councillor Atkins, approximately 43,000 vehicles come into the city each day, and about 28,000, I think, go out. Now, as a result of that, if you go along the M275 in the mornings, you'll find tailbacks of traffic standing and causing pollution. So if we cut down the number of cars coming into the city, we're going to be cutting down the pollution caused by cars having to be piled up. There are about, the port is looking for about 2,700 parking spaces for their cruise passengers. They can, they say, accommodate 500 of those in their own multi-storey car park, which leaves, by my reckoning, 2,200 additional spaces that are needed by the port. We want to support the port because the cruise ships bring in a lot of money to the city and visitors and spending right across the city. So if you add that up, the 2,200 plus the 2,000 odd that come into the city each day, you need something that is bigger than what we've got here already. I agree. I didn't like that, the plan, the original one. I thought it was a bit too ambitious. However, we do need something bigger, and already the officers have gone back to the drawing board and have come up with something which is much more acceptable. The LC, yes, it is, Councillor Bosch, it is part of the plan and a very important part. Already work is being done on east-west cycle routes. The Eastern Road cycle path is about to be started. That has been held up by things outside our control. So that's part of the LC WIP, local cycle infrastructure plan. There's also another east-west route which is going from Anchorage Park and will join up with Lake Road. We had money from the government as part of the Transforming Cities Fund, which is helping to put in a lot more bus priority routes into the city, which means that it'll be nicer for people to get on buses. They'll have a much quicker journey. For example, if you're coming into the city, if you live in Havant and you're coming into the city, you will save 11 minutes on a journey. That's a lot. That makes it quicker coming in than by car. That's one of the ways in which we're trying to cut down the cars coming into the city. And the cars coming into the city are the ones that are causing all the pollution. You mentioned parking, Councillor Atkins. The reason we have a parking problem is because we have more vehicles in the city than we have parking spaces. That is a fact. You may not, you're too young probably to know the saying, you can't get a quart into a pint pot. A quart is two pints. But that is the reality. We've now got on average 1.3 cars registered to every household in the city. 33% of those households do not have access to cars. 47% have access to just one car, which means that 20% of the households in Portsmouth are taking up 53% of the parking spaces. The 33% that people have no access to, plus the 20% that's left over. That's why we have a parking problem. And because we have a parking problem, we have air pollution problems. We need to do something about it. We need to do it quickly. Yes, we depend on outside funding, and we have a good team of transport planners. We need to have what one of our officers calls shovel-ready schemes that can be put in when bidding for funding comes up, so we have a good chance of getting that funded. We don't get the LTP money is not ring-fenced, so we have to rely on outside funding, and that's why it is a bit difficult. We plan these things. We can't guarantee they're going to be delivered. We will do our best. Thank you.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. Point of order under 39B, clarification of earlier statement.
It's unusual to take this after summing up, but this time I'll allow it.
So just to the point which I wish to clarify is I was making no criticism of officers. I think I am entitled to criticise cabinet members for a report which comes in their name and which is begun with a large foreword from that particular cabinet member, and I think I'm entitled to treat them as responsible for it. So I intended no criticism of officers in my comments. Second point of order clarification I wish to make is when I said that there was no justification for the number of spaces, that was the case at the planning meeting. I asked repeatedly what the spaces were used for and couldn't be given an answer at the time. I had myself done research and seen that the current occupancy of the park and ride is about 40 or maximum 50% at 900 spaces, so I had good reason for questioning the large number of spaces in the proposed scheme. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. As there were no amendments, we will now go to the vote. We will vote in the normal way.
Yes, those in favour of the Cabinet recommendation.
Those in favour of the Cabinet recommendation, please raise their hands.
(22), Lord Mayor.
Those against?
0, Lord Mayor. And
abstentions, please.
(13), Lord Mayor.
That means that that is passed. We'll move on to the recommendation from the Cabinet.
Stuart, Councillor Madrick voted for an abstention as well. There's more than 13
I
there.
apologise. Okay, that abstention's also noted then. Thank you.
Item 9, recommendation from the Cabinet meeting held on the 22nd.
Lord Mayor, your microphone's not on.
Item 9, recommendation from the Cabinet meeting held on the 22nd of June, Portsmouth International Port Harbour Revision Order. Members, a recommendation from the Cabinet meeting which met on the 22nd of June concerning Portsmouth International Port Harbour Revision Order has previously circulated with the agenda. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made were deemed to have been approved. I call minute 48, Portsmouth International Port Harbour Revision Order.
That's agreed, Lord Mayor.
As there are no objections, that's agreed. Where are we now?
Item, top of page 17, Lord Mayor.
Item 10, recommendation from the Cabinet meeting held on the 22nd of June, i.e. Modern Slavery Transparency Statement. Members, a noting recommendation from the Cabinet meeting which met on the 22nd of June concerning the Modern Slavery Transparency Statement has been previously circulated. I now propose to call the minute. If you wish to oppose the item, please indicate. Can I also remind everyone that any item to which no objection is made would deem to have been approved. I call minutes 49, Modern Slavery Transparency Statement.
Agreed. No objection.
Therefore, that is agreed.
Middle of page 20, Lord
Mayor. Item 11, review of politically proportionality on committees and panels. A report from the Chief Executive has been previously circulated regarding the review of political proportionality on committees and panels. In response to the recommendations set out in the report, I've received a written proposal from the leader, seconded by Councillor Bowser, which has already been circulated in the chamber. Could I ask Councillor Vernon Jackson formally to move a proposer?
So proposed.
Could I now ask the proposal is formally seconded by Councillor Bowser?
Seconded, Lord Mayor.
I have not received any notice of any written amendments. The matter is therefore now before members for debate if required.
Agreed, my Lord Mayor.
So discuss. If the leader doesn't want to sum up,
You don't,
go straight to the vote.
you don't want to sum up?
No.
Right. We'll go straight to the vote. All those in favour, please signify by the usual manner.
That's carried.
That item's carried. We move to item 11.
12.
We do?
Oh, sorry. 12. Sorry, I've numbered them wrong. 12. My fault.
12.
12.
I've got 11.
Sorry, that was 12.
A, motion A. A motion A, pesticide use, Portsmouth City Council.
Do you want to just read the bit beforehand?
Going in reverse. We have 12 notices of motion before us today. 9 carried forward and 3 additional ones. An understanding order 32D must be formally moved and seconded. However, I've been advised by Councillor Norton that motion A is being withdrawn, so will not be put. As you're aware, all notices of motion on the agenda will automatically be dealt with at this meeting, thereby dispensing with the 3-minute presentation from the proposer and subsequent vote to enable its consideration. Motion A, pesticide use, Portsmouth City Council, proposed by Councillor Jeanette Smith and seconded by Councillor Udy.
So proposed.
Seconded, and I reserve my right to speak.
I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Janet Smith, to present and speak to her motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Also, I'd like to thank Andrea Carey, although she couldn't be here, in regards to her deputation, and Rachel Hudson for the written deputation from Portsmouth Friends of the Earth. I believe this motion is self-explanatory and forms part of the Green Agenda. We all seem to advocate very loudly, so hopefully this should be quite a simple process. I'm not quite sure why such a simple issue has been missed from the council agenda for so long, because this is quite a wide impact. The impacts of pesticides are widespread across many factors: impacts on health, links to fertility issues and degenerative diseases, impact on pregnant mothers and children, especially childhood cancers and neurodevelopment. Pesticides also drain economies, illness and injury resulting in lost work days, and keeps farmers who have the highest rates of ill health on pesticide treadmill to develop crops. Pesticides decrease biodiversity, which is linked to the decline of bee and pollinators, beneficial insects, birds and mammals. There is also an impact on water, soil and air as runoff contaminates surface and groundwater, affecting soil microorganisms and earthworms. Another important factor to consider in the UK is the weather. When using chemical weed killers, it needs to be done 24 hours of rain-free before application, an uphill battle in autumn, winter and spring. The University of Nebraska recently published an article showing more than 29 species of weed have now developed a tolerance to pesticides. So rather than replacing one chemical with another, it's time to move away from chemical weed control towards safer methods such as mechanical and thermal weed removal solutions. This could include weed brushing, heat treatments which kill weeds before they seed, collecting dead leaves, monitoring, letting nature take over urban wildflower meadows, and encouraging planting companions such as, for example, marigolds can naturally deter some pests, so are good for potato crops. Portsmouth City Council should be leading the way on this green agenda. The use of pesticides to clear paths literally means to kill things we don't want eating our plants. If members of this authority are serious about our green credentials and serious about biodiversity in our city, then it's time to commit to a ban on using all forms of pesticides on all land under the control of the local authority and change to non-chemical alternatives. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Janet. Are there any amendments to this motion which will need to be proposed and seconded and circulated?
I have received notice of an amendment, Lord Mayor.
Okay. The matter is now before Council to debate.
Not until the amendments, Lord Mayor.
There's no amendments,
We
is there?
have an amendment.
Oh.
Councillor Sanders.
Sorry, Councillor Sanders, I believe you have an amendment.
Yes, my Lord Mayor, and I propose it formally.
And seconded?
Seconded, Lord Mayor, and reserve my right to speak.
Are you happy for it to be circulated?
Yes.
Do you wish to speak, Councillor Sanders?
Yes, my Lord Mayor.
Carry on.
Thank you. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor. I need firstly to add another apology to the list, which is Councillor Kimberly Barrett, who unfortunately cannot be here due to... She's on her way here. Excellent. So I'm stepping in for Kimberly, as this is her amendment, and she was down originally to propose this amendment. Firstly, so a lot of it is from her, some of it is from me. Firstly, I think both of us welcome this motion. Certainly since resuming control 3 years ago, this administration has made clear to officers time and again that we must make all our practices greener, and that includes weed spraying. And that's why over the last 3 years, the amount of pesticides that have been used has been going down as other alternatives have been explored. Certainly for my own area, it's been made clear to the housing side of the Clean and Green team that that must and will continue. And that progress has been outlined in the amendment that's been put forward. So I, like everyone here I'm sure, has no problem with the principles of the motion or the desire for a ban. Our role is to make it work. And that's where we part company with the motion's idea for an immediate ban. And it's for two reasons. The first is there are many practical implications that need to be overcome, particularly around things like gravestones and Japanese knotweed, and these need to be explored before we can complete the journey that we're on. There is also, unfortunately, the small matter of money. Now, when this motion was debated in July, we did not have an energy crisis that is highly likely to be added to council bills, and we were not facing likely cuts to local government funding that we believe the government will be offering up in the current spending review. That also has to be looked at. And those practical implications in particular are things that other councils have had to do, and it has shaped their policies. So that's why when people like Councillor Smith and Councillor Oodie have asked councils of our size to adopt an immediate ban, there's been no immediate ban. Take Brighton and Hove. The biggest council, the Green Party, which might be keen on this, runs, and a key city like us. In 2019, they committed to banning pesticides by next year. Take Labour-run Cambridge. That same year, it committed also to banning pesticides. This year, Labour-run Bristol did the same. Or perhaps it didn't. Because since the motion was initially proposed, Councillor Barrett informs me that officers have advised us that that authority may well backtrack on that commitment. We don't want them to, but we shall see. In Trafford, Lib Dems and Greens persuaded the then hung council to do it over a 12-month period. Lib Dem Colchester committed to doing the same. And is this condemned by those wanting pesticide-free towns? No. Indeed, all of these cases I've outlined come from the Pesticide-Free Town website, success story page. So an immediate ban is difficult to enforce, and that's why no other councils, as far as we know, have done it straight away. But the other main issue we need to overcome is the threat to the safety of workers. And as the councillor overseeing the Clean and Green team working on housing estates, this matters to me, and it's something officers have raised with me when trying to deal with this, but it isn't mentioned in this motion. Officers are worried about the impact that the vibration that the sort of machines required to enforce the motion will have on workers' bodies, and as a result are worried about whether this will comply with the Control of Vibration at Work Regulations 2005. So these are practical implications, but in principle we accept as an administration what Councillor Smith and Councillor Oodie are trying to do. So I hope colleagues will accept our amendment. This Lib Dem administration has come a long way in eradicating the use of pesticides as part of our vision to make this city greener. And today, we commit ourselves in principle to completing that journey whilst not underestimating the practical hurdles ahead. We mentioned a report in the amendment. Councillor Barrett says to me that we could have a report on that early next year, all things being well. It's the best way to deliver what is right for this city. It's the best way to deliver the principles in this motion, and I hope people support it. Thank you very much, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders. Councillor Ashmore, please.
I didn't expect to be called that quick, sorry. Thanks, Lord Mayor, and also thanks to Councillor Oodie and Councillor Smith for bringing this before full council. Helps to highlight something that we're keen to accelerate work on regarding eliminating these harmful pesticides in the city. And I know Councillor Smith in particular has put a lot of into seeing this through, constantly asking questions of us, members and the council officers for some time. So it's my hope that this amendment is seen for what it is. It helps to extrapolate the things that still need to be done, as well as putting clear markers down to help keep us as an administration on course for it, and explain in greater detail what needs to be done and why it can't be done immediately on that. Of course, we should always be looking to improve the viability of pollinators. It's a big thing now, isn't it? It's like saving the bees and the pollinators and doing things to improve biodiversity, because they're essential to our ecosystem, basically. So it's a cause close to my heart, given my portfolio. In fact, January this year, I wrote to the Secretary of State for the Environment, George Eustace, to voice my concern that harmful pesticides, I'm not even going to attempt to do the Latin name of it, but they were given approval by the UK government to be used in the wake of Denmark, Spain, Belgium, doing the same on this, despite the EU banning it in 2018. In the original notice of motion, it mentions the council should immediately stop of all pesticides, but as Councillor Sanders has gone through, and as my understanding, we can't commit to doing that for a variety of reasons, including worker welfare, for example, and the stuff about Japanese knotweed, etc. As well as as well as there would be a cost to doing that, and I don't think we can commit to spending in a full council. So we can't. The only reason the amendment isn't in there mainly is we can't commit to a ban from 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, but it can put the steps that we need to go in order to get that zero pesticide level that we all want. Skip the rest of that, but yeah, we do need to increase the pollinators. We do need to be more green. So we support the spirit of the motion there, and we want to exert upwards pressure with other local authorities to make sure that there's legislation and appropriate financial aid so that the whole country and indeed the rest of the world can benefit from stuff like that. So I just hope that helps clarify why the amendment has been brought here today. And once again, top marks to Jeanette and Claire for bringing this here. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ashmore. Councillor Bowser.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. In the time-honoured fashion, I wasn't intending to speak on this, but I'm going to anyway. I think for the benefit of council, we sort of looked at this in our group and are pretty much supportive of the original notice of motion as it came forward. But there was one question that did arise, and that was largely around the cost. And I know every cost shouldn't be the issue when we're talking about something like this, but we're in the real world and there's always going to be a cost associated with it. And that was, how do we finance this? How do we move this forward? And I think the Liberal Democrat amendment seeks to address that in one of its bullet points. So I think for our point of view, we will probably be supporting the Liberal Democrat amendment in this particular issue, because I still think it achieves what the original notice of motion is setting out to do. Probably not as quick as the original proposer and seconder would have liked, but I think there needs to have a look at it from that point of view. But I would like to pick up on a minor issue, and it's very ward-related in my perspective, from the comments that Councillor Sanders made about the reduction in the use of pesticides. And that is obviously in Drayton Farlington we have a lot of grass verges, as you can imagine. And it was always a bit of sport. Somebody come along with a gang mower and they'd do their bit, and then somebody would come along with a strimmer and he'd go around the trees and everything else like that and do their bit. And then somebody would come along with a blower because pavements come under one thing and the road comes under another, and he'd blow it all into the road because he didn't want to be responsible for the pavement. So it was all a bit of a game. But when it comes down to the pesticides bit, what has actually happened in the last year to 18 months in Drayton and Farlington, and I suspect this is a PFI cost-cutting measure, is that they are now using, rather than using the strimmers to go around the trees, the post boxes and the lamp posts and whatever, they are using weed killer, so they don't have to have that person come and do that. So there's been cost-cutting exercises there and using weed killers to do that particular job. Now, inherently, that to me is actually wrong. I think you can't stand there and trade on a we're doing this and we're doing that and cherry pick the bits that suit you, when actually there is evidence in some wards, and I suspect that Drayton and Farlington isn't alone in that. If it's been adopted in Drayton and Farlington, I would suspect that it's been adopted elsewhere in the city, where they're actually using weed killer on the public realm to save money with the usage of manpower. So I think you also need to be honest with yourselves, and are you actually entering into the spirit of the notice of motion as it is here, or are you just trying to put a gloss on it and say how wonderful we actually are with what we're doing? We'll be supporting the Liberal Democrat notice of motion, but I think the Lib Dem cabinet members need to have a degree of honesty about actually what is going on, and introducing in the last year to 18 months weed killer onto verges to save money, I don't think is where we really should be going.
Thank you, Councillor Bosher. Councillor Udi, please.
Hello. Thank you to Councillor Smith, who wanted to bring this motion forward today. I know it's been a while since we have heard it. Also, thank you to Councillor Sanders for bringing in an amendment. I'm not sure if it's going to be accepted at this stage. It's quite lengthy. You like putting some words in there, don't you? And making it look very, very complicated and lovely. And obviously, I've just read the plan from Brighton and City Council, which was started 2 years ago, so it's almost done, only got a year left. And on your points here, if you want to do it, when is it? So you want to work out the cost of achieving this and where the money can be found at the earliest opportunity, the practical implications of doing that, blah, blah, blah. It's not going to be at next month's cabinet. I doubt it's going to be a cabinet before the end of the year. Earlier on, Mr. Burgess wanted to question Councillor Ashmore, and he did answer a question. And unfortunately, we couldn't Paxman Councillor Ashmore, because he didn't really answer the question about the Carbon Trust and about the fact that it's been 2 years and we've not asked them. Kind of skated along that. So it's taken you 2 years to do something along a climate emergency. Then I don't think you're going to do anything very practical now. We're just going to write it and say, hey, we're going to ban some pesticides soon, when really I think we need immediate action. People are dying from the use of these pesticides, as well as the effects of climate change. People are coming on their periods a lot earlier in their lives because of the use of pesticides. They're also suffering from irregular periods and all sorts. Sorry to bring that up in a room full of people that might feel uncomfortable about it. There are a lot of implications here and a lot of things that could be sorted if we just kind of got the ban into motion. Whether this goes through, this is obviously going to go through, whether it goes through with the substantive or not is a different question, and I'm happy that it's going to do that. I'm just concerned about the time framing if the amendment goes through, because I feel like we'll effectively, and pardon the pun, kick it into the long grass. So thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Udy. Councillor Fielding, please. George.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I rise to speak in support of the motion on behalf of the Labour Group and thank my colleagues in the Portsmouth Progressive People Group for bringing this before us today. One of the main issues with pesticides is the way in which they attack not just bad pests, but the good pests as well. Pesticides aren't just used in agriculture. A wide range of different pesticides, including insecticides, herbicides, fungicides and rodenticides, are used in our towns and cities. In fact, other than residues in food, the most common way for which the majority of people in the UK are to be exposed to pesticides is through spending time in urban public areas. Councils are the main users, spraying pesticides in parks, playgrounds and other green spaces, road verges, cemeteries, pavements and around council houses. However, there are also many others that use pesticides, including universities, car parks, hospitals, private housing developments, shopping centres and schools. In most UK towns and cities, it is currently impossible to avoid exposure to pesticides. However, a growing number of places around the world have already gone pesticide-free and are proving that it can be done. Urban pesticides are unnecessary and should be banned immediately in order to protect human health and the environment. Pesticides are also having a devastating effect on our environment and urban biodiversity. When used on hard surfaces such as pavements and paths, they tend to run off, contaminating watercourses and harming aquatic wildlife in the process. Herbicides turn parks into green deserts where only grass grows. They kill plants which are relied upon by birds, insects and other wildlife. Many of the pesticides used are also highly persistent, meaning they stay around in the soil long into the future. Due to habitat loss and the large quantities of pesticides used in the UK agriculture, wildlife is increasingly seeking refuge in our towns and cities. However, the overuse of pesticides is destroying many of the areas where they can forage for food and contaminating the natural resources they depend upon. A 2017 study revealed a 76% decline in flying insects since 1990, and pollinators such as bees are particularly struggling. There are a range of different approaches available to councils and other land managers that decide to stop using pesticides. The effectiveness of each method will vary greatly depending on the local context and the environment, and in most cases a suite of different approaches will be required to replace pesticides. Raising public awareness is absolutely key to the success of going pesticide-free. Councils and other land managers must ensure they communicate their plan of action and their reasons for change to the public. If local residents understand the health and environment benefits, then they're more likely to support the initiative and accept a higher level of weediness. It is also possible to get local volunteers to help with jobs such as hand weeding. As mentioned before, there are a number of alternative methods such as hot foam systems, hand weeding, acetic acid dilutions, flame treatment and electronic control systems, to name a few. In terms of the amendment we received today from the Liberal Democrat group, I agree. It doesn't give any time frame to matters. All it's going to do is push things into the long grass, and that's not what we want today. By passing this motion today, we join a significant number of other towns and cities who have already pledged to become pesticide-free, from Bristol to Brighton and Hove, from Chichester to Colchester, from Lewes to Lyme Regis. Please join with us to bring an end to the use of pesticides in our city. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. Councillor Gerarda, please.
Could we let you, Councillor Smythe, go instead? Sorry, apologies.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. We've had two deputations today that have pointed out the slowness of some of our implementations of these important environmental motions, and I'm just sick to tired of excuses and, as Councillor Fielding said, kicking things into the long grass. So I would definitely support this motion. After all, even if immediately cannot mean tomorrow, it'll be quicker than suggesting this motion that we have in front of us, which has all kinds of excuses, and we've already done this, we've already done that. Actually,
you know, I know from having an allotment and so forth that, you know, we're always a bit inclined to use up the last bottle that we've got or whatever. We may just stop now and find a way of implementing this as quickly as possible, rather than kind of gradually, slowly, in the sort of Liberal Democrat way of doing it over a couple of years. So I would like to support what Councillor Fielding has already said and support this motion without amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Smythe. As there are no other speakers, can the proposer please sum up?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First, can I have some legal advice? Does the amendment actually alter our motion under Standing Order 41H?
Which amendment is it? Sure, which one?
We're on the first motion,
Okay.
with the first amendment, okay?
Yep.
And the question is the amendment introducing new material? Is it substantively different introducing? Yeah.
Sorry about that. I actually already agreed that one. So in answer to your question, yes.
Well, yes, it does alter it completely, so it should be withdrawn.
You can accept the amendment.
Yes, the amendment can stand.
You can put the amendment, yes.
Sorry, just to add to that, obviously the amendment before it comes to the council, Mr. Bolford, City Solicitor, obviously adjudicates on the amendments. They don't come through without him seeing them, and he adjudicated that it wasn't introducing substantively new proposals. It didn't contravene that particular Standing Order 41.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, in summing up, we are not going to subsume the amendment within the motion, mainly because I believe it does sort of alter what we want. And as other speakers have said, it is moving the issue down the line. And unfortunately, this administration is listed with time delays after time delays. We've already passed climate change. We've already passed about carbon reduction, but we see no input into that and no results from that, no outcomes. So pesticides would be the same. Now, two people in my ward came to me with this pesticide issue quite a while back, and I'd like to thank them, Jane Probert and Beatrice Rodrigo Gran. And I'm surprised that the amendment's been led by Councillor Sanders, who actually is in the same ward as me, which we're a very green ward, and you'd think it would be a bit of a no-brainer that we would have pesticides trying to get rid of them. There's no timescales in the amendment, so that's why we're not accepting it. And basically, this amendment is simple. There are ways to move away from pesticides immediately. There is a cost, but we've heard from Councillor Bosher that there's already cost-cutting exercise going on by using weed killer instead of strimmers and manpower and things like that. So I'd like to think that this council will support, as part of the climate change, as part of the green agenda that this authority says that they have, this is a very simple way and a simple message to say that we are serious about that green agenda. So I'd like all members to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, John. So the first vote, members, is on Councillor Sanders' amendments. We'll vote in the usual way. All those in favour of the amendment, please show. Thank you. And those against?
amendment is carried, you're now voting on the substantive. That's the main proposition. Incorporating.
We are now voting on the main proposal. So all those in favour, please raise their hands.
I don't know if anyone's against it.
Unanimous. So with the amendment that notice of motion is carried. Moving on to the next motion, B. To pause and rethink the Tipner West project proposed by Councillor Corkery and seconded by Councillor Smythe. I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Corkery, to present and speak to his motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and good afternoon, Council. I'm going to speak about one of the most significant policy decisions facing us as a local authority and us as a city, namely what should be done about Tipner. Let's start with a bit of consensus building. I think most, if not all of us, can probably agree on three basic principles. One, the brownfield land at Tipner has been derelict and underused for way too long, and regeneration is long overdue. Two, there is a housing crisis in our city, and we desperately need new, genuinely affordable council housing to be built. Three, there is also a climate crisis, not only in our city, but across the world, and we all have a responsibility to contribute towards tackling that crisis. The issue before us is how we combine those three principles into a coherent policy for Tipner. Let's start by looking at the administration's current proposals and how they relate to the three principles mentioned just now. Firstly, do they address the regeneration of brownfield land at Tipner? Yes, I think it's quite clear that they do. Secondly, do they address the housing crisis? Well, they include a significant number of new homes, so perhaps, but are they the kind of new homes that our city needs? We've been told the proposals include 30% affordable housing, which is the minimum level that would be required of a private developer. Shouldn't we, as a local authority, not beholden to the profit motive, be looking to provide more affordable housing on our sites than a commercial developer would? And what do we actually mean by affordable housing? We've been told the 30% affordable housing breaks down into 15% affordable rented housing and 15% shared ownership. That 15% affordable rented is what will be made available to those who are vulnerable and on low incomes through the social housing allocations policy. And by the way, that 15% affordable rented homes are at affordable rents, where rent levels could be double or more the traditional council rents. So based on what we've been presented with, it's just 15% affordable homes for those on the waiting list. And the queries I've just how affordable they will be. So is the Tipner West proposal actually addressing the local housing needs in the way that it should be? I'm not sure that it is. Thirdly, and perhaps most significantly, we have the question of the impact on the climate crisis. The administration's preferred option for Tipner West, that of mass land reclamation and development of a new super peninsula, has attracted significant protest from environmental groups such as the Hampshire Isle of Wight Wildlife Trust and the RSPB. They have said, and quote, "This development would destroy 67 acres of protected intertidal habitat which fights the climate crisis by capturing and storing carbon dioxide and is home to diverse populations of birds, fish, invertebrates and microorganisms. We are also very concerned that if approved, this development will set a dangerous precedent for building over protected habitats across the UK. If an area of the highest level of protection for wildlife can be destroyed and built upon, nowhere will be safe for nature anymore." And clearly, lots of people agree with that analysis, as over 24,000 people have now signed their petition, calling on this administration to rethink their plans for Tipner West. So why is this administration apparently so intent on going down this route, which is hugely unpopular, doesn't deliver the homes we need, and will destroy the local environment in the process? We'll no doubt hear today that the administration is being forced to do this as a result of unrealistic housing targets. And I do have some sympathy for that. After all, the figure of over 17,000 new homes for Portsmouth, produced by the government's standard formula, doesn't seem to take account of our local circumstances. So how then do we challenge that figure? I guess we could listen to the administration's plan, which seems to be to write letters to government and encourage people to sign the Lib Dem petition. Or we could listen to what the government minister responsible has advised in a letter seen by all of us in this room, where he made clear that the way for council to challenge housing targets, where environmental and land supply constraints mean they're not feasible, is through the local plan process. Which, seen as we're in the middle of developing our local plan, seems like perfect timing. But let's look at the draft local plan agreed by Cabinet earlier this year and now out for public consultation. Nowhere within that draft document does it state that this council believes the housing targets are unrealistic. In fact, worse than that, it says they are realistic if we create a super peninsula at Tipner. Surely the draft local plan was an ideal opportunity to make the case for why land reclamation at Tipner is not desirable and therefore the housing target is not achievable. So why else might the administration be so intent on its plan for Tipner West despite the widespread opposition? Let's look at who stands to gain most from such a project. We know that already £4.6 million of taxpayer cash has been dished out for consultancy fees. That includes £4.2 million to one particular firm of, quote, property and planning experts. That's just in the pre-planning stage. Think how many more tens, if not hundreds of millions of council cash will be going to consultants and developers over the course of the whole scheme. I don't know about you, but I wasn't elected to stand up for the interests of the commercial property development industry and their consultants. I was put here by the good people of Charles Dickens Ward to fight for the genuinely affordable council homes they need and the planet they want to protect. So Council, if you agree with us that the Tipner West project should be paused for a rethink and alternative plans which increase the levels of genuine affordable social housing and protect the environment are drawn up and considered, then please support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Corkery. Is this motion seconded?
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Seconded, and I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you, Jack. Are there any amendments to this motion which will need to be proposed and seconded and circulated?
We have three, actually, Lord Mayor. Looks like Councillor Vernon-Jackson.
Are they going to be circulated?
I think we'll take them in sequence if Councillor Vernon-Jackson wishes to present his amendment first.
Councillor Vernon-Jackson, if you present your amendment.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Could we circulate it and then I'll speak to it, if that's okay?
By all means.
Can it be seconded whilst that's happening as well?
And who seconded it, please?
I'm seconding it, my Lord Mayor, and I reserve my right to speak later in the debate.
Thank you, Councillor Mason.
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Corkery.
I appreciate this amendment has presumably already been approved by the legal process, but I would strongly argue that this negates the point of the motion. The motion is entitled, "It's time to pause and rethink the Tipner West project," and that is the basis of the whole motion. The proposal is to remove the section relating to that. It clearly negates the purpose of the motion, and therefore is not in accordance with standing orders.
City Solicitor, please. Whilst the City Solicitor's looking over this, would it be possible to circulate the other two amendments to save time, please? If they're proposed and seconded, thank you.
Do you want to formally, Councillor Paterhouse, can we formally propose?
Do you want to propose it,
Well, yeah,
Councillor
I'm happy to
Paterhouse?
propose if we're waiting to find out about this, yeah. Seconded. Just circulate it, yeah, it's fine.
Councillor Norton, do you second that?
Yeah, formally seconded.
If Councillor Heaney and Councillor Fielding can propose and second that.
Another one.
Thank you, members.
So what's going on?
Labour are amending their own motion.
Who's speaking on what amendment?
Yeah, I'm on the issue of a negation. I'm still not with Councillor Corkery for the following reasons. The deletion of the penultimate paragraph needs to be looked at in the context of the final paragraph, which says, Full Council therefore calls on the Cabinet to bring a report on Tipner West, Full Council, etc., etc. Current status of the project including total spend to date. That's essentially dealing with the issue of value for money. At the very top of the page, it talks about the issue of affordable housing and the majority of the new proposals, expensive luxury homes out of the reach of ordinary people. It seems to me that it's concomitant with the thrust of the actual motion, that it still stands, irrespective of the fact that you take out, it's time to pause and rethink. That's just a paragraph that adds additional weight to the idea that full council should consider things. I do not accept that the motion of itself is negated in totality.
Next.
Councillor Vernon Jackson, you can talk to the First Amendment.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I think everybody will agree that this is a really important issue. And I may not agree with everything in this motion, but I think it's a really important issue that we address. Just to take up two things Councillor Corkery said in his introduction. 30% affordable housing means that people on the waiting list will be able to apply for those. For some people, a social housing rent is the only thing they can afford. But for some families on the housing waiting list, an affordable rent is something that works for them and gets them into something cheaper than private accommodation. Secondly, whether the council has taken a view in the local plan about which of the three options they wish to support. The local authority, as the planning authority, is absolutely clear that there are three options available for people to look at in the local plan, and there may be others that come forward. And they are in there as equal options that have effects. So, my Lord Mayor, we've been absolutely clear that the issue of Super Peninsula can only be brought forward if we're able to demonstrate that it meets the stringent habitat regulation assessments required by law. We are so determined that this council is held to account that in making that decision, we offered to fund from the council's finances an expert to work on behalf of the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Wildlife Trust to do just that. However, simply dismissing the option prematurely could, and officers believe would, have a very serious consequence on our city, and I'll explain why shortly. We all have to understand that what we do in relation to Tipner West is not simple, nor is it easy. No one group has a majority on this council. I would welcome a report coming back to the full council on this issue, as suggested in this motion, and I've always believed that this project of this scale can only go ahead with cross-party support. The first part of the city plan has been published. Cross-party members of the Planning Committee have been working on this for many months, and Councillor Judith Smythe, who is seconding the motion for Labour, has been part of these discussions throughout. The City Council has a legal duty to bring forward a local plan. Many people think a city plan is something that says where development can go. This is wrong. The law says there's a presumption in favour of sustainable development everywhere. And we must remember this is not our definition of sustainable development, it's the government's. All a local plan does is to say what can't happen. If we don't have a local plan that is acceptable to the planning inspectorate and to government, then the protections we have put in place for our green spaces, for our employment land, and to restrict HMOs all fail, and it becomes a field day for developers. I'm sure this is something none of us want to risk. Governments of all political colours have imposed housing targets on Portsmouth and other councils. I think we all agree that the 17,000 target imposed on us by government is far too high, and it's impossible to achieve and risks bad overdevelopment. Within Portsmouth, we're a unique island city. My thanks to both MPs for the work they've done on this to reduce our housing numbers, and to the Cabinet when they passed the plan, who spoke out strongly in favour against the numbers being imposed on us. But if we do not have a local plan, we have real problems. If we don't adopt a plan that is legal and compliant, what do? We can't be like councils in the 1980s, just pretending that the law doesn't exist and trying to stand out against it. If we don't have a local plan, then we risk the local protections that we put in for green spaces and for employment land and for our HMOs being removed, and we risk the government taking away our power to decide planning applications. So there are very serious risks in going down a route that mean that we don't have a local plan. If we're to produce a local plan, we have to put forward a list of all potentially developable sites to the government inspector, and this is an initial long listing stage. If we don't, then the advice we have from the planning officers is the planning inspectorate will throw out our local plan and we'll have to start 2 more years' work, and we'll have to come to the same conclusions. In the meantime, developers will have a free-for-all across our city, something I'm sure none of us and our residents want to happen. No one can argue that Tipner West is not developable. The only question is to what extent. Even with it in the plan, we have to ask surrounding councils to take 1,000 of our homes to meet the targets. The local plan has 3 options in relation to Tipner West. All of them come with different costs and difficulties. The big problem is the estimated £39 million cost of the new sea defences at Tipner West. Putting that to one side, in my view, all 3 options being offered to the public are viable, and I'm open to any of them, and believe we have to ask the public what they believe should happen. If we don't develop at Tipner West, we have to find accommodation for those homes in the city centre, in Milton, in Cosham. But there is an option that we can do. We have to have a local plan. But I've written to the Secretary of State to ask him, under the Habitat Regulation Orders, to decide the ecology at Tipner Horsey is so critical that it is of overriding interest, and therefore, even though development involving reclamation were possible, it's not desirable, and there is an override public interest in stopping that development. If the Secretary of State did make that decision, then the City Council can justifiably not meet the government's target and pressure to overdevelop other parts of the city. So, ladies and gentlemen, on the Labour motion, I'm happy for this to come back to full council. It has to come back to full council because we have to look at the local plan, and we will have to agree it cross-party. But for the reasons stated, I think that the proposal here from Labour means that our local plan is at risk, and that opens the door to developers to develop across the city. It means we remove our protection for green spaces, it removes our protection for employment land, it gives a green light to HMO developers, and that's not something we should do.
Thank you, Councillor Ronan-Jackson. Councillor Leon Mellon was...
Councillor Peter Harris now.
Oh, what did he want to speak?
I think he wants to speak later.
Oh. Councillor Painter Harris.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Appreciate that. I just have to say, the amendment before you today, on the motion itself, I mean, I support the concept of the motion from the Labour group, and I hope from the assurances I've been given they're going to subsume my amendment today, so that's grateful. Councillor Corkery's nodding, which is great. And I have to say, I generally don't disagree with a lot of what Councillor Corkery has said, which is probably a first, and it pains me to say that, as we're on the other sides of the political spectrum. But genuinely, I think he's hit a lot of the the political buttons, and he's hit a lot of what is going on in the city. But I also believe in this chamber, on our amendment, we need to ensure that actually we do get a timing of when this report is going to come back. We don't want it kicked into the long grass. We want everyone in this chamber to have a chance to scrutinise the project as a whole and ensure what has been spent within the project, because actually, really, I don't think we actually know the numbers. I think it's been carefully produced that way to ensure that members don't ask questions and won't find out. But actually, now the members are asking questions, hence why we've had the all-members briefing on Tipner West. I mean, and, for example, the Conservative group have also had their own separate briefings. And I have to say, I was left very less than impressed after them. And I think that is a lack of faith that is shared across the chamber on that project. But also, when we were asking questions, we weren't getting solid answers. And I think we need this opportunity to scrutinise fairly. And I think the briefings, in all honesty, have been put at the forefront due to, I think, the questions posed by opposite members across the chamber. And I thank them for that. While also, I think the motion that was tabled in July focused the minds of those working on the project. And I think that has enabled those briefings to happen. I mean, we've talked about the vast use of consultants, which I do understand as it's specialised work. However, these consultants seem to get richer while nothing seems to be happening on the ground, which I think is great for Portsmouth, and I think even so with little member buy-in. I think it's a challenging development at best, and that's being very kind. So the amendment simply wants to bring it back to this chamber to discuss quickly and to ensure it's not kicked into the long grass by the administration. And personally, I think all members should get the opportunity to scrutinise the numbers, scrutinise the ecological impact, and scrutinise it in full view of the public, because fundamentally they are the ones that are going to be picking up the bill. So we need to look at who the project's really for. Is it for the people of Portsmouth, or is it actually for the metropolitan elite? And I actually think that discussion does need to be had, and needs to be had in this chamber, and hopefully we'll have it in December. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott Peter Harris. Councillor Heaney, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The motion was originally scheduled to be debated at the July meeting, and obviously it was drafted in advance of that. So the amendment that I am proposing is going to be seconded by my colleague, Councillor Fielding, is really a drafting and clarifying amendments, adding a bit of detail, because obviously we've had a chance to have some briefings on this in more detail. We know a bit more. We obviously still have a lot of concerns. So I expect that my colleagues will be willing to accept the drafting amendments. But of course, they are not able to amend their own amendment. So I've offered to help out in this matter and to agree these, to put forward these proposed amendments. Thank you.
Thank you. Leo?
Sorry, Lord Mayor. It's quite cold down here, I have to say. I find it very interesting actually reading the report itself, over 300 pages. I find it interesting because it's shorter than most of the reports that we get to Governance and Audit Committee itself, particularly on financial reports, Julian. I welcome the opportunity to talk about Tipner, and I'm interested in what people have said so far. I've been grappling with Tipner, and ward councillors, particularly in Nelson, have been doing so for the last 30 years or so. And we've seen many proposals put forward, and we've seen many false starts. So this seemed to me, and perhaps it is or perhaps it isn't, the start of something that is achievable, a development of some sort. Could I say that Gerald Vernon Jackson did say, and he's absolutely right, there are three options for Tipner here. People are given the suggestion that somehow or other a decision has been made. It hasn't. And that's why the report itself is out for public consultation, rightly so. I know, and, which will finish, of course, at the end of this month. So I haven't got any conclusion on it, quite frankly, having read the report several times. But I have to say, and I think we have a responsibility to ensure that we do provide homes where we can in the city, and we do provide employment opportunities when we can. And you will see in the report itself, and a very good report, I have to say, in relation to the number of houses that are needed in the city. Over the years, we've had to work, and local government has to work with the government of the day. That's the way life is. And this government has set a target of 17,000 plus housing over the next 20-odd years. We don't necessarily agree with it, In fact, there's a notice of motion coming up later when we discuss it. But nevertheless, that's the end that we've got to work towards. And that's what the officers in planning have been doing. We can't say to the government, we're not going to do it, full stop. We've got to come up and give reasons for not doing it. Now, that Tipner itself, and I know that the main concerns are in relation, or lots of the concerns in relation to the type of housing that will be there. That'll be discussed in the future. And we've all have our different opinions on the type of housing. We've got different opinions on social housing. But nonetheless, that will work itself out as we go along, having decided there's a plan. We have to come up with a plan anyway. And whether at the end of the day we decide that we don't want the housing or can't find the housing in the different strategic sites in the city, well, that'll be up to us. And then we'll see what the government have to say about that. It's not easy, you know, working with some governments, and I've worked with both Conservative governments and Labour governments as well, and we've had arguments with them, and we've had MPs on our side, even against the government of the day. So we expect to have some differences, but nonetheless, we cannot be seen to be not attempting to work towards this target of housing. I don't think that's what will happen at the end of the day. Lots of people, of course, and lots of organisations are opposed to the plans that they've seen. And rightly so. Everybody's entitled to their opinion. But I don't know if perhaps when they actually read the report itself, that they will actually see, well, actually, some of the concerns that I had have actually been addressed, and therefore I'm not as opposed or opposed at all to what's been the three proposals for Tipner. So far, we've had 2 all-member sessions on the city plan, or the draft city plan. And issues have been raised, particularly in relation to Tipner, and I've raised them myself. Because I'm concerned about, you know, I'm not an expert on it, and I don't know many experts in this room on particular things, but I'm concerned about what will happen with reclamation and what will happen to the wildlife that's there. And I did ask, you know, we have the word, and we discussed at the last meeting, or I had a conversation at the last meeting in relation to Brent Keys, in relation to waders, which was brought up, of course, by the officers. And we have this thing called bird brain, haven't we? It's a word that we use, and I think we all know what it means. But I asked, well, it's a fairly naive question in relation to what happens if a habitat is moved for Brent geese or waders? Will they find another one? Well, they will, apparently. Yeah, I didn't know that. Well, but there you are, they can do that, right? But on top of that, if we do any reclamation, and no decision's been taken on this, but if we do any reclamation, we've got to find compensatory sites along the south coast. And there are discussions going on, in case that needs to happen, with officers, with other local authorities in the area. Now, compensating, I think, compensation is what's called. Can I say that if this compensatory land is not available, and it's quite clear in the reports, and it's quite clear from the questions we've been asking, no reclamation will take place. It's as simple as that. I don't know why people don't understand that. I've been asked the question for some time, but there you are, black and white, no reclamation will take place. Now, there's an interesting part, there's an interesting bit which I picked up when I was reading this the other week, in relation, and it's point 726. Again, not an expert, Lord Mayor, but it says, land reclamation statement. Members, of course, will have read it and memorized it, but I haven't memorized it, Lord Mayor, so I've written it down. And what it says is this, and I find this fascinating, and I assume that it's true. If the more ambitious option is pursued, and that, of course, would be option 1, and critically, and the next bit is underlined, if the harm to the harbour environment can be satisfactorily addressed, stop the underlining, through the required legal tests, redevelopment would not only compensate for habitat loss and other indirect aspects, but would deliver, underlined, net gain in biodiversity by providing alternative habitats, brackets, featuring net gains on both scale and quality. So that that's lost through land reclamation within the shoreline. Now, that's quite a clear statement, isn't it? Now, we're going to hear all the time about, I am concerned, and I've said this in the past, that somehow or other we'll have a closed-gate society up there in Port Solent, in Tipner. But those are issues that can be and will be addressed. I absolutely, Lord Mayor, see no reason whatsoever to stop discussions and stop things happening in relation to Tipner itself. As I said, 30, 40 years, and things have been happening. I mean, we can't say that they haven't. One of the major, or two of the major things that have happened over the years is, first of all, getting land ownership together and
Leo,
coming up with
are you nearly finished, Leo? You're well past your time.
Sorry, was there a bell? Oh, sorry, I didn't, Lord Mayor, I didn't hear a bell. Sorry, my hearing is not... There was a bell. Oh, no, come on, please. Look, please. Was there a bell?
It's a very quiet bell.
Oh, well, shout at me then. Right. Which you don't. Lord Mayor, I don't see any need for us not to continue discussions and not to continue with the project itself, and therefore I hope that people will agree to our amendment. And I apologise for going over time, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Lee Hunt, please.
Lord Mayor, members, as some of you all know, probably all do know, I wasn't a big fan of this proposition when it came to the Cabinet. I didn't vote for it. But I have to say, since that time, I have had also the sorts of briefings that you've all been talking about. And those briefings, if you watch them carefully and listen to them carefully, envisage some real big problems for Tipner West, not least the rising sea levels, which the Environment Agency has talked about. By 2050, the sea is going to rise, they say. It's a government agency, so no reason they should lie, between 23 and 29 centimetres. Now, Lord Mayor, if something isn't done for Tipner West, then it will flood. It will flood. And by 2080, the sea level is anticipated to rise by 79 centimetres. So those people living along Tipner Lane, and if any homes do get built on Tipner West, and North Stamshire will be threatened by seawater. So if this proposal is accepted and the council starts to tie the hands of the administration in its dealing with the government agencies and developers, then we'll be worrying all those homes and businesses across Tipner and North Stamshire at least. And Tipner West, Lord Mayor, in my opinion, is a conundrum within a conundrum. I think the notice of motion is trying to be helpful, but it simply looks at the effect and not the cause. And Councillor Corker is right. It's the 17,700 homes that we're actually being asked to build into Portsmouth. It's too many. We all know it's ridiculous. We all said so in previous council motions before, and have written to the government. The administration's tried to reduce those numbers, despite what anybody says. But for context, let's look around at some councils around us. They happen to be Labour-run councils. Along the coast in Hastings is reported anger at ecological tragedy after a wildlife site was cleared for development. And again at Hastings last month, hundreds of objections, including the Ornithological Society and the Environment Agency, as the council seeks to build on part of a countryside park. Again on the coast, Labour-run Sefton, crimes against nature. Plans approved to cut down trees and bulldoze a woodland. Again, hundreds of objections. At Rotherham, residents furious the council put greenfields into its local development plan. And the city of Leicester, worst of all, I mean, they've got to build 29,104 homes. The draft plan envisages the destruction of the city's green spaces, many of the city's green spaces, including play areas, parks, former allotments, and even portions of schools' playing fields. So here in Portsmouth, we are required to build 17,700 houses, and that's the starting point, Lord Mayor. So we share Labour's concerns, and hopefully the concerns of our Conservative colleagues too, and we share in the dismay of all those people in Hastings, Sefton, Rotherham and Leicester. And we share the concerns of the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Wildlife Trust, the RSPCA, Portsmouth Society, Heritage Group, Stamshire and Tipton Action Group, and 24,000 people on the petitions mentioned. But Lord Mayor, I must also observe that despite the impression being cultivated on social media, this notice of motion from the Labour group here accepts that there will be homes built on Tipner West, seeking the maximum possible levels of affordable housing. But Lord Mayor, the one thing that I am not clear about, and no one wants to talk about, despite saying that they want to talk about Tipner West, is if those thousands of homes are not built on Tipner West, and the 17,700 figure does not change, where are those homes going to go? Will they go into Cosham? Will they go into Somerstown? Will they go into Portsea or Buckland? Will they have to go to Copner or Central South Sea? Because none of you are talking about that. That is, for me, the elephant in the room. So, to an extent, I think the debate is a bit disingenuous. Lastly, Lord Mayor, I could say a lot more. We've heard from the Leader of the Council who hears the concerns of everybody, and he has submitted an amendment which would see consensus across the Council about what to do and not tie the hands of the administration for the best interests of all the people of Portsmouth, its environment, its heritage, all those other things that have been talked about today. So I hope very much indeed that you'll think very carefully about what you wish for. We've seen it before, the politics and the spur of the moment things around, dare I say it, Victory Energy, and that was got wrong because people weren't thinking deeply enough. You need to think deeply. Don't tie the hands of the administration. It's the wrong thing to do because, as the leader says, we could end up, if it all goes wrong, with a free-for-all and developers building wherever they like. And I, for one, will come back and remind you all.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Brent, have you got any declarations of interest?
Sorry I'm late, Lord Mayor. Hopefully, my apologies. No additional declarations of interest from me.
Thank you. Councillor Hugh Mason, please.
My Lord Mayor, it would be tempting to take issue with the wording of this motion, but I will confine myself to regretting that the very careful management of central government money awarded to this council under the terms of the city deal, specifically to work up plans to develop modern marine manufacturing and housing at Tipner and Horsey, should be described in dismissive terms as gambling 18.3 million of public money. This matter is too serious for such tendentious comments. Turning to the amendment, which is in the name of Councillor Vernon-Jackson and myself, there are, I think, 5 reasons why the project should not be paused. The first is that it would halt the constructive dialogue which the development team, our development team, is having with the representatives of the Royal Society of Protection of Birds, the Hampshire and White Isle Wildlife Trust, the Environment Agency, and Natural England, both specifically and as in the confines of the regulatory panel, of which they are all members, working out how to both increase biodiversity and create compensatory habitats for wildlife. Because we have to, by law, increase biodiversity, and we are, as a council, required to create more compensatory land than we are taking. So if we take a little mud flats, we have to provide more mud flats. If we're taking a little coastal meadow, we have to provide more coastal meadow. And this is not just discussions, constructive dialogue for the super peninsula, but for any development which takes place on Tipner and Horsey Island. That's the first reason. It would halt the constructive dialogue. The second is that whatever is developed at Tipner, if we assume that we're not just going to let the peninsula sink and subside gracefully into Portsmouth Harbour, if we're not going to do that, any development will involve establishing new marine manufacturing industry. It could, it will, and it should. Already businesses are making serious inquiries about opportunities in this city to develop modern marine manufacture. To halt the project at this point would give the clear impression that this city is not serious about attracting new industries and creating high-skilled jobs for our citizens. The third is that if we pause this work for any length of time, some of the project team are bound to leave, some will move on to other council projects, and the coherence will be lost, and although a new team might be able to pick up some of the threads at a later date, it's more likely that if we pause, we will have to start again, this time at our expense, from square one. The fourth reason is that another section of the council, the local planning authority, which is separate, has just put a draft local plan out for Regulation 18 consultation. In their document, they have distilled the 7 possible strategies which have been worked on by the project team into 3 main approaches. To pause and rethink the project now would inevitably cause delay to the preparation of a local plan for submission to the Secretary of State, with the consequences which Councillor Vernon Jackson has outlined. The fifth reason is that a pause and a rethink now is very unlikely to produce anything new. The 7 strategies which cover the full range of options, together with their environmental and economic benefits and disbenefits, positive and negative, have been thought through both by the team and by the consultants, independent consultants, who have been hired to do that job. And members who have been attending cross-party meetings will be aware of them. So there is very little to be gained by a pause. We have looked at a large number of different options, distilled them to 7, which the local planning authority has consolidated to 3. There'll be little to be gained. On the matter of a detailed report, I am very happy to bring a detailed report to a future meeting of council. But we should not make ourselves appear by delaying this, by pausing it, by halting it, by stopping it. We should not make ourselves appear to be a city council lacking in vision, aspiration, and critical judgment. Because we would do that were we to halt the project for a largely unproductive and certainly unnecessary review exercise. I would ask members to vote in favour of the amendment.
Thank you. Councillor Smythe, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As our group spokesperson on city development and regeneration and a member of the planning committee, and actually, incidentally, a former town planner, I have, of course, been part of discussions about this from the outset. But I've always thought it's a delicate balance, and I do think that I would just like to place on record that I've consistently pushed for genuinely affordable housing, and I've become increasingly concerned about the need for connection with the existing community and things which are not present shown in the plans. Also, I've become increasingly concerned, especially knowing about the huge amount of public feeling against the development and the increasing evidence of the permanent damage being done to the environment, wildlife, birds, fish, crustaceans and Brent geese and all sorts of things. Planning decisions are always a balance, they're always a compromise, and that's why, of course, we need to have a further discussion of this, and we need to take as much notice as we can from views of professionals, public, interest groups in making this decision. And here, I'd welcome the news of what Councillor Mason describes as constructive discussions with the agencies that are, at the moment, very much against the proposal. Just taking up the point on sea defences briefly, I think sea defences obviously are an important part of this. They can and would be built possibly with a greater care for the environment and the retention of them like greater part of the mudflats. So I don't think the concerns about not having sea defences if we don't have a development are really logical. I also don't believe that it is true that the whole local plan will be jeopardised by omitting Lennox Point. Quite the reverse. If public consultation on at the Regulation 18 stage of the draft plan, which is now underway, and the consultation then will affect the final version of the plan. And in fact, the strength of feeling or potential feeling against the development will strengthen our case then for a reduced housing target as a city. I therefore support our amended motion and think that this is such an important thing and such a difficult decision that we really need to give it all the chance to be discussed properly in an adult, fact-informed way as possible.
Thank you, Councillor Smythe. Councillor Fazakerley, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. The motion begins with a statement that people are raising concerns at the current administration's plan for Tipner. I mean, I don't doubt this is true, just as it's also true that the same statement could be applied to a number of previous administrations of all political colours, Labour, Conservative, Lib Dem, the Lib Lab Coalition and the Rainbow Coalition. They've all existed over the last 25 years, and all have tried to resolve an achievable resolution for Tipner. It's not a new issue. You can see it's the longest, certainly the longest going issue I've experienced in my 22 plus years here as a councillor. Councillor Madeline and I were the two longest serving members within the chamber at the moment. We've attended numerous meetings over the years. Hours, days, probably weeks of our lives never to be reclaimed. But, I mean, and that's taken numerous forms. Public meetings, council meetings, meeting with developers, meetings with government agencies, meeting with officers, and yet nothing has come to fruition, which has been immensely frustrating and disappointing. I think each administration had good intent, and I probably should certainly know, I've been in a few of them, but a host of obstacles and difficulties resulted in every proposal failing. Residents had their expectations raised and dashed, just as we as ward councillors had too. And to be honest, the latest scheme doesn't exactly fill me with optimism. As a local authority, we're under pressure from government to create additional housing. And as we're all aware, there isn't much space available in the city to site these. Where else do we go with a significant build? Personally, and I say honestly, I'd be happy for the area to be greened over, to create additional recreational space, but I've got to be realistic. That's most unlikely. The city is one of the most condensed urban areas in the UK, and I believe Europe, and the idea of more and more housing being squeezed in on us is probably anathema to everybody. But we have to juggle with the targets that are placed upon us centrally by government. If we decide to stand united as a council against the numbers put on us, then maybe that's something that all groups, and George as well, can decide upon at some point. It's right to protect green space, it's right to protect scientific and environmental areas, and the growing awareness of and I say our, humanity's need to take action upon the planet which we live includes us in the position as local councillors, because we have the power to do our little bit. So, 2021, the latest proposal for Tipner, I believe the leader of the council explained to us the reason why we have to include options and the reason why we have to submit a city plan. Unlike what the motion suggests, we are listening to people. A petition of nearly 24,000, I think Councillor Corkery said it was now, is something we clearly need to pay attention to. Some form of development is likely for Tipner. I don't think any of us doubt that, but we, all of us, need to agree upon such at some point. But a scheme that meets the multiple needs particularly of housing and environment. Proposals for Tipner will need to come back before us, and I've got no problem with that. Mr Burgess said in his earlier supplementary question that he raised that time is of the essence in taking action regarding the environment. And that's true for a decision, whatever that is on Tipner. So whether we bring it back in December or whatever, and personally, I have no problem with the December date being put forward. But yes, what was used in the Tower debate many years ago, something needs to be done, and assumably it will be. But thank you for your time, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Fazackley. Councillor Matt Atkins, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll try and keep this relatively brief. I think from the outset, when looking at the most recent round of Tipner proposals, the biggest problem has been how immediately clear it became that the largest scheme, the Lennox Point, with substantial land reclamation, how immediately clear it was that that was impractical, that it was not going to be feasible to progress that. And yet I have to say, despite what the members of the administration are saying today, it very strongly appeared, and I think the Labour group took the same impression as the Conservative group, that that was the preferred option being proposed by this administration, yes, on the advice of their officers, but as I said before to Councillor Stagg, you take responsibility for promoting the advice of your officers. And what we've heard today from the Liberal Democrats has been just backpedalling. The leader's speech was effectively trying to speak to the motion he's put down later on housing numbers rather than really addressing the point, which is, yes, I think the whole council accepts that some kind of housing development needs to go on Tipner. What we want from the administration is to grasp the nettle and put down a realistic, practical plan for what they think is the right development for Tipner and to actually show signs of pursuing that. And I think it was Lennox Point until it became apparent that every environmental group and a vast quantity of the population of Portsmouth were going to say no to that. And I think the biggest problem with Lennox Point as well is it will take us so long to get through the legal challenges of that land reclamation that it's time to say that is not going to happen. What is the best and most reasonable scheme we can put forward to actually get some houses on there to meet our targets and progress that area of the city that is laying somewhat as a waste ground. Okay, it has some environmental benefits, but a large quantity of it is waste ground for about 20 years. So what we need is not sort of a series of excuses and more discussion of how the local plan housing targets has to be met. We need some kind of sign from the administration that actually there is a plan which they support and will actually drive forward, not sort of spend large sums of money on consultancies to drive forward, but that they will take responsibility and say, this is the right plan for Tipner. And I think probably it was Lennox Point until they've received criticism and now they're backing off on it. And so I think that actually the Labour motion today is sensible and is demanding from the administration that they take some responsibility for what they think is the right plan. And yes, you can say, well, there's cross-party working groups on it, but cross-party working groups are really at most a forum for us in opposition to learn about what the plans are, the schemes are, the options are, and try and offer a little bit of input. But if you want to lead this city, if you want to show vision and not be seen as a city, as Councillor Mason said, lacking in vision, aspiration and critical judgment, well, you have to pick a plan, stick to it, and push it forward to actual productive, machines on the ground and houses being built. And I just see absolutely no sign of that currently coming from the administration. So if this motion does nothing else, and I will support it in the form Labour have put forward for that reason, I think it's time for the administration to say, this is the proposal we think is the right one for Tipner, instead of saying, we don't actually like any of them, oh, it's a cross-party working group, we should all come together on a consensus. No, you're in charge, tell us what the plan is, and push it forward.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. Councillor Robert New, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. First of all, thank you to Councillor Kalkorkari for bringing the motion here today. I think he spoke on it very eloquently, and actually I echo Councillor Peter Harris's comments on that. While we don't agree on much, I completely agreed with everything that you said today, and specifically around the social housing mix. So we had last week our own briefing. And the development team there, who don't have any faith in them, by the way, Lord Mayor, very disappointing. When I asked them within the 30% mix of affordable housing, what exactly that means, because as most of us know in here, that's just an easy way to cover up, because everything's, well, when you say something's affordable, well, everything's affordable to someone, you know, and so they couldn't even give me the breakdown of what would be social housing, what would be affordable, and actually it was in Councillor Corkery's speech today that I actually got the detail of that. It was not forthcoming from the experts leading on this project, and that is appalling. I also think that there have been some things said by the administration today that's disingenuous. Councillor Corkery is not asking to scrap this scheme, he's asking for a pause because it's quite clear the majority of people in this room, the elected members, do not agree with what's being put before us. We're not asking for the scheme to be scrapped, we're asking for the development team to go away, look at this, to take in our concerns and to come back to us with a scheme that is workable and sensible and acceptable to us and the people of Portsmouth. And another point that Councillor Corkery touched on, which is one I completely share with him, and I'm happy to go on record in future as we go through this scheme, is that we have to take in the consideration of the people of Portsmouth, wherever they are, in terms of addressing the housing needs. There is a housing crisis. It is a bit of an elephant in the room at the moment. The point was picked up on that ministers in government are willing to have a look at housing figures, etc. But we, as the City Council, have to go through the due process in order to make the case, and that is not being done currently. But that comes back to having housing that is suitable for the people of Portsmouth. So we all know that, as you rightly alluded to, these are going to be eco-fantasy houses for rich people that want to feel good about having some eco-green credentials. Well, that is not right for the majority of hard-working people on low to medium incomes in Portsmouth. They are not going to be able to live there. It's going to end up becoming an exclusive community for people who are wealthy enough to live there. I don't think that's right for this city. I also agree with you on, and I'm sure with much of my group, about the environmental impacts as well. Reclamation in 2021 does not seem like a sensible way to move forward, especially with everything that's certainly at the fore of our minds in terms of ecological preservation, maritime conservation, etc. So I completely support your motion, and I thank you for bringing it here. I thought you'd actually put it very well to council.
Not aware of any other. We're not aware of any other speakers, so we'll go to Councillor Corkery.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and thank you to all the members that have participated in the debate. I think it's been quite a useful debate, actually. There's obviously been a variety of views put forward, but this is exactly the place we should be having these debates. I don't think it's right that the Cabinet should be able to go away and run through their preferred option without actually having this wider consultation and discussion when it's an issue of such major public importance. So thank you very much for everyone that's contributed towards that today. Just on the amendments very quickly, we won't be accepting and we will in fact be voting against the Lib Dem amendment because, as I said earlier, I think it's not in the spirit of the motion and actually negates what it is we're trying to do. We will be accepting, obviously, the Labour amendment and also the Conservative amendment, although I am a little bit worried by how much kind of agreement there's been perhaps between different parts of the chamber on this, but hopefully that's just a one-off on this issue. I'll just comment very briefly on some of the discussions from the administration, because clearly they're the people with the levers of power here. They're the people that have come up with this proposal. So it's important that we look at what they've said and we scrutinise that and we try to understand what position they're in. So I think there's been a bit of a misunderstanding, perhaps, and whether that's intentional or not, I don't know, between the supposed neutrality of the local authority on different options for Tipner. Now, it seems to me, and apologies for delving into the depths of how the council works just for a minute, but there's two different parts of the council at play here. There's the local planning authority, who has produced the local plan, and okay, the options within that local plan may be supposedly neutral, but actually, if you look at the language and way in which they're framed, I'd question that. But secondly, a different part of the council is the strategic developments team, the people that hold the budget for this project and the people that are very proactively pushing this preferred option. And it's not just them, by the way, it's also the consultants. So in the first briefing I attended, there was someone there who I didn't know. It wasn't a council officer and it wasn't a councillor, so I was a little bit confused. Googled him afterwards. He works for this consultancy firm, and he seems to be taking the lead on the presentation and actually kind of really proactively making the case to councillors about why this should take place, which I just found very odd, and it made me quite uncomfortable. In terms of I think one of the key points made within the original speech was about the draft local plan and whether there was a discussion within that about opposing the preferred option for Tipner or Lennox Point or whatever you want to call it. I do note that it didn't seem to me any member of the administration responded to that point, so I can only take that they accept that point, that maybe it was a strategic error not to include in the local plan a strong opposition to land reclamation at Tipner. On Councillor Madden's point about compensatory land, yes, that is being looked at in a different part of the country, by the way. It's not in Portsmouth, it's not even in surrounding areas to Portsmouth. And actually, the point here is that you're allowed to destroy the environment if you compensate for it somewhere else. Is that a principle that we want to work towards? Where do you draw the line on that? Do you accept damaging part of the Amazon if you compensate for it in China? What's the principle that we're working on? Councillor Hunt talked about us, well, he asked us actually, I think he more pled with us, not to tie the hands of the administration. Now, I'm sorry, but when I look at the administration, I think you need to recognise that you are 15 councillors out of 42. You don't have a majority in this chamber, and on this issue, you don't have the majority of support of the people of Portsmouth. So I'm sorry, but we are going to tie your hands because that's the role that we have as opposition councillors, to hold you to account and scrutinise the policies that you're putting forward. Councillor Mason touched on the employment lands. Now, actually, if you look at the drawings that have been put forward, the area that has been zoned for employment land doesn't require land reclamation. It is the pound scrapyards almost exactly. So that employment land could be recreated within the existing land mass with additional housing there. Maybe on a smaller scale, but there's still room there to do it. So just to conclude, I think what the Labour group has done very effectively here is set the agenda from opposition. And that is the role of the opposition on these big issues of the day, to hold the administration to account and bring forward the views of the public. This is a major challenge for our city, and it's a challenge that we need to be dealt with. So it's exactly right that we're having this discussion today. On the housing, who is it for? And I think there's a point very well made. This needs to be housing for the people of Portsmouth, for the people that need about that bit of extra help. They're currently stuck in temporary accommodation, currently on the streets, currently in overcrowded council flats. They need housing that they can afford and that meets their needs. And of course, this all comes back to the issue of the climate crisis. This administration and this council and this city should not be leading on projects that are actually going to damage the environment and make the climate crisis worse, which it seems to me is exactly what Lennox Point is going to do. So just very finally to conclude, I think what we need with Tipner is a development that's for the people of our city, not for developers and their consultants. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we're going to vote on the amendment.
Yes, Lord Mayor,
you
will
if
now
I may,
just
Lord,
have the Liberal Democrat amendment because...
If I may, Lord Mayor, can we have a recorded vote, please?
Yes, if I could just clarify what you're going to vote on and then we'll do the recorded vote. Yes, as the mover of the original motion has agreed to subsume both the Labour amendment and the Conservative amendment, you're left with one amendment left, that's the Liberal Democrat amendment, so that's the vote you're going to have. Are 8 members willing to stand in support of a recorded vote on the Liberal Democrat amendment? Okay, Lord Mayor, so it's a recorded vote on the Liberal Democrat amendment. So what I'll do, as you know, is I will call out the names of the members, and though if the members could, I will say those in favour, please sit as your name's called, and if you could then, sorry, just start again. I will call, stand first. If you all stand first, and then as I call your name, say for or against or abstain, and then sit as you do so. Is that okay?
Point of order, Stuart. My perhaps misunderstanding is we're not doing this virtually online as we have done with recorded votes there. Normally you say all those in favour, they stand up and then you count their names as they sit down.
Well, I need a visual way of garnering how you want to do it, and either that or I just say names and you just say for or against. I mean, you don't have to stand up, I suppose, if you don't want to, but... all right, well, I'll read your names out, and if you could say for or against or abstain for the amendment. Does that make sense?
I think what Councillor Bosch is getting at, Stuart, is that how we do it normally would be we would all stand or sit, and then you would call our name and we'd sit down. So I don't know why we're doing it any differently.
A recorded vote will be taken by councillors standing in their places and sitting as their names are called. And the recorded vote will show how each member voted or abstained, which is what I have said, I think, effectively, Lord Mayor. You did. Yeah, I'm happy to progress if you are, Lord Mayor.
Will all the members please stand? Thank you.
Standing Order 48C for those that are interested. Lord Mayor, I don't know. Yeah. Councillor Ashmore. 4. Okay, thank you. Councillor Atkins. Councillor Atwell. Councillor Bosher. Councillor Brent. Councillor Brown. Councillor Coles. Councillor Corkery. Councillor Vazakali.
Oh no, the pressure. Abstain.
Councillor Fielding. Councillor Gerarda. Councillor Gosling. Councillor Heaney.
Against.
Councillor Hockaday. Councillor Holder. Councillor Hooper. Councillor Horton. Councillor Hunt.
4.
Councillor Madden. Councillor Madgwick. Councillor Hugh Mason.
4.
Councillor Lee Mason.
Against.
Councillor Mellor. Councillor Norton.
Against.
Councillor Peter Harris.
Against.
Councillor Gemma New. Councillor Robert New. Councillor Sanders.
4.
Councillor Jeanette Smith. Councillor John Smith. Councillor Stagg. Councillor Smythe. Councillor Swan. Councillor Symes. Councillor Udi. Councillor Vernon Jackson. Councillor Weems. And Councillor Rob Wood. Okay, we'll just total that up for you, Lord Mayor. Yeah, I think it's the air conditioning. I'll try. When you have a German, I'll mention it. Favour, 24 against, 1 abstention. So the amendment is lost.
Members, the results of the vote are as follows. For 13, against 24, abstentions 1.
So the amendment's lost.
So the amendment's lost. Thank you. We will now go on and vote for the substantive. This would just be with a show of hands. All those in favour?
Just to be clear, Lord Mayor, sorry to clarify, that includes the amendment from the Labour Group and the amendment from the Conservative Group have been assimilated into the one proposal.
My Lord Mayor, I understand that when we ask for when a request is for recorded vote, the recorded vote is for all parts on that decision. So we should do a recorded vote for this part as well, not just on a show of hands. Is that correct, colleagues?
Lord Mayor, that isn't enshrined in standing orders, but that's custom and practice. If that's the will of the council, we can so do. Is that the will of the council, please?
Yeah.
Okay, right.
Then members all please stand. Thank you.
Same process as before. Same process as before. This is for the substantive motion. Councillor Ashmore.
Abstain.
Councillor Atkins. Councillor Atwell. Councillor Bosher. Councillor Brent. Councillor Brown.
Abstain.
Councillor Coles. Councillor Corkery. Councillor Vazakali.
Abstain.
Councillor Fielding. Councillor Gerarda. Councillor Gosling. Councillor Heaney.
4.
Councillor Hockaday. Councillor Holder. Councillor Hooper. Councillor Horton. Councillor Hunt.
Abstain.
Councillor Madden. Councillor Madgwick. Councillor Hugh Mason. Councillor Lee Mason.
4.
Councillor Mellor. Councillor Norton.
4.
Councillor Peter Harris.
4.
Councillor Gemma New. Councillor Robert New. Councillor Sanders.
Abstain.
Councillor Jeanette Smith. Councillor John Smith. Councillor Stagg. Councillor Smythe. Councillor Swan. Councillor Symes. Sorry, Councillor Symes. Thank you. Councillor Udi. Councillor Vernon Jackson. Councillor Weems. Councillor Wood.
Abstain.
We'll just total that up for you, Lord Mayor.
Members, the vote went as follows: for 25, against nil, abstentions 13. Cal Corkery's motion is accepted. Thank you. Point of order, Leah.
Lord Mayor, could I point out that I'm sitting here freezing?
Has been duly noted and recorded on the stage as well. Something's going to happen at the first break.
Lord Mayor, that's unanimous as well, I think.
Yeah, is there anything can be done about the cold?
Well, members, this actually seems a good time just to have a 10-minute break. We're sort out the chilling effect we've had. So 10 minutes, please. Thank you very much. Jump running on the spot. to Councillor Bowser. As the floor is marshal, stand.
My Lord, Speaker,
Is there carbon monoxide gas around, or whatever they put in those balloons? Okay, clever. All right. So I didn't do science at school. In fact, I didn't do a lot at school.
My Lord Mayor, I'm sorry, could you repeat what you had said before, because I didn't get it. I thought it was something about notice of motion E.
No, notice of motion C that was going to be proposed by Councillor Bowser has been withdrawn. We are now going to move on to motion D.
So, my Lord Mayor, I'm slightly worried by that, because that gives the impression that the council doesn't have a scheme to support care workers, because that's what's on the order paper, when we all know that there are 850 care workers in the city who get those permits anyway, and we need to make sure that things like that are corrected, and these incorrect things are not put on the order
Surely
paper.
we don't get to speak on something if it's being removed.
Yeah.
Thank you. Points have been made.
We're still moving on to D. Motion D is concerning supporting a ban on conversion therapy proposed by Councillor Brown and seconded by Councillor Udy. I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Brown, to present and speak to his motion. And if there are any amendments to this motion which will need to be proposed and seconded and circulated. Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. It is with great pride today that I make my maiden speech to this council to present this motion. Conversion therapy, sometimes called reparative therapy or gay cure therapy, aims to change a person's sexual orientation or gender identity. NHS England and other professional bodies have all warned that forms of conversion therapy are unethical and potentially harmful. The methods used are quite wide-ranging, from the seemingly benign, such as talking therapies or prayer, to more extreme forms, including physical violence, food deprivation, chemical intervention, or electric shock therapy, which still remain legal to this day. Stonewall's LGBT in Britain Health Report found that overall, 5% of LGBT plus people have been pressured to access services to question or change their sexual orientation whilst accessing health services. This rises to 9% of LGBT plus people aged 18 to 24, 9% of Black, Asian and minority ethnic LGBT plus people, and 8% of LGBT plus people with disabilities. This, despite all major counselling and psychotherapy bodies in the UK, including the NHS, condemning conversion therapy. A recent petition to the government demanding the criminalisation of conversion therapy gathered over 250,000 signatures and was debated in Parliament in March. In 2018, the then Prime Minister Theresa May promised to end conversion therapy as part of her government's LGBT action plan. Last summer, Boris Johnson said that plans for a ban would be brought forward, and in May this year, a ban was again promised in the Queen's speech. Parliament again heard calls for the ban earlier this summer, when Liberal Democrat MP Vera Hobhouse made an impassioned plea for the government to stick to its promise, and the promises made over the past 6 years to ban these practices. She said, conversion therapy, by its very definition, is designed to rob LGBT plus people of their identity. However, despite successive government promises that a ban would be brought in, these harmful practices have not yet been banned. All that the current government has said in response is that there will be a consultation. What seems to have been forgotten is that there already has been a consultation just 3 years ago in 2018, which showed overwhelming public support for a ban. Another consultation is merely a delaying tactic, and to make matters worse, just last month, the second consultation has itself been delayed until the end of October. My Lord Mayor, it's my utmost hope that this council will adopt this motion, calling on the government to keep its promises to the LGBT plus community, demonstrating our own commitment to preventing harm to potentially vulnerable people, and letting our residents know that whatever their personal identity, Portsmouth is a place where they are safe to be themselves. I'm proud to commend this motion to Council.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Udy, do you second this motion?
I have my right to speak.
Thank you very much. As there are no amendments, we go to debate. It's now open to debate.
That's open for debate, Lord Mayor. I don't know any speakers.
Is there anybody wishing to speak on this, please? Councillor Atkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Well, I suspect I will be making what is the only even remotely controversial speech on this topic. I won't be supporting the motion. I feel I need to explain that in more detail rather than just put a vote on the per se, or think it's a particularly good idea. But as someone with a legal background and is probably one of the few people in this chamber who has met people who have been through it from the religious side and also who have prayed for people from the religious I do think, that it does fall on me to, I think, present something of that perspective. These are a group of people who exist in our society, strongly held beliefs on which they act. Now, when I say I'm not a supporter of conversion therapy, I think it's uncontroversial, the idea that we would criminalize or ban or prevent any treatment that claims, I think, to be medical, anything which is coercive, anything which is conducted on children. I don't think that there is, I think, much controversy around those issues. If we look, for example, at the German legislation on this issue, what they have banned, it only extends to those kind of ideas. It doesn't prevent consenting adults seeking talk therapy, prayer from one another. And so the problem here, for me, is simply one of definition. That there are things that I think might be universally accepted should be banned, though exactly where we should place the criminal penalties is an interesting point for discussion. Giving someone a criminal record, giving them criminal censure, or is this really something that we should say, no, this is not a professional thing, so it should perhaps invalidate your ability to participate in professional or medical activity. So exactly where it should fall in the scheme of what isn't, how it is prevented, how it is banned, I think is a complex question. And I think exactly where the definition falls of what we call conversion therapy is a complex question. And there are many definitions out there, I think. Councillor Brown presented a more expansive definition, more in line with those organisations, those pressure groups that do seek the banning of conversion therapy. Interestingly, I would say more expansive even than, for example, Stonewall's definition of conversion therapy, which comes across more as talking about, supposed medical practices. And then we have a large group of organisations, including both the Church of England and the Catholic Church, it should be noted, who have signed up to a memorandum of understanding which supports the banning of conversion therapies. It's by no means a sort of unified voice on this in one particular direction from religion. But it should also be noted that, if you are a member of the Catholic Church or a member of the Church of England, and you're a member of their priesthood or their clergy, both organizations still say that it is against the rules of their organizations to be a priest and to practice homosexuality. So they say you can be gay, but you can't practice it. And I would be very surprised if either organization is signing up to the suggestion that they can't offer prayer or support to their own clergy, who they've told cannot live out the active version of their lifestyle, because they also support a ban on conversion therapy. So is it, for example, conversion therapy to support one of their own priests in living a chaste lifestyle? So exactly how do we even define what constitutes conversion therapy? More expansive definitions include the idea of saying, yes, we should ban any attempt or any suggestion that this lifestyle is one that should be seen as less or different. But clearly that can't be the definition that the Church of England or the Catholic Church are signing up to. What I think is important to avoid and important to have clear is that when you criminalize something, you are reducing autonomy in a sense. You are telling the public, you cannot do this, you cannot seek this, you cannot act for it, you cannot practice it. It's worth noting that the vast majority of practitioners of the prayer or talk therapy side of conversion therapy are themselves individuals who would openly say they have same-sex attraction. Now, maybe not exclusive same-sex attraction, but they are usually people who are themselves, or at some point in their lives, have experienced attraction for people of the same sex. So actually what I think the danger is in sort of going for a blanket ban on an expansive definition without thinking about this very carefully, is that actually, if you're telling certain same-sex people, people who have some same-sex attraction, maybe not exclusively, that they have to sort of themselves embrace that lifestyle, because let's face it, if you were born religious or grew up religious or become religious, you start to believe religion, there are difficult passages in most religions for those people, and I don't envy them the challenge of reconciling it. I make no judgment, I make no comment. But those are people that are making a free choice to reconcile their lifestyle and their decision with their beliefs in the way that they choose. And so these therapy groups, these support groups, these prayer groups are actually the autonomous choice, the lived experience of groups of people, most of the time, with same-sex attraction. Now, except where there's children involved or coercion, that should not be something that is allowed to occur, where you have a group of consenting adults who seek out that type of environment, who seek out that type of therapy, that type of support group, who are we to criminalize it? And I think the danger is in seeking to
Councillor
reduce...
Atkins, can you sum up, please?
Yeah, final sentence. In trying to reduce judgment in society, in trying to reduce the sort of punitive actions against gay people, reduce discrimination, we don't want to actually increase division. We don't want to drive under the carpet, under the rug, if you like, people who choose to live out their sexuality, live out their lives in a way different from how we might understand. So it's not that I am in any way standing up and saying I am a supporter of conversion therapy. My experience of it is it probably largely doesn't work in any form, but I don't think it is right to criminalize the behavior of a marginal group who are doing so in a consenting and adult fashion. And surely that is the whole point of the rights movement from its inception to today. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Robert New, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Sorry, Mayor, I wasn't expecting to follow that. So I'd like to speak to the actual motion before us, and again, I've completely supported what's been brought forward. And I think you're right, it's frustrating for those who have been expecting this legislation to come forward, to be passed through the House of Commons, and then to be legislated into law. And I think we have the majority of support in speeches, and we should exactly be looking to hold the government of the day to that account.
Thank you. Councillor George Fielding, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Of course, I think the majority of people in this room will be in support of this motion. As a proud member of the LGBT plus community, I think in a modern, forward-thinking, progressive and like Councillor Atkins, I come from a legal background, but I see it from a completely different perspective. If it's something that should be a criminalised matter, then quite frankly, it should be. I think the prevarication by the government to bring something forward shows to some extent it's feeding into the culture wars that we find ourselves in. But we need to have clarity on this situation, that this abhorrent practice should not be going forward at all and should be brought to an end as soon as possible. I thank both Stuart Brown and commend him on his maiden speech on this topic, and Councillor Udy for bringing this forward. And also like to thank and support the LGBT plus community in Portsmouth and all the groups, Portsmouth Pride, the 4U Youth Group, and the champions that we've elected from the council to be leaders in this respect. And I think we can get a resounding yes to support this motion. And yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. Councillor Lee Hunt, please.
Yeah, members, I think Councillor Atkins is in the wrong place, but I respect his right to say what he says. I thought he was right-wing. I now know he's extremist right-wing in what he's saying. I've been a practicing gay guy since the day I was born. Perhaps I'm not very good at it, I don't know. But I've certainly been trying for the last 42 years. Sorry, 62 years. And I've had a lovely time, thank you very much, Councillor Atkins. And I suspect there's one or two other people in here who've had a lovely time but don't wish to say so. But I'll tell you what, it's not a lifestyle choice, as you have described. You're born a particular way. You can be you can be gay, you can be bisexual, you can be pan, you can be whatever these things are. Nobody's pushed into boxes nowadays. And if there is a Lord, and if religion does have a place, I'm sure he looks down on you and thinks, what a fool you are. Because people should be free. They shouldn't be enslaved by your sort of doctrine. They should be free to make their own choices. And I'm just sorry that someone like you is in our council who speaks in this way. You have members in here, and I was affronted by what you say. Perhaps that's what you want. I don't know. But there was no need to say it. My mum said to me when I was younger, if you haven't got anything nice to say about people, then just don't say it. I mean, you haven't proven anything today, apart from that, you know, you're a bit of an idiot, quite frankly. And the council here isn't going to support you and your views. And perhaps it's one of the reasons why you're no longer the leader of the Conservative Party. I just wish you weren't a councillor, quite frankly. So apologies, Lord Mayor. I wanted to say it, I've said it, and if I get into trouble, tough.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt.
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
A point of order.
I just want to clarify something I said. I suspect it's not the only thing that Councillor Hunt found offensive, and I apologise for that, but I was not intending to say that I viewed homosexuality, gender identity, any of those things as a lifestyle choice. What I was saying is I have met people, I know people, who despite same-sex attraction don't identify in that way, and who choose to live chaste or, if they have mixed attraction, heterosexual lifestyle. And, you know, why should those people not be entitled to do that was merely the question I was trying to ask. And why should they not be entitled to seek support for it? I'm not in any way questioning the fundamentality of sexuality or expressing the view that I don't view it as fundamental
Councillor Atkins,
or unchangeable.
it's just a point of order.
Thank you.
No, thank you. Councillor Vernon Jackson, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think it is beholden to me as leader of the council to speak in relation to things that Councillor Atkins has said. I think we have to show leadership on key issues like this. I think we need to be very clear that human rights are human rights. You don't opt into some and out of others. That people are people, and we have to respect them for who they are, and they have rights. Let's be very clear what conversion therapy is about. Conversion therapy is telling somebody that they are wrong, that they need to change, that what their feelings are unacceptable, and they have to stop it. It's nothing about respecting them. It's nothing about validating them. It is telling them that they are wrong. Now, the government over the past have said this. I remember Mrs Thatcher and her crew pushing through legislation, including Section 28, that said that my relationship with my husband is a pretended family. Didn't count as a family, but it's a pretended family. Now, when I kiss my husband goodnight, that's my family. And yet the government said that wasn't true, that we were pretending. And we have to stand absolutely clear and fast in saying that attitudes like that are completely unacceptable. They were unacceptable when Mrs Thatcher's government pushed that through, and they're unacceptable from Councillor Atkins now. This is the sort of attitude that legitimises hate speech. This is the attitude that says to people that it's all right to belittle other people for who they are. And I think we have to be absolutely clear and united in saying that is unacceptable from anybody in this chamber, anybody in this city. We have to respect people for who they are. Nobody chooses their sexuality. It's not something where you go and pick it out of a lottery thing. This is something people have. And going to people and saying, we are going to cure you of something that you are, belittle you in what you are, is so unacceptable. So, my Lord Mayor, I do hope the government comes forward. I congratulate Councillor Stewart-Brown on his maiden speech and Councillor Eady for her support on this. We have to make sure that we speak loud and clear as a council that respect for people means respect for people. Conversion therapy tells people they're wrong and says to other people, you can go and cure them. How can that be right and how can that be respectful? I think, my Lord Mayor, this council has to speak loud, clear and united on this. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Councillor Udy, please.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. 39B. I want to be clear on things I did not say.
What number is the point of order?
39B, I was to clarify something.
And it is a point of order, not a lecture. Carry on, Councillor Atkins.
I don't think I at any point in my speech expressed any support for any of the Thatcherite policies, the Section 28 that Councillor Vernon-Jackson referred to, and I didn't intend in any way to belittle anyone's lifestyle or criticise their lifestyle. So if that was misunderstood, I apologise.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. Again, Councillor Udy, please.
I find it quite ironic that I'm making this speech because in 3 days' time in this very venue there's going to be a conference where, whilst these people believe that they support straight, gay and bisexual people, they don't support trans people. So talking about an LGBTQ issue here is just a little bit... Anyway, apparently I have a strongly held belief that I'm bisexual. I don't really understand that, but anyway, so I'm acting unapologetically in that way. I practice it very well, thank you very much. When we talk about religion and conversion therapy, I work quite closely with some churches in my ward, and there's one church I work closely with quite a lot, and they just let you leave your opinions at the door, and everyone is welcome, and no one is ever going to tell them that they can't be who they want to be because God is supposed to accept everybody. If anyone's watched very recently series 3 of Pose about Pray Tell storyline, he goes back to his community where it's all church-based, and if you don't follow the line, you are ostracised. And in some church communities, and especially in fundamentalist Christian communities, and maybe more Catholic ones, you are ostracised for your opinions no matter what, and you have to pray away the gay. And I think that we 1,000,000% should be banning this, and I'm quite worried that religious conversion therapy won't be banned under the new law, and we should be fighting for that right now. I don't really want to say too much else apart from thank you to Councillor Stewart-Brown for asking me to second this.
and it's really lovely to work with other people that are LGBTQ in the council since I've been here. I know since I started as a councillor, I didn't know what I wanted to stand up for quite a lot, but I think it became quite a crusade very quickly, and I'm very proud of the work I've done and the people that I've worked with. 20 years ago, I wouldn't have been able to even talk to you in a school about being gay or bisexual or trans because of Section 28. And a few months ago, I had a class assembly broadcast to primary schools in the city that I had direct collaboration in, where I could read a story about gay penguins and the children in primary school could watch it. And it's unfathomable because 20 years ago, I was in senior school, just leaving, and I wouldn't have been able to talk about that. And because of those incidences and because of the pandemic of the AIDS crisis at the time and Thatcher and Reagan literally killing people in the name of profit, I feel like we lost a generation of queer people, and we're fighting to bring those people back and have a new generation of queer people that are going to stand up for all our young LGBTQ people. And I feel things that have been said today by a fellow councillor are really inappropriate, and I think they should grow up, and I think they should get with their party lines, because I feel like a lot of their party disagree with them right now, and I'm really, really stupidly happy that they're not group leader right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Udy. As we're not aware of any other speakers, Councillor Madden, sorry.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Sorry, I had my hand up for about 5 minutes. Stuart, you need my glasses. I'm going to say something that I haven't said ever at a City Council meeting. I hadn't intended to speak on this. And I hadn't intended to speak to Lord Mayor because I thought it would go straight through. It's actually asking for the government to do something it said it would do. Now, no matter what the issue is, that's the first bit of it, and it needs a bit of urgency, is what Stuart Brown, and well done, Stuart, on your maiden speech on that one. Just to follow on a little bit from what Claire was saying, I come from a place called Northern Ireland. And Northern Ireland is run by the churches, or used to be in my day. And there was no such thing. There was no such thing then as gay people or lesbians, or anybody LGBTQ, because nobody talked about it. Okay? And in fact, of course, even when I was young, of course, you could be prosecuted for it anyway, right? For these acts that people were on about. I think we've got to say, Lord, in my own mind, I never know about this, you know, freedom of speech and all that sort of thing, you know, because I'm not too sure whether, you know, when people are out inciting people, for instance, are entitled to a freedom of speech. And I actually think, to be fair to Councillor Atkins, he didn't intend to stir up this trouble, but I have to say it to him, or rebuttal of what he says, but I have to say to him, if he didn't intend to do it, he shouldn't have said it in the first place. People are people. And we have to accept that people are people, and we shouldn't be concerned about their sexuality. When we look at our equality statements, which we do and review on a regular basis, we have the whole list of people, don't we? People with disabilities, people with whatever, right, that we seek not to discriminate against. In fact, we say we should not discriminate against, and we should not be discriminated against people from the LGBTQ community. Now, the problem I have with, and I think Joel's right in the free speech bit, and when we get to that, I'm sorry, I'm standing here and I'm waffling away, but I think I will pray for Councillor Atkins. I will pray that Councillor Atkins can actually be a bit more tolerant of his fellow human beings. And I also pray for Councillor Atkins that, you know, when the government, of whatever shade it is, decides it's going to do something, there's nothing wrong with the City Council saying, or any other council saying, that they should do it. I would just like for Councillor Atkins to apologise for his objection to this notice of motion. Thank you, Lord.
Thank you, Councillor Madden. I'm going to ask Councillor Brain to sum up.
Sorry, Lord Mayor, could I say something? Is that okay? I did put my hand up. Is that all right? Councillor Madrick in the corner. In the
Sorry
corner,
about
like a
that, Councillor
naughty
Madrick.
child.
Yeah, you're almost out of view.
I know. Are you okay if I sit down? Only because I've got a back problem. Is that all right?
Carry on.
I certainly didn't intend for the first thing I ever to say to be on this subject, but my heart is racing and my blood is boiling, to be completely honest with you. When I was younger, when I was 8 years old, my mum came out as a lesbian, and she left me and my father to do what she believed in was right. For years, decades in fact, she was told that not being with a man was abnormal and wrong and shouldn't happen. And for years, she tried to fight it. This caused her incredible, incredible mental health issues. Incredible. And for any councillor to sit in this room and try to justify opposing this is mind-blowing for whatever reason. People should be able to live how they want to live. I'm so proud of my mum, so proud of her for coming out. And she's so happy now. But for years, she lived with it and she tried to fight it, and she went to these classes that you're talking about. It's wildly unacceptable for anybody to hold these views. Humans are humans and should be free to do what they want, when they want, how they want, without being discriminated against, without being talked down, without being judged, without any of that. And for somebody to sit in this room, for whatever reason, and put a point of order, I didn't mean this, I didn't say that, but you spoke for 6.5 minutes to try and justify opposing this is an outrage, an absolute outrage. That's all I've got to say.
Thank you, Councillor Madrick. Councillor Brown, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So it's very heartening to hear so many colleagues in support of what I certainly didn't intend to be such a controversial motion when I submitted it. I figured that most people living in the 21st century would be on the right side of this issue and would be looking to hold the government to account for its own promises. And it is a little disappointing to hear that there is at least one person in the chamber who is not. However, just to go through some of the points that have been raised, because I'm going to try and do an actual summation and not just another speech in favour. Councillor New, it was very heartening to hear supporting calling on the government, and to be honest, I think at our level of local government, it doesn't matter what party the national government is. If they don't do what they're going to say they do, we should all be behind getting them to do that. So thank you for your comments on that. Councillor Hunt mentioning that in rebuttal to Councillor Atkins, being LGBT plus isn't a lifestyle. I know Councillor Atkins then came back on that, but then decided to repeat his use of the phrase lifestyle in his further point of order later on. I just would like to make it clear, being LGBT plus isn't a lifestyle or a lifestyle choice. It is an integral part of an individual's identity and indeed a protected characteristic under the Equalities Act. Supporting someone in practicing chastity is not the same thing as seeking to change their identity, and I think it's important we recognise that. Councillor Udi, very aptly mentioned there, being bisexual, and again, that is something else that Councillor Atkins might want to learn the word for, because his term mixed attraction, there is a word for that, it's bisexual. Bisexuals exist. Councillor Vernon Jackson's comments about respect, I think, were absolutely key. This is about respecting people's rights to be who they are, and making sure that the government of the day hold up their promises to protect people's right to be who they are. And it was also very poignant to hear Gerald talking about Section 28 as a young man who was going through his coming out journey at school while Section 28 was still law. I was harmed mentally by the reaction my school had to my coming out at the age of 16 while Section 28 was still legislation. It's that and other similar pieces of legislation and not having the legislation to ban harmful practices that we're seeking to address in this motion. So in summary, I think I'm not going to waffle on for too much longer because most people in the room, I'm pretty certain, are going to be in favour, so let's just get on with the voting. Thank you.
Thank you,
Can we get a recorded vote, please, Lord Mayor?
Recorded vote.
Yes, please. Recorded vote, please.
Right. Before we go to that, I'd just like to congratulate Councillor Brown on his maiden speech. Yeah.
I think you've got enough recorded vote, Lord Mayor.
Oh, and before we go to the recorded vote, also congratulate Councillor Madrick on his unintended maiden speech. We have the necessary numbers for the recorded vote. Please, will everybody, all members stand, please?
Guided by you, the standing orders don't require me to depart from how we did it before, but I have been told during the interlude that historically sometimes members chose to stand, those in favour stand and sit, those against stand and sit. The standing orders give you the flexibility, but I just wanted to let you know that I'd had representations during the interlude and I'd be guided by you as to how you wish me to play it.
Well, being completely neutral, shall we go to a vote on whether we stand or sit? Or shall we do what we did earlier this evening?
Yes.
Thank you.
Councillor Ashmore.
For.
Councillor Atkins.
Against.
Councillor Atwell. Councillor Bosher.
For.
Councillor Brent.
For.
Councillor Brown.
For.
Councillor Coles. Councillor Corkery. Councillor Dowling. Oh, sorry, he's not here. Councillor Fazakerley.
For.
Councillor Fielding.
For.
Councillor Gerarda. Councillor Gosling. Councillor Heaney.
For.
Councillor Hockaday. Councillor Holder.
For.
Councillor Hooper. Councillor Horton. Councillor Hunt.
For.
Councillor Madden. Councillor Madwick.
For.
Councillor Hugh Mason.
For.
Councillor Lee Mason.
For.
Councillor Mellor. Councillor Norton.
For.
Councillor Peter Harris.
For.
Councillor Gemma New.
For.
Councillor Robert New. Councillor Sanders.
For.
Councillor Jeanette Smith. Councillor John Smith. Councillor Smythe. Councillor Stagg. Councillor Swan. Councillor Symes. Councillor Udi. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
For.
Councillor Weems. Councillor Wood.
Absolutely for, Lord Mayor.
Okay. We'll just total that up for you, Lord Mayor.
Members, the results of the vote. 37 for, 1 against, no abstentions. That's carried, that motion. Thank you. That concludes this item. Moving on to the next motion, E, is the motion concerning tackling cyberbullying, proposed by Councillor Hockaday, seconded by Councillor Weems. I'll now call upon the proposer, Councillor Hockaday, to present and speak to her motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I do apologise in advance if I'm shaking. My hands and feet are rather cold. So this is a subject that's really close to my heart because of the impact that it has on people's mental health and their lives. And I hope between us that we can discuss and debate the seriousness of the power of social media platforms and the negative and detrimental effect that this can have. I find it beyond upsetting and disgraceful that some individuals can seemingly say what they want without any repercussions, and sometimes I have to stop myself reading comments online because I'm so angry and upset about it and the impact that it has to these people. It does go in waves of being highlighted and then the subject will die down again, but sometimes you have to question what progression is being made. I believe the motion is in the best interest of all political parties to support, And as elected members, we're in a good position to raise awareness, to lobby for investigation and legislative measures to be put upon social media giants to try and make a difference and make a positive change to society. Social media should be a positive platform. It's become a fundamental part of all of our lives. I'm sure the other day people noticed that when it was down for one evening, the impact that it did have. And businesses thrive from advertising, people are able to socialise, and important information is regularly shared and available for others. I do use social media, and my council's social media page, purely Facebook, as I've stopped using Twitter, is used to inform my... Sorry if I start... No, I haven't. But as we know, that there is a massive downside, and the polar opposite can happen when these platforms are used to attack and belittle people or misinform someone or something. The comments people are allowed to make can be more and more harmful to society and have a really detrimental and damaging impact to you about thousands of examples of people that are trolled by keyboard warrior. In recent months, we had the disgusting comments that were made about our England football team. Caroline Flack, who was like prey to media vultures, said before she died, who was cruelly attacked with acid, has had a humongous amount of hateful comments at how she looks. There are so many examples that we could look at, and just in our city alone, it's played more and more on my mind from a few months ago, a local business where a situation happened and a message and a comment and photos were shared and it spread to thousands of people, and despite contacting Facebook saying that this is inaccurate, it's not true, you know, it was shared to thousands, and the impact that this had on a person's health and the hateful comments that they had to endure, potentially losing their business, you just can't comprehend how something like that can happen. Our current Police and Crime Commissioner and former leader is constantly targeted. Another example from awful, sometimes wicked comments from strangers. And what do they get out of it? That's what you have to question. I've been fortunate not to receive any abuse online, and I can't imagine, honestly, how it would feel to be constantly bullied. We're years into these sites being developed, and while they appreciate there isn't an easy fix, it's really hard to try and get rid of these comments, for them to be filtered, or for technology to, you know, to remove anything unless there are specific words being used. But something does need to be done. I fully support freedom of speech, but at what point should it be questioned, and how appropriate it is, and the effect that it has on a person's well-being? Sorry, it's so cold. I do apologise. I have recently looked through a few campaigns, and the most recent one was in July following the England game, and nearly 40,000 people created this campaign. And some of the comments that were made were, it's too easy for people to hide behind accounts. Can we not enforce ID for each account? Can we not block hate words? Can we have more online monitoring? Can we have more of a voice from the top letting us know what action's being taken? I'd really love to set up a cross-party working group to create a local campaign to promote positivity, starting in Portsmouth, for accountability from social media companies. Our city's fantastic, our country's fantastic, and we really need to look after one another and put an end to nasty behaviours. Thank you.
Thank you. Is this motion seconded by yourself, Councillor Williams?
Yes, I second the motion and I reserve my right to speak, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Are there any amendments to this motion? If so, please forward them.
Yes, I have an amendment in the name of Councillor Horton, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Horton.
Yes. Yeah.
Councillor Horton, would you like to put your...
Yes, please. Can you circulate it, please?
Councillor Horton, if you'd like to speak.
Just a few points straight. First of all, oh, sorry. I just want to say that I was really supportive of this motion, and I thank Councillor Hookaday and Councillor Weems for bringing it. I think it is really, really timely, very, very necessary. And I note that actually the motion is on two levels. One, that it talks about national legislation and a call to action on a national level, but also indicates that it would be really good to do some stuff locally. And what I wanted to do was to add this amendment, which speaks for itself. I'm not going to go through all of it, which was an opportunity to acknowledge the excellent work that's going on, particularly in relation to young people, because we know that that is one of the biggest issues for our young people nowadays, and their experience with social media and cyberbullying is something that's going to have a direct impact for the rest of their life. So just to highlight some of the stuff that's going on, which I actually think could be a really good starting point for working on this positivity campaign, which I would wholly support. And that was the main points that I wanted to make, actually. Just completely agree with the rest of it. I think that cross-party working on this is really important. And my final point is to say that we've recently selected, or there was an election for a member of Youth Parliament and 2 deputies, and this is one of the key issues that they bring up for young people as one of the most burning issues that they want to work on to. And I'm sure from a children's point of view, I know this motion is not just about young people, but I think it would be really, really good to work on this issue. So that's all I wanted to add to it.
Thank you, Councillor Horton. Councillor Ashmore, do you second this amendment?
I do, Lord Mayor, and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Members, if you're experiencing some trouble with the microphones, we've been advised by the experts that you might have your laptops too close to the microphone. So there, all you IT people. The matter is now for debate. Hooper. Councillor Hooper, please.
That's being left-handed. I wasn't going to speak on this, but thank you very much, Hannah. And I'd just like to say, obviously, this is a whole community, this is a whole world problem. But we've got a rather grubby doorstep in politics, and we've got a rather grubby doorstep in Portsmouth politics. And I have to say, as a female that came into politics to try and do a good job, I am absolutely disgusted at some of the abuse, particularly I can speak from my own party, but I'm sure it happens to other ladies as well, the abuse that we have had to put up with in the north of Portsmouth. Now, I'm glad you've had a reprieve, Hannah, but on a regular basis, Councillor New and I, and Penny Mordaunt has had some vile comments as well, we are referred to as goons, dins, and the nasty SLAGS word by people that you could only call extremist political followers. I won't give them the word activist because they don't deserve that. I myself have had a threat against me within my ward. It's a physical threat to, why don't you egg her? And then a political person, actually disgusting, decided to agree with that and give it the thumbs up. Okay, so we have political abuses on social media, people linked with politics. Okay, so don't sit here and just think this is the outside world. It is happening within this city. People are, in this chamber, people that are actually following particular politicians. That's not how we should be doing politics. I believe there has also been a death threat at some point. And also, and I absolutely abhor this, because I was with Councillor New 2019 when she was re-elected, and a horrible man who'd been quite vile to us then decided to put a post online saying, yeah, I hope Gemma doesn't cry again at the count. Disgusting. I was with Gemma she didn't cry. It was her election year. It was a vile, vindictive, misogynistic male who has thought, the same person actually, the same group of people, that they can actually constantly beat us up. Well, guess what? Females are in politics. We're here to stay. If you don't like it, clean up your act and get the hell out, because none of us should be encouraging those sorts of people to be supporting our political parties. They won't get the better of me. They won't get the better of Gemma. They won't get the better of Penny Mordaunt when they decide to put all sorts of disgusting things over some of her signs at, general election time. It's grotesque. So this chamber needs to start with cleaning its own doorstep first. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Hooper. Councillor Robert New, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. And just to echo some of the things, actually, that Councillor Hooper said, I have witnessed it. And unfortunately, there are people in this chamber that still hang around with those thugs and, get better company on that. But coming back to the original motion, so thank you to Councillor Hockaday and to Councillor Williams for bringing this forward. So many of you know, both Dan and myself work for Penny Mordaunt. We are the people actually that deal with most of the abuse that is sent Penny's way. But one of the other things that we actually deal with are the parents of distressed children who are suffering from all various different levels of mental health being in tatters. And I know that Councillor Susie Horton has put the amendment in to try and strengthen up the motion today. And I also pay tribute to the work that you've done, because I know it's something you're passionate about, and we've got shared and aligned aspirations on all of this. But it is important. And I think probably one of the things that I've always found really weird with big tech, working at the level that Dan and I do in politics for a government minister, and I'm sure probably it's the same for Stephen Morgan MP's staff, where he's a shadow member, is almost how closed, like little fortresses, the big tech companies are. Facebook, Google, Twitter, Instagram, even though it's owned by Facebook, seems to actually be a much more pleasant platform, even though their own evidence and their own research apparently shows that it's actually got a really harmful effect, which has recently been whistleblown on young girls, specifically due to body dysmorphia, again, all coming back to mental health. And it strikes me as strange that they seem unwilling almost, and I do say unwilling, to act on this, because during Donald Trump's election where he lost, they found the ability to fact check him and stop him at every point, but they can't seem to, hate is hate, but it does seem to be, it's not rocket science, is it? They do have the ability to flag up certain words, certain phrases even, like AI is so advanced now, but it seems to me that there are a lot of people in California getting very rich, and they're doing very, very little. And they are making vast sums of money, and it seems to be built on an empire of people's misery and something that's very detrimental, not only to their mental health, it clearly has an impact on their physical health, things from eating disorders and more. And I know firsthand, Councillor Hockaday spoke very eloquently about businesses. And there are a lot of people over the past year who've been so badly hit through the pandemic, but it's actually also brought out like a bit of an aspirational side to them as well, members, where people have thought, do you know what, things are pretty crap for me, so I'm going to start a side hustle. I think I can actually build a business. If I can do it during a pandemic, maybe I'll thrive post that. And then these social media companies where they're building their pages, so sure they're building on their platform, people are then coming for them, so there might be a misdemeanor because perhaps they're not trained in how to deal with proper customer services yet. It's their first outing into being a business person, and yet they're just getting huge pile-ons. That can't be right, and they should be able to do more. And I think that it's good that we're recognising all of these wider issues that affect so many people here in our city, people in our schools, but also the country and further abroad into the world. So thank you, Councillor Hockaday.
Thank you, Councillor New. Councillor Norton, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. As politicians, we often look, I think, in the chamber at how debates go. And so I'm going to take a slightly softer tone than the one that I kind of had originally planned, I think. However, the legacy points that I want to make still do remain. So as politicians, we are active users of social media, aren't we? And we use these different platforms to put forward our message, to explain our policies, and of course, receive criticism. And that's fine, it's okay to receive criticism. However, the abuse that often we receive on these platforms is horrendous, including from a personal perspective, and I'm not going to say what party it came from, but an activist commenting then about my 3-year-old daughter, is she going to grow up to be Tory scum like her dad? Totally unacceptable to have to read that when we're trying to do some good in the community. Now, look, I haven't had to report these things to the police, but I have flagged them with social media sites before, and it often falls on deaf ears. So, look, I don't believe there's a fine line between freedom of speech and abuse, but I do feel that companies must do more, in particular for users who post anonymously. Now, look, if people don't want to post things in their own name, then so be it. But I do think these companies should at least have a record so that they can, of who their identity is, so that they can hold them to account if they abuse, as many do. Now, this is the area of the debate that I really kind of want to focus on, really. And for me, it's about drawing a line between things that you might say to a person's face and what you would say online. I don't think there should be a difference. And if someone's not prepared to say something to somebody's face, then I think they should probably not hide behind a keyboard as some form of empowerment. Now, most of us here are thick-skinned, I think. Those of us that grew up in Portsmouth have probably been called most things face-to-face. But to have it from a fake account, I think, is cowardly and something that we can't defend against. And it's here that I share my disappointment, actually, for some people within this room who may use sock puppet accounts to voice the things that they haven't got the guts to say to us. But the sad reality is that's where we've got to, I think, with social media. That's where we're at with it. Now, most disappointing for me is that there are elected officials who choose to adopt these tactics that we're openly talking about. They haven't got the integrity to say it to us, so it comes from memed websites or from attacks from behind a keyboard. And look, these sites, for example, will mourn the tragic death of Caroline Flack, who tragically took her own life due to online bullying, but then hours later post numerous edited photos designed to attack anyone that disagrees with their narrow-minded views, and that is not good enough. Let's just put that into perspective, please. I really do want to put that into perspective. I'll never understand the hate that drives somebody to sit down and take that much effort into whipping up so much anger against someone who simply disagrees with them, Now, I doubt that those who run or contribute or whatever these sites are free from this. I'm sure that there are many things that have been said to most of us, if not all of us in here, but that kind of playground bullying, especially when it comes from somebody in a position of who has the ability to be in a position to create change, I think is not good enough. We need to move away from that. Now, I rarely say this about the city that I love, the city that I grew up in, but actually our press is no different. And, I'm embarrassed by the way that our press often act. They're not innocent in this type of inciting behaviour. And in fact, I think they often go around, the media on whole, let's be honest, go around trying to destroy people's lives, don't they? And this kind of reporting, or the kind of reporting that we often see on social media, just fuels, I think, the kind of attempts or the things that this motion wants to address. I know people don't buy papers anymore, but it's a shame that we've turned to social media as a substitute, often, led in quite a phishing way, I think, by lots of the publishers from the press. Now, I do support this motion, of course I do, but I hope that as members we can have a little think about acting in the same way and with the integrity that this motion asks social media operators to adhere to. Now, I think we all have a responsibility to stand up to bullying. It's not enough to say, I'm not a bully. I think we need to be anti-bullying. And to do that, we need to call it out. We need to confront those who are bullies. And for that reason, I'd like to thank Councillor Hockaday for bringing it before us today and addressing what I think is a very, very important issue that I hope that all of us in this room, as well as social media companies, can learn from.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Norton. Councillor Williams, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I just basically want to echo some of the sentiments that were said here today, and especially thank Councillor Hockaday for bringing this motion forward. I understand this is my maiden speech, but I will keep it short and sweet. The online safety bill is welcome. It's a welcome step in the right direction by the government to tackle online bullying. The bill will make companies more responsible for their users' safety online, lessen the spread of misinformation, and give more powers to Ofcom to hold companies to account. Whatever your opinion on social media, it is a part of life and is particularly relevant to young people and children, many of whom have grown up with rapidly changing technology that gives them the ability to document and follow everyone, including themselves, for 24/7. This ability can be very harmful, particularly for school-aged children. I'm sure we all remember when we were in school. Some of us, it was many years ago. For others, it was only a few short years. I know from my own experience that I was subject to bullying, and I found myself lucky to have a great support network when I got home from school. This was just before smartphones, when MySpace was the main platform to use before the advent of Facebook, Instagram, Twitter, etc. Nowadays, the advent of multiple apps and forms of social media has caused this bullying to enter the home and indeed last well after the school day has ended. In light of this harm, more needs to be done, and I hope everyone here will support this motion today. I also want to echo some of the sentiments that Councillor New has said, as he has also said that I work for Penny Morden, and some of the stuff that is sent to us on a daily basis is apparent. It's actually kind of disgusting, and there are some people here today that have shared some of those problems with other councillors here. So in light of that, I just hope that this motion passes, and I hope that everyone here today can basically just stop being be a bit more positive online. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Williams. Councillor Ashmore, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. This notice of motion is obviously thoroughly commendable in my eyes, so thanks to both Councillors Harkaday and Williams for bringing it here today. I know that cyberbullying is something we take very seriously here in Portsmouth, here at the council. We want to keep on top of that, to keep showing people that we won't stand for it. And I also know that it's something that the current Police and Crime Commissioner and the previous incumbent in that role have really focused on as well. That's how much it's become something that needs to be tackled in both, as someone said, locally and the national conscience there. Of course, us being in the public realm, there's increased scope for us being recognised and criticised for our decisions, and there's nothing wrong with being held rigorously to account, either online or in person at the right time. We're not on about that. I mean, Councillor Rudy savaged me earlier on in the meeting verbally, but that was a criticism, a constructive thing. We're in the meeting; it's meant to spur us on. So we're not against criticism. What we're against is out-and-out bullying. Often the bullying that goes on in physical day-to-day life is harmful enough as it is to a person's welfare. And that could be a child at school, that could be a student at college, a fellow member of the workplace, could be one of our close friends or family members, or one of our neighbours. We've seen it now affecting people at all levels of life. This isn't something that's only affecting one part of society now. We've seen several well-known celebrities, politicians, and even the royal family. Members of the royal family have been coming under attack because it's easy to get online and just write something. And people, I don't think, understand exactly what they're putting people through when they say these horrible things. Literally asking people to kill themselves or to die or something. There's no criticism involved in that. It's just horrible. So, yeah, for some people, especially anonymous accounts or troll accounts, but not always, they think it's open season, to attack someone's speech pattern or body shaming people or, someone's sexuality. And, not even the England football team were safe from that. Councillor Hockaday referred to it, after the Euro 2020 final. We had some black players come under some hideous abuse from people who are supposed to be England fans as well. You know, so yeah, we condemn all that. It's not welcome here, not now, not ever. So any way that we can step up the campaigns to address the bullying, online or otherwise, we'll be right behind that. And to anyone listening that has suffered the abuse, anyone who has been called foul names or been discriminated against, anyone that's been bullied in any environment, I say you're not alone. Portsmouth City Council take this seriously. I'm sure all the members here take it seriously. Both the city's MPs take this seriously. The Police and Crime Commissioner takes it seriously. The police take it seriously. Schools take it seriously. There's no place left for the perpetrators of such abuse. So keep your spirit up. You're winning. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ashmore. Before I go any further, I'd like to welcome Councillor Ben Dowling to the meeting. Have you got any interests, Ben?
Good evening, Lord Mayor, and good evening, members. Apologies for my delayed arrival, and no, I have no declarations of interest for this meeting. But looking forward to it, Lord Mayor.
Really? Thank you. Who's next? Councillor Moody, please.
Thank you for this motion. I did see when it did come on the papers a few months ago that the Police and Crime Commissioner has been doing some work on this too, so it's nice to see the legacy of Miss Donna Jones still living through us right now. For me, the definition of bullying is a bit muddied in this discussion. For me, it's about sustained attacks from groups of people continuously over and over again, and we're kind of talking about our individual moments when we've had abuse online. And we're not denying that probably, I would say 90% of us in this room are guilty of being, almost said a swear word at that point, and I stopped myself, from being nasty to one another online at some points here, and a lot of us have certainly repented at this point. I know I've got a lot better in my old age. Maybe some other people haven't, like when they councillors post photos of my house on social media and stuff like that, but hopefully I'll get an apology for that someday. I've been abused on the internet from sustained groups, mostly men with rape threats, because I just stand up for stuff, and that happens to a lot of people here. Groups of women like to call me a man a lot because I stand up for trans rights, and whilst I probably have the voice of a man, I very much do not have the body of a man. I want to talk about, mention about Cancer Hockaday and about Caroline Flack and the Sun. The death of Caroline Flack is just the most unbelievable tragedy and comes from sustained bullying online, which was also perpetuated by the media and by the Sun, especially when saying about allegations of domestic abuse and forcing the CPS to reopen the case, which eventually got her charged and which eventually left to a really tragic death. The media are just as guilty as bullying people and encouraging people to bully people here and in different ways. But also, I think that the motion amendment by Councillor Horton really focuses on school-age children. Because we live in, well, we've all grew up in a pre-social media world, a lot of us probably didn't experience any cyberbullying growing up. We experienced bullying in the actual playground. But now, children are very susceptible to cyberbullying, and I think that's where our efforts should be concentrated, and they have been in this council, so thank you. It's very quick and easy to start cyberbullying people. I've even had to tell off my own son when he's playing his Xbox, because it's very quick and easy to start ganging up on people, his friends, whilst playing Xbox with people, and it's quite shocking how quick it happens. It happens with girls, especially, and we have things like WhatsApp and stuff, and it also happens in the fact that some people will try and get teenage girls to disclose intimate photos of themselves, and then they're spread around the school, and that leads to horrific abuse and also people committing suicide because of these events. Like I said, none of us are free from sin when we talk about cyberbullying anyway, or forms of online abuse. I wouldn't say that anything I've certainly done would amount to bullying individual people, but I've definitely been abusive to people on the internet, and I know a lot of people would agree with me in this room. I'm happy to vote on this motion, and I'm so delighted with the work that the council have done, and I hope we can carry on doing it, because whilst we all think that bullying is kind of like part and parcel of everyday life, none of us deserve to be treated that way. So let's carry on the good work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Udy. Councillor Simon Bosher, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor, and I'd like to thank my colleague, Councillor Hannah Hockaday, for bringing forward what I think is an excellent notice of motion. I think part of what sort of highlights it to me from a councillor point of view is the council website to a certain degree. When I was first elected just on 20 years ago, a little section about your councillor, every single councillor that was listed, all 42 of us, had our home addresses on there, home contact telephone numbers, and that was the way it was done. If you were to go and look at that now, you will probably find there's maybe 7 or 8 of us, probably what I would call the older councillors, or should I put time served rather than age-wise, that still do have our home addresses on there. The majority of them now, and I totally understand it, have it care of members' services. So they have taken their address out of public view to a certain degree, and I totally understand that. Probably when I started as a councillor, there was no real such thing as social media. It is clearly a function of the social media age that we are seeking to hide ourselves away, and I think that's patently wrong. Now, we've probably all got personal examples. While we've been sitting there, I've just been looking at a particular Facebook page that works in Portsmouth, and Councillor Udy is quite right about sustained bullying, because one of the people on that particular page that is constantly under abuse all the time, it goes back, and I'm just scrolling back, it goes back 3 or 4 years, constant memes and etc., is former Councillor Donna Jones. And some of the abuse and nastiness that Donna used to put up with was completely off the scale. I still keep my address visible. That's what I choose to do. My home telephone number is my contact number. And even though my children have flown the nest now and are making their own way in life, my home phone was never used for anything other than council business. If it rang, I answered it. My children learnt very quickly indeed not to answer it, just in case they were the ones that got the abuse. And I will take it one step further, because we are talking about cyberbullying, but it isn't necessarily online. I had an incident, and the police were involved, where a candidate in Drayton and Farlington, they won't be named, took it upon themselves to publish some untruths about corruption against me, completely untrue, to do with some sort of transportation development. They decided they were going to do leaflets about and put it out all over the local area, not in election time, I hasten to add. It resulted in an angry resident deciding to come and knock on my door and spit in the face of the first person that answered my door, which was at the time my 14-year-old daughter. I'm the one that gets elected and put myself up for election, not my children or anything like that. And I would say to anybody and everybody in this chamber, when it comes to social media, think very carefully before what you publish and what you put out there. Now, we can't necessarily control what some of the trolls do and the cowards that hide behind social media, but we can temper our own behaviour about what we do and how we actually put it out there. Because I'm sure all 42 of us here have got families and have to think very carefully about, would you want your son or your daughter or your grandchild having their face spat on by somebody that thinks it is funny to put something out about the particular councillor? Because all they will see is not the human being or the family behind that door. They see the badge. They see the colour of the political party, and if it doesn't align with theirs, they think it's okay to target them and they become fair game. So I think we sort of need to look at ourselves and say, are we behaving in a right and proper way? And I'm sure there are quite a lot of us that follow the Facebook page Portsmouth Politics, but how many of us actually engage with it? We probably don't, Lord Mayor, but a lot of us probably follow it just to get a good idea of what's going on. And I have to say, some of the personal abuse that flies around on there is quite frankly disgusting. But I would certainly agree with the comments that have been made by some of my colleagues, is the fact that there needs to be a lot more looking at the bigger organisations, the Facebook of this world. And I'm sure Councillor Vernon Jackson has probably still got a good line into Nick Clegg. We also have to look at Twitter and say those people sort of need to get their house in order so that there is a degree of accountability. There is accountability when the police investigate, as we've seen with the high-profile cases with the abuse that some of the England football players got, and I seem to recollect somebody ended up with about 22 weeks in prison on the back of what they got. But sadly, they are high-profile celebrities that are getting that. When you drill down into some of the abuse that what you might call the average person in the street gets, we don't necessarily enjoy the same sort of protection or investigation. And that is where the big cyber organisations need to get their houses in order to make sure that we have a fair society where people have that freedom of speech. But there is a line across which we should not step.
Thank you, Councillor Bowsher. And as I'm not aware of any other members wishing to speak, I'll call on Councillor Hockaday to sum up, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor, and thank you to members for your contribution and positive sentiments on the motion. I do think the media tend to whip and hype things up and can blow things out of proportion and cause and accentuate a lot of situations and trolls to come out to their keyboards and you know, spend their evening attacking people on various things. And unfortunately, it isn't just young people that are affected, it's adults as well, boys, girls, men, women. You know, there's sort of everyone can be affected by it. Councillor Hooper, I completely agree with you. I think we should be setting an example, especially as elected members. And certainly, Councillor Rudy, I would never troll anyone online, but I'm really pleased that you are getting 90% better, so that's really good to hear. It's not, and I appreciate as well, yes, we need to focus on schools. If young children, you know, over the age of 18 are using social media, there is a lot of work done in schools around social media and how to use it correctly. And it does also go into further education. So I work at the City of Portsmouth College and I regularly talk to students between 16 to 19 about the effects of social media and how this can impact them getting a job if they, you know, are quite abusive online or you know, are being trolled to provide support to them. Councillor Horton, thank you for your amendment. I'm really happy to subsume this. It's really good to hear the work that's being done by officers and to our schools as well. And I'm really, really pleased that everyone has for all the contributions made and hopefully this motion will pass seamlessly. Thank you.
Thank you. As the Liberal Democrat amendment has been assumed, there's just one vote, and we go to that vote, members. Please show by the normal manner. All those in favour? That seems unanimous. That motion is carried. Thank you very much. We will now move on to motion 7, which is Bodmin Green. This motion is proposed by Councillor Hooper and seconded by Councillor Geminu. I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Hooper, to present and speak to her motion. And could Geminu confirm she's seconding?
Formally seconding, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much. And if there are any amendments to this motion, please can you let me have them? Thank you. Joe.
Joe. J, not G. Right, good evening, everyone. Glad to see that the heating or this aircon is off and we've come out of the fridge. Now, I'd just like to breathe some extra understanding into this Bodmin Green motion today due to a significant past inequality where Paulsgrove was shortchanged. Consequently, I'm compelled to bring this to both the Council and public's attention in order to ensure that past inequalities and injustices are addressed. I also don't like shortchanging and tend to pursue any pennies or indeed pounds that have rolled away. Thank you to Mr. Horton as well, who spoke earlier, for emphasising this particular point. Unfortunately, due to this promised scheme being cancelled 9–10 years ago, residents and former politicians familiar with past plans contacted me and asked for funding to be restored. So for the past year and a half, I've been working hard with officers to make this a reality. Inevitably, of course, COVID put the brakes on matters, but I am now so excited for residents as we have reached the appropriate juncture where the project is ready to fund. However, sadly, there's been further rather recent mixed messaging, ambiguity and frustrations where the funding of this project is concerned. Indeed, I am most troubled as I like politics done fairly. Now, I received a positive phone message on the 30th of September asserting, "Great news, Councillor Hooper, funding has been approved," for then, bizarrely, the tune to have changed by the 4th of October to a rather forlorn and downcast, "No, I'm sorry, Councillor Hooper, funding hasn't been passed." An officer has obviously been put in an awkward position here, but I'd like to put on record huge thanks to that gentleman for all of his hard work. Yeah, for me, this is rather odd-smelling and not fair on Paulsgrove residents. And so today, the ghost of Bodmin Green is returning. A little spectre whispering in the wind, "Can we please have our money back?" Councillor Bosher and I were also told that the funding is available, with Councillor Bosher making suggestions as to where our ongoing verge hardening funding will also come from this year. Practically speaking, parking woes have clearly worsened in Paulsgrove Ward, with residents feeling rather bemused, angry and let down that this promised echelon parking never materialised. However, let me emphasise this isn't about encouraging extra car usage, but dealing with a problem that already exists on a post-war housing estate where parking for cars was not factored in. However, what we can factor in now is that we are fortunate in Paulsgrove, compared to elsewhere in the city, in that we at least have some green space which can be utilised to ease this burden, and it is sensible to do so. It must also be noted that Councillor Bosher and I have also assisted residents by ensuring that the verge hardening parking project was resurrected from the doldrums, and we have pushed for funding each year. Conservatives, you see, understand the priorities of the ward, which are pragmatically focused on coping with the volume of cars that already inhabit the area. Car ownership is inevitable in this ward, of course, as the most geographically remote in the city. People are reliant on their cars to get a living. Older people who can't walk up and down hills, and with a limited bus service and the Lib Dems sneering at the Conservative aspirations of opening Paulsgrove Holt Station, the motor car is a reality, and it is linked to the financial survival of families. Parking projects such as this assist everyone from the elderly, our local schools, parents trying to organise kids and carry shopping, to busy workers returning home at night and not having to park miles away from their abode. So how do you help ease their burden today? Yes, by supporting this motion. Now, moving forwards with solutions, I'm delighted to say that all the plans are now drawn up, with the 18 proposed spaces skirting the northern and western boundaries of the green. This thoughtful design respects the important green credentials of the site with its peripheral placing of the parking spaces, which will allow the integrity of the view to be maintained and for the area to still function as leisure space. Treble benefits. Consequently, any convenient excuses around parking spaces affecting the green policies of the administration will not be credible or accepted. In fact, the engineer's work today is the perfect example of how a space can function as a multi-purpose asset for its community. With space at a premium in Pompey, this should perhaps be the encouraged way of working. It must also be noted that the echelon parking will provide an essential resource to the Victory Primary School, who I have liaised with extensively on this project and who are expecting the right result. Victory are really struggling in terms of parking provision for staff and safe parental drop-off and pick-up of children. In terms of practical considerations, I've recently asked engineers to consult with the Council's Housing Department, who own the land, Reports back have assured me that the housing staff would manage the parking facility, with the first stage being a public consultation to ensure a balanced and fair usage can be achieved and maintained. So, just finishing off, I do hope that after discussing this motion today, members will agree that it is only fair and just to restore funding to this previously promised, much needed but lost facility. I also hope that collectively you can perceive this motion as an opportunity to offer a sense of levelling up to one of our wards that is economically deprived, a ward where residents often rely upon their cars to access employment, feed their kids, pay the rent and bills. Cars are a reality, and quite often we don't realise that they are some people's lifeline, one sentence, when we constantly berate them. Yes, there are pressing environmental concerns, but there are also people concerns too. We must strike a balance. We also need parity of funding across this city. Every ward matters, and this project really matters. Please support it today.
Thank you, Councillor Hooper.
Councillor Gemini, there are no amendments.
As there are no amendments, could Councillor Gemini speak? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I have a statement here from Mr Hartley, who is the head teacher of the Victory Primary School. Parking around the Victory Primary School has always been difficult at the beginning and end of the day. We are in a residential area and there is pressure on parking. The majority of staff commute to work. Many parents drive their children to school because of the steep hill. Unfortunately, the school does not have many spaces in the car park to the front of the school. It can become very busy in the morning due to having a large amount of SEND children arriving in a minibus for the SEND unit located at the school. We also have several pupils who are wheelchair users and or have mobility issues. The car park is therefore closed to parents at the beginning and the end of the day. Recently, it seems to have become more of a problem as car ownership amongst residents has increased. The consequences of this are traffic congestion in the morning and evening equals angry drivers. Staff having to park a long way from the school. Frustrated residents when parents or staff park irresponsibly. Safety issues. There have been accidents and near misses recently. We want to keep a good relationship with the community and make the area safe for children. We believe this can be achieved by making additional parking by Bodmin Green. From speaking to parents and residents, I believe that this would be popular. Jay Hartley, head teacher at the Victory Primary School. My own words. To give Councillor George Madrick some history on this, the money was there, confirmed by an officer. It's now disappeared, just like it did approximately 10 years ago. Can Councillor Stagg inform us where the funding has disappeared to, as obviously the children's safety in Paulsgrove doesn't matter to her, and neither do the residents. We also ask the Lib Dems to fund this project as it is an essential use of funds, unlike when they scandalously wasted cash in Paulsgrove, ordering a second investigation into the public's complaint against volunteers running Paulsgrove Community Centre, when the first investigation was damning enough. Would Councillor Stagg also be kind and give Councillor Madrick a lesson in the difference between a car park and echelon parking? As clearly, according to his Facebook, he likes to give out misinformation to residents. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor New. Councillor Stagg, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I've investigated this thoroughly with officers, and we've gone through loads and loads of back copies of reports from meetings, etc. Now, it appears this is the information I have got. Following the opening of the Victory School in 2010, parking and traffic flow became an issue. There was haphazard parking, traffic jams, and therefore safety issues. So on December the 20th, 2011, A TRO was agreed, spending 110,000 pounds, not 150,000 as one of the deputies said, of LTP funding, and it was allocated to, and I quote, to reduce inconsiderate and unsafe parking practices in the area around Bodmin Green and to improve visibility for drivers. As a result, that £110,000 is spent on installing dragon's teeth to protect the verges, double yellow lines, and a refuge in the middle of the road was removed and a zebra crossing put in 2012. There is no documentary evidence anywhere in transport of any other funding being made available for any other work or any being agreed and subsequently removed. Now, this is not me saying this, this is officers who've gone through all the papers. There doesn't appear to have been any survey of local residents, so no evidence of a request by residents to increase parking provision has been received by councillors. It appears from the head of the school, who an officer contacted, that it's the school and parents who are requesting increased parking and not the residents. I don't know if that's true or not, but that's what it appears. A few years ago, somebody, possibly one of the Portsmouth councillors, suggested converting part of Bodmin Green into parking, and a feasibility design was drawn up, and that feasibility study does still exist. However, there was no money allocated to it. There is a neighbourhood improvement fund of about £200,000 each year, which has to be applied for. It's not automatic, out of the capital funding for transport, and which is for the whole city, not just Paulsgrove. However, most of that money has been spent every year in Paulsgrove, almost exclusively on verge hardening, and with about 10% kept behind for ad hoc work in the other parts of the city as things crop up. There is currently only £125,000 left in the fund. There are 4 roads in what I believe is called Poets' Corner, have been identified by officers for several years now as priority for verge hardening, as cars are continually parking on the grass verges and churning up the grass, and so destroying the environment and spreading mud on the roads, which is a potential safety hazard. Councillor Magic himself said earlier that he himself slipped on some of that mud. It's particularly bad in winter. The cost of hardening the verges on these 4 roads would be about £225,000. So these couldn't be done as well as Bodmin Green, which isn't as high a priority as the other 4 roads. Now, in addition to all this, the city is committed to reducing air pollution by cutting car use and the number of cars on the roads, so creating additional car parking spaces goes against what this council has committed to doing. We are encouraging school children as well to walk, cycle or scoot to school for health reasons instead of going by car. We've been using Pompey Monsters to do that, the Pompey Monsters app, and also opening school streets. So how can we go against one of our own policies by creating more parking spaces and therefore discouraging children from having a healthier lifestyle? Agreeing to create additional parking spaces right next to a school would be making a mockery of our commitment to improving air quality and encouraging healthier lifestyles for our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stagg. Councillor Bosher, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. For the second time tonight, I wasn't intending to speak on this one, primarily because my 2 colleagues that represent Paulsgrove so magnificently have put across the case and have been working extremely hard on this. But there are a few things there that the Cabinet Member for Traffic and Transportation said, and I just wanted to touch on a few of them for what she's for the comments that she's made. And just to clarify, I didn't quite hear it all, Councillor Stagg, but £110,000 for some double yellow lines and a TRO and an island seems remarkably expensive from my
Dragon's teeth.
Sorry?
And dragon's teeth.
And dragon's teeth. Well, I minded to go back to the days when we had the city engineer, Peter King, here, who always used to refer to double yellow line as as £5 worth of yellow paint, if that gives you an idea. Some people remember him. And with regards to Dragon's Teeth, again, I go from my own personal experience in Drayton and Farlington. When we had the active dairy in Station Road, the tankers were always knocking down the Dragon's Teeth on the corner of Station Road, and they were somewhere between £850 and £1,000 each. So that's an awful lot of Dragon's Teeth and yellow paint to get to £110,000 as far as I'm concerned. But with regards to the comments about the residents, well, Councillor Madgwick put it out there because he wasn't obviously very familiar with his own ward, asking residents how he should actually vote on this. I don't think the information he put up there was particularly accurate in the first place, because as I understand it's not taking out any green space whatsoever. But it was very notable from a lot of the comments that were being made by residents there that quite a few people that actually live in the affected area were actually coming back and saying, yes, please, it's a complete nightmare. It's been like that for a decade, which is something that, listen to the local residents. That was always my view as a cabinet member for traffic and transportation. These are the people that live there. They're the people that experience it on a daily basis, and they're probably the people that are best placed to do it. But again, you're talking about a policy of committing to reduce car use. Well, we're talking about perhaps the most northerly ward in the entire city in Paulsgrove, and the bus links there, quite frankly, are abysmal. You can't set out with a policy that says, let's reduce car use in the city, but actually you're excluding one area because of the nature of the bus services that you've actually got in that particular area, which forces those people to be reliant on the car. Now, going forward, talking about it from a verge hardening point of view, we did look at this. Councillor Hooper and I sat down with officers who told us that the money was available, and then it wasn't, and then it was, and then it wasn't. But we identified, there is an area of money that goes into the PFI contract specifically on an annual basis for verge hardening. I'm sure you're aware of that as the cabinet member. And we actually looked at the amount of that. The officer in question actually wasn't aware of that, which did surprise me, to go away and actually have a look at it and see how we could actually prioritise this to make sure that we get the appropriate funding in the right sort of place for the benefit of Paulsgrove. And certainly what we came down with worked out beautifully from a point of view of supporting this particular area with the echelon parking that they were looking for and not necessarily penalising anywhere else. Certainly when I was doing the cabinet member for traffic and transportation, that PFI money was extremely useful in certain areas to actually address parking issues that we actually had. It even addressed a small area in Drayton and Farlington subsequent to when I was traffic and transportation cabinet member, which I hasten to add I had nothing to do with. And it's done so in other areas of the city. So the finances are there. It depends which of the myriad of different traffic and transportation budgets that you actually look at, if you've actually got a will to actually do this sort of thing. And that's where it probably comes down to it. You have here 2 ward councillors that have been engaging with their residents. They have a ward-related issue which needs addressing, which is creating misery and is actually having a child safety impact, you could argue, that needs to be addressed as well, that are coming to the cabinet member ultimately because they've explored all the other routes to say, how can we actually progress this and actually move this forward? So there is an element of political will behind this, and I guess what you've got to ask yourself is, Councillor Stagg, as the cabinet member for traffic and transportation, do I want to support a school and child safety in a ward, or do I not want to do that? And that, to me, is where it comes down to it. Is it a child safety issue that is important to you, or is it not?
Thank you, Councillor Bosher. And Councillor Norton.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm going to speak very, very briefly. Like others, I didn't intend on speaking on this, but I do need to address one of the issues that I have with something that Councillor Stagg said. And she did use the Safer Streets programme as a model of something that the administration are doing to address a problem. And I have to reject that. I really do, I'm afraid. That is another one of those projects that accepts that there's a problem, but doesn't really go any way in funding it and doing anything about it other than something that looks good on literature or is in our council comms. Now, if you were to look at our council comms, you would think that the Safer School Streets project is fantastic. But if you actually speak to schools, what they're saying is it's dumped in their laps. It's something that is extra for their staff to have to go out and police. So on top of teaching, on top of all of the things that teachers have to become, they're now going to have to become traffic wardens as well. And it's not a popular decision, so I do want to reject that. Look, something must be done. We know that. We know that around schools, when it comes to parking, parents turning up on their double yellows and throwing their children over the barrier, leaving their engines running, which is why I asked for additional cough cough engine off stickers, because I'm happy to go out there and and say, look, put one of those in your windscreen and make that point very, very clearly. But to use the Safer Schools Streets programme as an action that is positive and is going to make a huge difference is really, really incorrect. It's not very well funded. It's not particularly well thought through. It's just one of those kind of virtue signalling things, I'm afraid. So I do want to be on record rejecting that as a positive solution to some of the issues that Councillor Hooper has raised, and I'm sure Mr Hartley would agree. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Norton. Councillor Atkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think when Councillor Hooper first brought this motion to the Conservatives and told us about this scheme that she was pursuing with Councillor New in Paulsgrove, we didn't think this would be a particularly controversial motion. We actually thought that in the end the funding might well have been approved and we wouldn't even need to leave it on the agenda, because it seems such an obvious win-win for everybody involved. The type of parking we're talking about is not a car park. It is a verge hardening type area where the cars can pull off and park in echelon spaces without any loss of green space. And in fact, that kind of parking is ideal, and more of that is needed across the city, because with people hardening their drives, with them putting concrete across their drives, paving over, something which they're completely entitled to do, and there's nothing this council can do about it from a sort of planning point of view. That reduces sort of rain runoff space, it reduces grass and areas and biodiversity. So actually we should be looking for more opportunities, not less, to adopt that kind of parking scheme. Not only that, it's in an area where we know the parking is incredibly congested and there is a very large problem. And it's in an area where we have a large school with another school just down the road, Castleview, in particular a school with a special educational needs unit, where I think everyone in this council should be able to accept that if there are some parents that need sometimes to be able to take their cars to drop their children off at school or pick them up, it's likely to be special educational needs students. So this is a situation where it is perfectly reasonable for people to be using their cars, and where an increase in parking will increase the quality of life for residents. There's no biodiversity loss, no negative impact on the environment. So frankly, it just simply seems like a scheme that should obviously be supported. I wouldn't have thought Councillor Stagg is likely to propose a sort of safer streets type programme which would involve shutting Alloway Avenue, is she? So this is a situation where actually this is a sensible solution to a real problem. And, it's only after that that we even get to the funding issue. Now, I haven't looked into this in the depth of Councillor Hooper and Councillor New, but I've worked with them on ward issues before, and I know that the depth of detail they go into in their research is enormous, and supported by Councillor Bush and his history in traffic and transport. I've no doubt that if they say the money was once allocated to do this, it once was. And I think, Paulsgrove residents can make up their own minds about whether or not they think it's more likely that the money was allocated at the time the school was being developed and was subsequently diverted to something else, which is quite common with developments. When there's a bit of money left over, suddenly there's another project that seems more attractive. Or, if it was simply, £110,000 was spent on the yellow lines and the Dragon's Teeth. Well, if it was, it might have been better if it had been spent on the echelon parking. And this still is a scheme that seems to fully justify funding. And as Councillor Bushler said, this is not an area of the council that has no money. It is somewhere where I'm sure funding can be found for a scheme which provides such advantage to the area. And I think really what the council has to ask themselves, and what Paulsgrove residents will be left asking if the scheme is not funded, is if this was a scheme in Milton or in Central South Sea or anywhere down there, Baffins, would it be funded? I think yes, it would. And so I think it is wrong of us not to support this motion and support the people of Paulsgrove in what is such an easy solution or such an obvious solution to this problem around a school. We have so many problems around school. We're dealing with problems around Medina Road, where children's lives are putting at risk. You know, their safety is at risk by car movements at the time that people are leaving school. And sadly, there aren't such straightforward solutions. I'm not saying this will solve all the problems, but it's something that will help. And it just seems obvious to me that, yes, we might have a strategy of reducing car use, but this is a particular situation with a particular need where there is a problem with car use and with parking, and it just seems to me madness and almost pure politics that it wouldn't be addressed by this council when it can be so easily. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. Councillor Vernon-Jackson, please.
My Lord Mayor, like everybody else, I wasn't going to speak on this, but such is life. Very quickly, it seems to me Councillor Lindstag has said the money that was committed. Like Councillor Bosher, I find the costs charged to the council by contractors working for the City Council on lots of different things very expensive, but that's what the money was spent on 11 years ago. So money has been allocated, money has been spent, and now there is an ask for more. I spent election day, at the beginning of it, sitting outside a church. And it was very cold, unlike in here, where I'm quite nice and warm. But when I sat there and coming up to 8:30, 9 o'clock, we were just opposite the school. And I have to say, the school wasn't in Paulsgrove, but I was stunned by some of the parking manoeuvres done by parents dropping their kids off. And this may, of course, be no news to lots of people here, but parents were prepared to do amazing things with their cars and their children. And we have calls from around the city for people to have more car parking. Mayfield, we've had masses of people from around Mayfield School asking for more car parking. Of course, that is entirely down to the school. They can do that if they want. They have lots and lots of space. But my Lord Mayor, what this motion seems to want to do is there is a fund available and bids can go into it for different things. And I'm sure if the councillors from Paulsgrove put a bid in, they can be looked at, along with everything else. There is money to make routes to schools safer. And I think the School Streets programme, and particularly led by Susie Horton, has been great. Really good, and schools have been happy to volunteer to be part of it, and that's been really, really good. I'm sure there are some schools that are stuck in the 19th century who don't particularly want to move away from things, but I'm sure lots of schools in the city are happy to do it, and it's been great that it's been such a success. But my Lord Mayor, I was doing a little research in here, and one of the things that I found out is there is money available to do this. This could be done tomorrow. And whose decision would that be? The Paulsgrove councillors. There is £115,000 sat in an account that the Paulsgrove councillors control. They can do this tomorrow, if they want. So it's in their hands, and in Milton we haven't got £115,000 because we spend it on doing things for our local residents. I hope the councillors in Paulsgrove will look at the money and decide what they want to do, but it's in their hands. If they want it to happen, it can happen.
Thank you. Councillor Udy.
Maybe even been a point of order, so I do apologise in advance. But through you, Lord Mayor, I'd like to ask Councillor Norton about the schools that aren't happy about safer streets, because my daughter's school absolutely love it. So I want to know these schools that are actually hating it, because I've been told that a lot of them volunteer to do it. So if you could elaborate on that for transparency, and so we know, and then we can relay that to Councillor Norton and see what's going on with it, can't we, Councillor Horton and Norton?
Cool.
Councillor Udy, the sentiment's good, but actually it doesn't concern with the motion that we're talking about.
It does, because it's been brought up within the motion, and it's about parking outside of schools, and the Safer Streets campaign has been going on alongside schools at the moment, so I think it's more than relevant to be heard of, because I'm quite worried that Councillor Norton has spoken an untruth in this situation.
Is that Councillor Sanders?
Yeah, no, Councillor Sanders is next.
Oh, Councillor Sanders is next. Didn't recognise you, Councillor Hunt, with the mask.
Thank you. I'm definitely not Lee, I can tell you that much. He's much better looking than I am. The first thing is, firstly, I've actually, firstly, I didn't realise Joe was a fellow left-hander, so that's a huge help, and I suppose I've got to wave my pen properly at her, so thank you very much. The first thing is I've actually told housing officers of the praise for them in this motion, which is extensive, and like Councillor Hooper and Councillor Yu, I also do a bit of investigating if it affects me, and it affects this portfolio. And yes, housing officers are more than happy to manage the car park, should it exist. And you used the words car park in this motion as well as echelon parking. I have seen plans. I have seen costings. But when I checked with housing officers last night, the people who would manage this scheme if it goes through, I asked them one simple question. Is it your understanding that any money has ever been given to this? And the answer is no. And I don't know the emails that were sent to Councillor Hooper and Councillor New confirming the funding. They may turn around to me and they may say that I'm being advised incorrectly, and again, that's absolutely fine. But as far as I can see, there is no money for this scheme. And that's independent of the merits of the scheme or the demerits of the scheme. Councillor Atkins has said earlier, you know, this sort of thing wouldn't happen in Southsea. I think those people who had 2 parking zones taken away by the Conservatives in Southsea without any consultation may beg to differ. I think those people in Fratton who didn't want to pay for the Conservative charge for the first permit on parking and would much rather have their parking zone removed than do that, only to find that they were lumbered with a smaller parking zone. And the people in East Somerstown, who also did the same thing and also got lumbered with a smaller parking zone, may differ. So there have been problems previously. But as far as I can see, this scheme is being worked subject to money. Now, like Councillor Vernon Jackson, there is an extensive SIL fund in Portsmouth. It could be funded tomorrow. I'm more than happy, if the ward councils are happy to fund it out their SIL money, to go to housing officers and work with the ward councils to get it happening, so they can manage the car park. But as far as I can see, this project is subject to money, this project is subject to funding, this project is also subject to an extensive consultation with local people to assess what the demand is, because my understanding is the area is a bit more split than it may look. The money cannot come out of the housing revenue account because there are only, I am told, 7 council properties in the area, so it wouldn't qualify to have a significant stake, so it's got to come out of somewhere else. I don't quite know how that will be, what that will be. All I know is I'm being advised by the team that would be managing this echelon car parking if it happens, that it's all subject to funding. I have seen emails to that effect as well as costed plans and worked up plans. And I'm concerned that we're going to approve something for which there is no funding that has been allocated unless, as the leader has suggested, it comes out of the ward SIL money. Thank you very much.
Point of clarification, if I can, Lord Mayor.
Point of clarification.
Just for the benefit of Councillor Sanders, both Councillor Hooper and myself actually sat in a meeting with traffic and transportation officers who identified the funding was available. There were 3 schemes, of which this was one of them. There were 2 other roads as well. And it was essentially that if we wanted to do the Bodmin Green one, then one of the other schemes may have to drop off. But it was clear to us at that time that the funding was available, and that did not include any PFI money that comes in through the Verge Hardening programme. So clearly, officers have been giving misleading information in one direction or another, if that's where it is. I know who the officers are that I sat in the meeting with, but I'm not prepared to name them here because that would not be appropriate.
Thank you. And did Councillor Hunt want to talk on this?
If it's all right, Lord Mayor. I mean, I don't know if anyone's noticed, but there's something going, we're kind of like piggies in the middle here because there's something going on over here in this lot towards Councillor Madgwick. I don't know what it is, but it prompted me to go look at his website. Sorry, not his website. I hope you don't mind. I look
Feel
at
free.
Facebook, he's consulted residents about this matter. And I haven't been able to go through them all, but so far I've got 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 36 residents saying they don't want this, and 9 saying they do, and 3 who don't seem to be quite sure. So the communication's gone wrong. I think you guys need to talk to each other, as difficult as that might seem. But we've heard the money's there, so, you know, if the 3 ward councillors talk to each other, and obviously talk to the residents, you might well come up with some kind of a result. But this one resident saying how refreshing to see a councillor enlisting the comments of those who he serves. Everyone's lucky to have Councillor Madgwick. Well done, George. So there's something going on here. I don't know what it is, but I think that they should sort it out between them. And they've got the money, so if they want it, do it. But very strange notice of motion that seems to be a bit of a storm in a teacup, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hunt. Councillor Hooper, to sum up, please.
Well, thank you to everybody that has contributed. I've got quite a lot to say. There are a few myths and points that I'd like to dispel or corrections that I'd like to make. I agree with Councillor Hunt that there obviously seems to be a bit of confusion here. But what I do find offensive is that you've referred to this as a storm in a teacup, because that is demeaning to both my residents, Mr. Hartley, people like SEN kids that would actually use this facility. So let's go through my perception of this, because I've worked with Councillor New and I've worked with Councillor Bosher. Obviously, we've been at all of these meetings. And it's right to say, I also take a lot of my intelligence from a really past, eminent Labour councillor. He's a guy up there that people really respect, and he did a fantastic job for years. Now, that gentleman came to me because he knows I work cross-party. Okay, I don't like the partisan crap that we sometimes have in this council. And he said to me, this happened, Joe, the funding was removed, please have a go at getting it back. Okay, so regardless of what council officers are saying, and I don't want to damn these people because I've not been part of these conversations, but I take my intelligence from former eminent politicians who served the ward for years and years and years, and actually from residents that I've spoken to extensively. Now, I don't know about online polls, but in Paulsgrove, I knock an awful lot of doors, which I've always done. Okay, spoken to an awful lot of people. So we're talking about 2 issues here. We're talking about resident need, and we're talking about the multi-purpose issue with also helping the school. If you think there is any area within Paulsgrove or any road in Paulsgrove that would turn down extra parking, I'm sorry, then we've obviously been knocking different doors and talking to different people, because all the residents that I've spoken to around Newbolt, that whole area, Falmouth Road, parking is one of their biggest issues that they are concerned about. Now, when it comes down to the funding for this, I was in the same meeting as Councillor Bosher. The 100k was made available, okay? Yes, we have an ongoing verge hardening project, but Councillor Bosher had made suggestions, okay, because that's what he's pretty good at. He's good at the maths and he knows this place well, where there's pots of money. where we could ensure the verge hardening, bar perhaps one road, all right, would be done this year, and this 100k we were promised would come forward actually for the Bodmin Green echelon parking. Yes, colloquially, Councillor Sanders, sometimes I've referred to it as a car park, but it actually is echelon parking to the northern and western periphery. Now, it was council, it was the original officer we were working with that spoke to your staff, and they were happy to assist. So that was, you know, positively meant towards them that we had, you know, we'd had that actual dialogue. So also, you know, I've touched upon a couple of the points that have been made here. I don't know, you know, I understand Councillor Stagg has just been given some information, but it's not the information that I have been given, okay? Especially the mention of the other money being spent on traffic calming measures back 10, 11 years ago. That has never, ever been mentioned to me. And when I spoke to the officer about it, he couldn't find any record of this money being spent. I also want to say the headmaster has spoken about this facility helping kids with special educational needs. Councillor Stagg, I appreciate you just reading from a script there, but those children can't necessarily walk to school, okay? All right, they have to be transported. Just finishing what I want to actually say. Councillor New also brings up a very valid point in raising the despicable scandal of the Lib Dems wasting council money on reinvestigating the running of Portsgrove Community Centre. This truly was a hideous waste of money after the former city solicitor had already called for an investigation into residents' extensive complaints. In fact, matters were proven to be a complete waste of money when the second investigation corroborated the findings of the damning first. A true scandal in my introduction to politics in Portsmouth. It's really tainted those involved as putting politics before people. But I ask you today to take the high road. Do what you were elected to do and find in favour of residents and the Victory Primary School. And where the SIL funding comes into this, okay, that's a little bit disingenuous because we have some projects coming forward. This money was never spent on Bodmin Green in the past, so we have every right to ask for it back. Why should we say to our residents, no, I'm sorry, Councillor Vernon Jackson said, we've got to take your SIL money, okay, when this project was promised in the past. Of course, I'm going to come here and I'm going to ask for the money because we did not get the money in Portsgrove. I believe the former politician and the residents that I've spoken to extensively. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now go to the vote on motion F. All those in favour, please raise their hands. And all those against the motion, please raise their hands.
Lord Mayor.
And abstentions, please. That motion is carried. Thank you very much. We'll move on to motion G, house building target. Is this motion proposed by Councillor Vernon Jackson and seconded by Councillor Hugh Mason?
It is, my Lord Mayor.
I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Vernon Jackson, to present and speak to his motion. And could Councillor Hugh Mason confirm that he's seconding this, please?
I confirm that, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. If there are any amendments, please make sure we've got them. Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Can I start, in maybe an unusual way, by putting on record my thanks to people across all parties in this city for taking a united stand against the government's imposition of 17,701 houses to be built in Portsmouth over the next few years. So to be specific, I'd like to thank the Council, a Lib Dem run authority, Penny Mordaunt, a Conservative MP, and Stephen Morgan, a Labour MP, all for having a united view that this is too many houses to be built here in the city. I'm pleased that at the Cabinet meeting in July, when we adopted the local plan, the Cabinet at that point said that we oppose the 17,000 houses being built because that has to be the background in which we work in terms of the local plan. None of us support the idea that 17,000 houses are being imposed on us, and we are united across all parties in opposing this. So, my Lord Mayor, I'm pleased that we were able to do that at Cabinet, but I thought it was important that we did it here at the Council as well, that we had the ability across all parties to make sure that we united on this. But, my Lord Mayor, and I think we have to be really, really realistic, if the government does impose and force us to have the 17,701 houses that they say they're going to force us to build, we have real problems. 17,000 new homes probably means 17,000 new cars on our roads, which are pushed already. 17,000 new homes mean more children for local schools. And we've already had a big programme of expanding local schools, but we'll have to do even more. We all know how difficult it is to get a GP's appointment. I tried to talk to our doctor, and I was offered a telephone interview in a month's time. With more and more GPs retiring, and it's very difficult to recruit new GPs, who's going to see the 17,000, the residents of these 17,000 new homes? And each of them will probably have at least 2 people who live in each of them. So that's 34,000 more people wanting to see a GP. And the pressure it'll put on the infrastructure in the city, the supply of electricity, the water, the sewerage, is all great. But I think it's important, Lord Mayor, that we do, across party, put down a resolution to make sure we're clear that we are united across all parties in opposing this number of houses being built and imposed on us. But, my Lord Mayor, I think we also have to be realistic. I was talking to colleagues from South Oxfordshire, where the administration had stood on a platform of opposing the number of houses that they were going to be forced on South Oxfordshire. And they won the election. They won it. And so they came up with a local plan with fewer houses. And what was the response from the government inspector? He said, tough. Don't care about election results. Irrelevant. The government has said you have to have this number of houses. You will have this number of houses. All the development areas you don't want, you will have development on them. So we're not in the position to bury our heads in the sand and say, it'll go away. I hope we're able to persuade ministers to reduce the number. So I've written to the planning minister to ask to go with a cross-party delegation to go and meet the minister to argue our case for fewer houses to be forced on us in Portsmouth. And I hope we'll do that as a cross-party thing across the chamber. And if we do, I've talked to Penny Mordaunt, she's happy to come, and I'm sure Stephen Morgan will be happy to come as well, so that we're able to do this together. But, Lord Mayor, the way I think that we can potentially reduce this is by persuading the Secretary of State that the land at the area of Tipner West in the harbour is of such importance ecologically that he rules that it is in the national interest that there can be no development there. If he does that, then it must follow that the number of houses forced on Portsmouth will be less. But if we're not able to persuade the minister that the number of houses should be fewer forced on Portsmouth, we have to be really careful. As a council for many generations, we've defended employment land in the city to make sure there are jobs in the city so people don't have to drive long distances to get a job. For generations, this council has defended green, open space to make sure that people are able to have decent areas to get out and about in. We had Celia Clark here earlier talking about other plans, and the plans she talked about include building all over Stampshaw Park. Building all over a park in the city, vital to local residents. And I've seen that, I've looked at the plans, and it's clear there are houses all over Stamshaw Park. Now, we couldn't support that. So we're going to have to work really, really hard to try to make sure we, A, persuade the minister to reduce the number, but if we don't, to make sure that we protect employment land so that, and for jobs, that we protect green space, and that we're not forced by a government inspector to sacrifice those things which would hurt the city badly. So, my Lord Mayor, I hope that we're able to join together to support across all parties, making sure that we have a united voice to the government, that we can say to them, 17,701 new houses being forced on us in Portsmouth is too many. We should speak with one voice.
Thank you, Councillor Vernon Jackson. We have before us 3 amendments. The first one from the Labour group from Councillor Judith Smile, seconded by Cal Corkery. Second one from the Conservative group, proposed by Councillor Matthew Atkins and seconded by Councillor Ryan Brent. And the third one from the Liberal Democrat group, proposed by Darren Saunders and seconded by Lynn Stagg. These will have to be taken in order before we move to the debate. Is that correct?
Yes, if you want to get the proposer and seconder of each amendment to speak and propose accordingly in sequence.
Right, we'll start with the Labour group and a call upon Judith Smythe to propose and Cal Corkery to second their amendment. Thank you.
Could my amendment be circulated, please, Lord Mayor? And just to explain to people, I agree very much with the leader's statement on this. We agree with the motion, but we didn't feel that it was up to date enough. It didn't tell us. So I've added a last paragraph, which is to do with the actions we're taking, and I hope reinforces the message of the overall motion that I, like the leader, hope we will all agree. But if I could have it circulated, I'd be grateful. Is it? Where is it?
Yeah, we'll confirm seconding.
When you get the motion, you'll see it adds a paragraph at the end of the existing motion, which brings it up to date and acknowledges that as a council we understand what the Secretary of State has said, which is that we should put a new target into the local plan and the draft, and it also, people who's very much on the ball will see that it contains the same sentiment that Councillor Graham Heaney put as part of our amendment to agenda item 12B, and which a majority of us in this room have already agreed. So I commend it to you.
Thank you. The next amendment to be proposed and seconded will be from Councillor Matthew Atkins, seconded by Councillor Ryan Brent. Councillor Matthew Atkins, please.
So proposed, Lord Mayor, could you circulate it before I begin speaking on it? Councillor Brent, do you want to second it?
Councillor Brent, could you, Councillor Brent, just second it?
You're going to second?
Seconded and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you.
Lord Mayor, I'll begin to speak on it as it's going round. We don't, in the Conservative Party, oppose in principle the aims of this motion either. I don't think, as the leader, Councillor Vernon Jackson, has said. Penny Morton, the local MP, has done important work on this, and I think has come to a similar conclusion, actually, in fact, to the Labour amendment, that there is a process for having the housing target reviewed, and we do encourage, in the strongest terms, the administration to go through that process and try and have the housing target reduced. The reason for my amendment is more to inject a series, I think, of important factual considerations and a bit of balance into the motion, because some of the rhetoric in it, to be honest, started to sound rather like anti-immigration rhetoric without the the immigration element, in terms of, you know, Portsmouth is overloaded in its roads, overloaded in its GPs. Well, the population of Portsmouth is projected to increase, and that is a reality that the council does have to address. We have in some years been better at getting close to the housing target than others, particularly under the previous Conservative administration. If you look at some of the past statistics, 800 or 900 units was nearly achievable some years, but I would totally accept we never got actually to the target. Therefore, the target is, I would say, demonstrably too high. For the Liberal Democrat administration at the moment is substantially off that target, and I think those of us in the chamber who want to see affordable housing, good quality housing, new council housing, social housing, well, I think we do need to see something of the pace picked up. It's not as if there are no sites available for development in Portsmouth. There are some that are not yet obviously progressing. We've already had a long discussion about Tipner and the failures around that development, the lack of progress. We could also talk about something we're going to talk about later in closed session, which is the Northern Quarter City Centre development, which is going to include a significant amount of new housing. We have the situation with Horatio and Leamington House, which is opening up a large space for new housing. There is the project at St James's Hospital. But the truth is, about many of these projects, there seems to be startlingly little progress and a lack of house building going on in this city. And I do think that should be noted. Yes, we don't want to see the city overburdened and congested, but at the same time, I think current delivery rates, which are noted in my amendment of 183 units of non-student housing in 2018-19 and only 18 in 1920, that is too low. So we do also have to make sure that we are delivering enough affordable and social housing for the city so it can grow, it can develop, it can prosper. You know, we have a future generation of workers growing up. We have a student population. We'd like to retain some of those skills, some of those people who learn in our city. We want to see them stay and help the city prosper and grow. We have the Freeport opportunity coming down the pipeline that may create more employment in the city. So we do need to recognize that we do also need to grow and make sure that we are keeping up with a reasonable rate of house building. I also wanted to note in this the damage that has been done to our position in terms of rejecting government housing targets by the administration dragging its heels on the local plan, which is significantly late. And the fact that our house building has been so low, we've been missing our targets by such a substantial amount, that actually the target we are now imposed for the next 20 years is 20% higher as a result. So, you know, there's a few thousand of those 17,000 houses on the target that don't need to be there if we were delivering at a slightly better rate than we are. So my amendment really is not changing the spirit of the motion in terms of, yes, the target is too high. We are an island city. We are in a unique position. But I also don't think it is fair for this administration to sort of sit in from the Southeast Liberal Democrat hymn sheet that they used in Chesham and Amersham and South Oxfordshire, where we're talking about building of large-scale developments for the London commuter belt. That is not what is happening in Portsmouth. In Portsmouth, we need to maintain a sufficient supply of housing with associated services for the city to grow and prosper. And we also need to make sure that we're delivering local plan on time. We need to make sure we're delivering enough social and affordable housing. And I just think that the administration needs to also be called to account on the extent to which that hasn't been happening over the last few years, while also calling on the government to set us a more reasonable housing target. It's noted in my amendment, for example, the target is subject at the moment to yearly recalculation. It can be recalculated and does not need to be 17,000 over the next 20 years if we run our housing development schemes a bit better in this city. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. The third amendment is from Councillor Darren Sanders. Can we distribute that, please?
Feel free to circulate it.
Councillor Darren, can you
I'm happy to propose, and
it?
please feel free to circulate it, my Lord Mayor.
And your seconder is Councillor Lindstag, is that correct?
Correct, Lord Mayor.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Our amendment is in pretty much the same spirit as Councillor Heaney's earlier amendment to the Labour motion, which is essentially, as we see it, a bit of a tidying up exercise. I have to say I'm interested in some of the amendments, particularly the Conservative one. It's very interesting because I appreciate Councillor Atkins was not on the authority when we took over in May 2018. I understand that, and that's absolutely fine. But it would have actually helped to improve affordable housing delivery if we'd have inherited a plan to actually build council housing. We didn't. Now, that's a shame, because a lot of council housing that was agreed many, many years ago when we last ran the council was built under the Conservative regime. Absolutely right. Delighted that they stuck to our targets. I only wish that I had inherited that plan. Now, by not inheriting that plan, that means that it is therefore, you have to therefore start, one, having a plan, and two, delivering it. And that takes, unfortunately, time, Councillor Atkins. But we do now have a plan. Southsea Community Centre now has temporary accommodation. That was a scheme that was approved under planning in 2015, around about 2015, but wasn't built. It was built under us. I was delighted to join Councillor Peter Harris and Councillor Corkery the other day up in Doyle Avenue in Hilsea, homes that are now being built. I won't go there. Homes that are now being built. Only this week, we have secured money from the government to secure underutilised sites, in fact, what Michael Gove calls underused parking sites, on our stock to build more homes. Now, I'm delighted that we're doing that. I'm delighted that our Conservative and Labour colleagues are supporting that. But you can't, please do not say that we are holding up affordable housing when we had to put a plan in from scratch. The other thing that Councillor Atkins highlighted was the lack of delivery, and that's sadly true. But there are about 1,000 dwellings that have been approved by this council's planning committee that ain't been built. And those 1,000 homes form part of the non-delivery of council housing, not council housing, the non-delivery of housing that the government says you've got to deliver. What do we have to do? Hold a gun to the developers' heads? Because I think that is what Councillor Atkins and the Conservative motion is highlighting. The numbers in there are based around delivery, they're not based around approvals. We cannot have developers land banking in this city. That has occurred for too often, and I hope that this administration will help deal with that. Councillor Atkins talks about St James's. Some of us know St James's reasonably well. Some of us know that there have been many, many, many hold-ups with regards to St James's over the years. Many. Down to the developers who won't submit a traffic plan until during the local elections. That was quality, I tell you. About not wanting to work with the local neighbourhood plan, which offers, in my view, a much more sustainable vision of that future. Homes, schools, healthcare, a much more sustainable approach. So please, don't say it's about holding people up, Councillor Atkins. Too many developers are land banking too many properties in this city, and we are suffering in this city because they are not doing their job. And so we come to the planning reforms. I'm delighted that Councillor Atkins mentions Chesham and Amersham. Some of us went up there. Some of us heard what local people said, and it wasn't purely about planning, but it was about being neglected. And that is of some significance. Because in terms of planning, the top-down, target-driven approach to house building that's been the hallmark of Labour and Conservative-led governments for decades has failed to provide the homes we need. Yet, like generals fighting the last war, they carry on oblivious to their failures. Now, I read over the weekend that the government was finally considering actually ditching the housing targets. Alleluia and praise the Lord, because that is long overdue. And Portsmouth, as I think we all agree, is a prime example of why they should be ditched. You tell people about the housing target. Doesn't matter who they vote for. You tell people about the housing target and you get back 2 words. Just 2. How? Where? And those are good questions to which there are no easy answers. And all of us in our own ways are trying to work that through, whether it's at Tipner or St James's or elsewhere. And that's why, for instance, with Tipner, councillors are being briefed on the various options that are available, because we have to understand the issues. And the council is absolutely right. One of the plans has involved not only building on Stamshaw Adventure Playground and Stamshaw Park, but also, from what I've seen from some plans, building on a Brent Geese site. Now, I don't think that'll be popular. So we have to have an educated and an open discussion working together because, as was said earlier, this is a minority administration. This has to come back to full council. So we all have to work together and we all have to come up with answers and we all have to come up with policies, and I look forward to the answers of the opposition. But it is precisely that sort of approach, working together, understanding the problems, because we're basically all united on this. We just have different ways of doing it. And that's what the government should be doing across the country, working with councils and people on what homes work best in their area, one of the better bits of the Conservative amendment, I have to say. And if they want to do it in this city, this administration, as the leader has identified, will give them a warm welcome. And if they do not, then we will all continue to complain long, loud, good God, long, it's too late, I tell you, long, loud and hard. My Lord Mayor, thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Councillor Sanders. This is now open for debate, and I will say this, that it'll be 3 hours since the last break. We'll start the debate. If it looks like going on too long, then I'll call the break in between. But if not, if we finish in a reasonable amount of time, then I should call off for a break. It's 3 hours. I don't think we're getting any warmer. I don't know if the members agree. Yeah, well, there's more wind in here, sorry, than that. So I'll let the members know. We're open for debate anyway. Councillor Peter Harris.
I didn't expect to be called so quickly, Lord Mayor, thank you. I'm just going to go start with the amendments. And I don't know what's happening today, but Councillor Corkery and Councillor Smythe together, I seem to be agreeing with them. So, you know, twice in one meeting, I'm starting to get really worried about my allegiances and where I sit. You're suspended. I know, I think so. Councillor Bosch has just suspended me on the spot. But no, I totally agree. I just wanted to address something quickly that Councillor Sanders has said. And I think he's been slightly disingenuous to this council, because he knows as well as I do that he's had a slight advantage over when we were previously running the council, when in October 2018 the government actually confirmed that the HRA borrowing cap, that's the Housing Revenue Account borrowing cap, was abolished with immediate effect. And what that basically means is the abolition of the borrowing cap also benefits local authorities that wish to build council housing. What a wonderful idea, you know. And he's sitting there, I can see he's mouthing, we didn't have a plan. Well, actually, you've just mentioned, I think it was Albion House that was in the planning stage, but we couldn't build it because we couldn't borrow against it. But actually now, because you can borrow in line with the Prudential Code, you can build those properties. So I think he's being slightly disingenuous to the previous administration, and I think he conveniently left out that the borrowing cap was lifted by this government, you know, to help him build some council homes, which I think he's extremely grateful for. And I just wanted to put that on record because I think it's important to know the facts behind what you're doing. And I think he's conveniently left that out, and I'm sure he regrets doing so.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Corkery, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Speaking in support of the amendment and I think the motion more generally, it's clear that we all agree that the housing targets that are being put upon us by central government are unsustainable. I mean, one thing I'd point out about those housing targets, and it is picked up in some of the motion and the amendments as well, is that they're about the number of houses that are being built, not necessarily what kind of houses they are, who they're for, and what they're going to be doing. So, I mean, you could build 17,000 luxury flats that no one locally can afford, and you'll meet the target. But obviously, that's not what we want to do as a city. We need to be building the kind of properties that people need and can afford. I mean, what I'd like to just ask the question really of the administration as part of my speech here is what is the plan for challenging these targets? That's what we really need to get down into the detail of. I know there's been some suggestion that the Secretary of State is going to be asked for their view on Tipner or not, but it seems to me the Secretary of State has already, again, we talked about this earlier, but the Secretary of State has explained in a letter to Leader, I think it was, which was then circulated to all councillors, he has explained the process for challenging the targets, and it is through the local plan. So what I would like to know is what is the specific plan for doing that? And I mean, people in the room will know, those councillors at least, that these are questions that we have already put to the administration in August in a chain of emails in response to Leader send around the letter from the Secretary of State. And no substantive reply was given. I think Councillor Mason replied a two-sentence ones, pretty much saying, yep, we're on it, we're going to be working on this, we'll let you know if there's any update. But what we were asking for, and I think what we're asking for today, is a detailed plan of what have you tasked officers to do, what work is ongoing to prove that there are environmental constraints and land supply issues specific to Portsmouth that will be evidenced as part of the local plan that justify reducing those housing targets, because it is clear that is the way we're actually going to do it. So yeah, that's the question I'd like to put to either the Leader or the relevant Cabinet member, and I'll be very interested to hear their response.
Thank you, Councillor Corkery.
Councillor Brent.
Councillor Ryan Brent.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. So I think for me, it's brilliant that the administration, Leader and Cabinet member for Plan and City Development have brought a motion to full council that in essence have given a gift to the opposition, a perfect opportunity to highlight the Liberal Democrats' record of housing delivery. It doesn't make good reading, and to be honest, if I was to sum up the Liberal Democrat administration, these words would be recurrent themes: mismanaged, idealistic, throwing blame, inconsistent, and hypocritical. So how is the housing target actually set? Correct, it is initiated from central government. However, it does have local control. The draft local plan highlights that the housing target depends on a large number of speculative sites. They are identified in the Housing and Land Availability Assessment, which is the HELA, and interestingly, the most recent version of this document is not even published. So as a result, we do not even know what the allocations are that are proposed. So just looking at a few of the numbers as I've been reading, so we've got roughly 5,200 non-strategic sites are mentioned in the draft local plan, whereas the HELA identifies 4,600. So there is inconsistency with the data. But I wouldn't necessarily expect anything different from a Liberal Democrat administration who mismanages most of the day-to-day business. Due to the speculation within the draft local plan and the track record with the Liberal Democrats' housing delivery, 2 discounts have been added, which in effect, a discount isn't a good thing. Usually a discount is a good thing. This discount actually increases the housing target. So for anyone who knows what I do in my daytime job, and obviously the change of day for the council meeting meant I had to come late because I do have to have a job, would be that I'm a maths teacher. And so there's one of the discounts, the delivery buffer. So this is 20% additional housing delivery in the plans for the first 5 years. So what does that mean? So that means for every 100 houses that we plan to build, we then have to potentially look at building an extra 20. For every 1,000, we have to potentially look at building another 200. Local authorities that have a record of delivery only have to have a discount of 5%, so an increase of the target of 5%. So obviously you would know what those numbers would mean. And the second discount is under delivery, and this is set at 15%. So for every 100 houses that we are proposing to build, the Liberal Democrats now have to build an extra 15 per 100, an extra 150 per 1,000. It's interesting that most councils meet this need through their identified sites and allocations and do not even apply this second calculation. So, based on my numbers, the Liberal Democrats have actually increased the target by roughly 2,800 through the aforementioned discounts and history of mismanagement and inconsistency with numbers and their poor strategy. Let me read a quote from the earlier motion B amendment, which was supported by both parties of the opposition, which is always nice to agree sometimes. It is regrettable that the Cabinet missed the opportunity within the draft local plan to make clear any objection to government house building targets on the grounds of environmental and land supply constraints. And if you read the original motion that's put forward, this seems contradictory. So just to continue with their non-committal nature, when unsure what to do, as they showed by abstaining on the earlier motion, if there is potentially political damage for elections, the best thing to do in the Liberal Democrat handbook is to sit on your hands. Interestingly, Councillor Vernon Jackson even mentioned winning elections in his opening comments. So, hold up the mirror, be honest, stop playing politics and understand the facts. Recognise that it is the Liberal Democrats' mismanagement that has increased the target, that your idealistic plans that are not pragmatic have led to additional discounts, discounts meaning we have to potentially plan for more houses than we would have in the first place. It's ironic that they call for more local control when it's actually their mismanagement that has removed some local control. I hope that as an effective opposition from both sides, we can hold up the mirror to the administration as they seem to be unable or unwilling to do it themselves. Just to comment on the Labour amendment, it is always welcome, and I think I'm hopefully have a record of adding factual additions to notice of motions and calling for full justification in any council-produced document. So it's nice to see that Labour have put an amendment which does the same. Nonetheless, I urge members to support the Conservative amendment for its factual additions and as well to fully hold the Liberal Democrat administration to account for their continued incompetency and politicising of important issues to residents such as housing targets.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hunt, please.
Yeah, I've never heard such baloney. I mean, for crying out loud, I'm the chairman of the planning committee. And the amount of time these guys, if they bother to turn up in the planning committee, if they bother to turn up, so frequently vote against housing developments. At Drayton and Farlington, Councillor Bosher, I think you've opposed every single application for retirement homes in Drayton and Farlington. The Doyle Avenue one, Councillor Peter Harris, for 24 council houses, included with people with needs on the ground floor, campaigned against it. Across the city, you guys, as soon as a development comes up in a ward that you think is important to you, and you think you can get some political traction out of it, campaign and vote against it. That's your record. So please don't come here and preach to us who are trying to deliver homes for local people when you guys come to the planning committee and vote against them all the time. Now, Councillor New's pretty good at it. I mean, he at least shows up from time to time. But, you know, you've got to be able to come to the planning committee to know what's going on. And you do vote against these things because you think it's politically advantageous to you at a local level to get votes by going against, well, you can shake your head, all of you, but it's true. I know it's true because I sit up there and watch you guys doing it. So you don't come to this full council and say something here and blame the administration and others, when it's you guys who hold these things up by campaigning against them, stirring up the public against them, and then voting them down in the planning committee, because that's actually what goes on. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Hugh Mason.
My Lord Mayor, we've got two amendments before us. If we look at first at the Labour one, yes, the Secretary of State has written, but the Secretary of State has also written, and the advice to our planners is that they must take to identify all sites within their area which are capable of bringing forward the development to meet the government's identified growth needs. The government's identified growth need is 17,701. We have to bring forward every site we can to see if we can make that. The fact that we can't make that has been made very clear in the local plan. Page 29, you will see that we cannot, even with any of our sites, with all of our sites, achieve that. The government's level of 17,701 is a total nonsense. We could not do it without taking greenfield sites in other areas or woodland sites or something of that sort. We can't do it, and we have made that clear. If the Secretary of State would not give us one set of information to one set of people and another set of information to another set of people, it might be a little easier to have a consistent policy. But then that's this government. And as for the Conservative one, we, as has been pointed out, have planning permission, and my colleague has pointed out that the Conservative Party has got a good record of voting against housing building. We have planning permission for over 1,000 homes which have not yet been built. Land banking is rampant in this city because the price of land is high. It is going to be difficult to reach any sensible conclusion on this, largely because the policy that the government has is a nonsense. It's wrong in principle. It's the type of centralized planning which we abandoned in this country over 40 years ago for the very good reason that Whitehall doesn't know what are the best or even the feasible strategies for balancing homes, jobs, and recreation in every town and village in this country. Secondly, the whole principle is wrong in its execution. If you look at the methodology which they have introduced, not the revised methodology which they're proposing to introduce, which is even more arcane, but the methodology which they're using, it takes no account of the proportion of open land, which has been given any level of protection. It gives no account of the density of housing within the authority's boundaries. It gives no account to any kind of employment land. It prioritizes housing over jobs. It prioritizes housing over greenfield sites. It is a very, very bad system. We can't stick our head in the sand, and we can't say that there is not a need for new homes in this city. Councillor Sanders knows how long the waiting list is for council homes, which of course we are building as fast as we can. There is a need for housing, but we in this city know where we can build, where it is possible to build, and how much it is possible to build. This imposition from the government is a nonsense. It's wrong in principle, it's wrong in execution, it's wrong in outcome, and it's wrong in all of its ramifications. So I would ask members to be very critical of the rather one-sided approach in the Labour Party amendment. And as for the Conservative amendment really doesn't do justice to the way in which this council, and indeed this council under the Conservatives as well, have tried to build housing in this city and have had our plans jeopardized by developers who are land banking, developers who are sitting on their hands, developers who are changing their plans halfway through. So I would urge members to reject both of the amendments and to go, which come from Labour and Conservative. I think the Liberal Democrat amendment is sensible, and I would obviously be happy to incorporate it. But that, of course, is for the proposer of the motion to say when he comes to making his summing up. But in short, I think, please vote for the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Bosher, please.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Well, I heard Councillor Hunt's comments, and I'm afraid I wasn't going to let that pass, who says that I've been opposing just about every development of retirement homes in Drayton and Farlington. Well, let me just make it clear for the benefit of the Council and some of the newer members. I've never been a member of the Planning Committee, so therefore there is no voting record of me against any developments because I haven't been a member. But let's actually just drill down into some of what Councillor Hunt's actually talked about. We have 5 in Drayton and Farlington. The first one that got built was called Nightingale Court. That one was generally welcomed, but actually it was opposed by the Liberal Democrats. So it was Councillor Hunt's group, or probably actually not his group at that point, because he was probably a Conservative member, who actually opposed that and campaigned against it in Drayton and Farlington. They also campaigned against one called Atkinson's Court, which is just along the road from there. There is another development in Drayton Lane, and I did oppose what the plans were for that. But having said that, that was where the Futcher Special School was. And for some of those who are here a little bit longer, I stood here and made my maiden speech in defence of the Futcher School, not against the proposed development, but to support the residents in actually retaining what was a wonderful special school in Drayton and Farlington. So not opposed that one either. So when you actually look at it, and most of what we have, and we have another one that they're planning where I sort of look at it and I would look at my Labour colleagues and say, they're actually proposing, or there are plans with one that we are opposing up there, to actually get rid of family homes, wanted family homes, and stick up a 4-storey monolith just across the road from 3 other McCarthy and Stone developments, 40% of which in a 500-yard space are actually empty because nobody wants them. So we've actually got a policy there of knocking down family homes and putting up things that people don't want. So you've got to actually look at the housing mix that we've actually got going on here. And arguably, a 4-storey faceless monolith that nobody wants, is that the right thing to do to lose family homes? I would suggest not. But I'm also an elected councillor for Drayton and Farlington, and it is the views of those residents that I represent, which seems to be something that is completely lost on Councillor Hunt. He seems to think that it's okay for Liberal Democrats to represent their residents' wishes, but it's not okay if you're a Conservative or a member of the Labour Party if it doesn't chime with his views. I think he needs to do his research and not trade on the fact that there are quite a few new members here when he's throwing those sorts of things around. But I would also touch on something else for the benefit of Councillor Hugh Mason, who's talked about land banking and how much of a problem it is. Well, actually, probably the longest running land bank that we've actually got here is the Northern Quarter. And we will probably get to that a little bit later on and have a debate around that. But essentially, we have a large chunk of the city centre that has been land banked by a developer that was essentially given to them by the administration party of the time, which was, yes, the Liberal Democrat Party. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Norton, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I also would like to take issue with some of the things that Councillor Hunt has said. I did sit on planning for a year, and my record was far better than Councillor Hunt's has been this year as chair. So a few things I noticed while I was on there. One of them was Councillor Hunt, it wasn't a Conservative member, who outrageously objected to the park and ride plans before realising that it was actually the administration and Portsmouth City Council's decision. It was Councillor Hunt. It wasn't a Conservative member who led the Lib Dem members in listing ancillary buildings at St James's against officers' advice to slow the development down. It was Councillor Hunt. It wasn't a Conservative member who had the leader of the, or the local lead of landlords writing to group leaders to complain about the lack of HMOs never going through. It was Councillor Hunt that was being complained about there. So my advice to Councillor Hunt is simple. People in glass houses, Councillor Hunt, shouldn't throw stones.
Thank you. I'll call on Councillor Vernon Jackson then.
My Lord Mayor, I have to say how disappointed I am by this debate. I hoped we would be able to speak with one voice to government. I hoped we'd be able to speak for the people of the city together, and clearly that's not available. And I'm very disappointed in that, and I think the people of the city will be as well. Just for the record, I'm happy to accept the Lib Dem amendment, of course. My Lord Mayor, I think it's important to look at some of the facts here. The housing target that we have, and we have to deliver, was 420 dwellings a year. That number has been increased by this government, and this government only, to 855. Now, Councillor Atkins did talk about delivery, and he's right. In 2019-20, we didn't build as many as the government would like. And do you know what happened in 2019-2020? We had a pandemic, and the government said, everybody stop work, go home. Stop building houses. Don't do it. But did the government reduce the target? No, of course they didn't. So we had a pandemic which, I'm sorry, the opposition seemed to ignore and would like us to sit in the council chamber together for hours to be able to infect each other because they don't recognise that the pandemic happened. Now, the other thing that's been brought up is the letter that came from the Planning Minister, and I'm very grateful that that letter did come. The history of it, of course, is that the letter didn't come to the council. The letter was sent to the Member of Parliament for Portsmouth South, inviting people to come and talk to the Minister. But the MP for Portsmouth South, unfortunately, didn't share that with the council. The only reason I saw it months later is because a member of the public sent me a copy. So I've taken the initiative to go to the Minister to say, yes, we do want to come. And I would plead with people in the Labour Party, if we get information like that, please do share. Because we're better if we work together and things like this. And it's held us up for months and months and months that that letter was not shared. And we could have taken a view about the local plan that we were not going to hit the target the government gave. It's a really simple thing to do. Yeah, we'll go for fewer houses. All that will mean, as we know and advised by planning officers time and again, is that means the local plan will be thrown out, we'll have wasted years of work, that our green spaces will be under threat from development, that our HMO policy will be thrown out and we can have HMOs everywhere, and that the employment land will be open for residential development and we will lose jobs in the city. So we have to try to come up with a plan that is legal and hits the government's planning inspectors' demands. We could choose not to do that. We could play politics, but that actually in the long term hurts the interests of the people of the city, and we're prepared to take that responsibility. It is clear that our Conservative colleagues are not, and that's really disappointing. But finally, my Lord Mayor, I have to say, it takes the biscuit. It really does, when we get lectured by the Conservatives about the lack of affordable housing. Now, you will all remember with me the Conservative budget that they brought forward at the last council meeting when we looked at budgets. And do we remember what the proposal there was? Land for 150 affordable homes, council houses, to be sold off to a private property developer for a one-year election bribe for council tax. Now, thank heavens, sanity took over and we rejected the Conservative proposal. But we must remember, and remember this loud and clear, the Conservatives wanted to make sure that 150 local families would remain homeless, would remain in temporary accommodation and not have somewhere decent to live because they wanted to fund an election bribe. That's what you voted for, and your reputation has been killed by it because you decided an election bribe was more important than affordable housing for local families. Thank heavens sanity took place. So, my Lord Mayor, I'm sorry with the amendments that have come forward from the joint opposition, because it does seem today we have a joint opposition, which is not new. We must remember that for 4 years the Conservatives ran this council because of the votes of Labour councillors and UKIP councillors to vote the Conservatives into power. That's the record, and it seems to be happening again. Labour backing the Tories yet again. Really disappointing.
Thank you. We will now vote on the amendments, and the first amendment was the Labour amendment. Can I have a show of hands on the Labour amendment, please?
Three, Lord Mayor.
And those against?
Lord Mayor.
The amendment is passed. Thank you. We will now vote on the Conservative amendment. Members, all those in favour, please raise their hands.
Lord Mayor.
And those against, please.
Lord Mayor.
Therefore, that amendment has been passed.
So, yes, now you're voting on the substantive, Lord Mayor, which is incorporated.
Members, we're now going to vote on the substantive, which incorporates the two amendments.
And including the Liberal Democrats.
And including the Liberal Democrats, which was agreed to. All those in favour, please raise their hands.
Any against, Lord Mayor?
Any against?
That's carried. Substantive's carried.
That is passed. This concludes this motion, and we will now take a warming up break.
How much time do you want to give them, Lord Mayor?
Members, we're going to move on to motion H, and that is the permanent closure of Eastney swimming pool. Is this motion proposed by Councillor John Smith and seconded by Councillor Atkins?
Yes, it is.
Second, and reserve my right to speak, Lord Mayor.
I'll now call upon the proposer, Councillor John Smith, to present and speak to his motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. There are many important issues to deal with at present, and health and well-being being one of them. Given this fact, I would like to discuss why is there no public swimming facility in Portsmouth South whilst the Eastney swimming pool is closed. There are a couple of short public sessions most days at Chartered Academy, but this cannot really be classed as a replacement for a public swimming facility. Mountbatten is the only pool for public use now in the whole of Portsmouth, which is over 4 miles away from Eastney and not on a direct bus route. Since the lockdown eased in April, Mountbatten has been open for lane swimming sessions every day, but is insufficient. In May, Aquafit and other groups lessons and sessions started back up, meaning even less hours for public swimming available to book. Residents have asked me, what are the Conservative plans for the immediate future with regard to public swimming in Portsmouth South? Once I explain to them it's not in my gift or our gift, I have said I will ask the Lib Dem administration that question. So with lockdown now over, do you plan to reopen Eastney Swimming Pool as soon as possible? It is old and not suitable for wheelchair users, but it is important to the residents and the various groups that had regular bookings there. The Pyramids was officially closed, but the future of Eastney Pool is yet to be confirmed. Eastney Pool is arguably part of our maritime heritage, since it was originally built for the Royal Marines in 1904. It was able to survive 2 world wars and was even used to train some of the Cockleshell heroes. It is the birthplace of octopush underwater hockey and is as old as other buildings in the vicinity that have been preserved as part of our heritage. Now that group swimming lessons and other groups and club activities have resumed in full, Mountbatten does not have the capacity to facilitate all the various demands on it, as well as the public swimming. Mountbatten is a lovely pool, but costs £1.20 per session to swim at, whereas Eastney's obviously cheaper. And of course, there is the 4-mile journey, cost and time, and not forgetting the carbon footprint, with some families not able to afford or be able to make the journey. Local government has a duty to provide public swimming facilities, and residents are aware of the plan to build a new centre with a pool at Bransby Park, but that will not be open for swimming for about another 5 years, if it goes ahead at all. The university pool has been under construction for over 2 years and is due to open later this year, but there is no formal agreement to provide adequate public use of the pool. I understand it will provide some space for the public, but most of this will be swallowed up with school bookings, etc. So not enough. So in summary, it will be good to hear and discuss what the administration plans for the immediate future of public swimming and group sessions, as well as vital children's swimming lessons, senior group sessions, etc. within Portsmouth South. Eastney Pool was structurally safe to reopen in March 2020, prior to the first lockdown, and money available for repairs. So can the pool be reopened at least until the new pool is built in Bransby Park and open for use? Thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
First of all, congratulations on your maiden speech. Thank you for what you've just said. And before we go any further, if there are any amendments to this motion, can they please be forwarded? Councillor Smythe, we have an amendment from yourself, seconded by Councillor Heaney. Is that correct? Would you like to speak to the amendment?
Yes, Chair. Could my amendment be circulated, please? This is an unusual council meeting, but I think that a lot of what Councillor John Smith described in his maiden speech is the substance of my amendment.
Councillor Heaney, can you officially second this?
Yes, Lord Mayor, I'm happy to second.
Thank you.
My amendment goes further than the motion here proposed, and I want us to agree to ask the Cabinet to consult on any plan to provide affordable public swimming pools in the south of the city and consider immediate provision of vital swimming lessons for young children through the coming years. I'm particularly concerned about the 4- and 5-year-olds who've frankly lost an important time in their lives when they do learn to swim and need to have that skill embedded. Membership of the university pool and access to the pool at Charter Academy should be taken into account, including proposals to make these genuinely affordable to families. There are all sorts of solutions being used in other countries, and I do think we need to think broad about this. Yesterday, a friend of mine who's learning French told me about a French scheme for fitting out a very, very large lorry to be a mobile swimming pool that could go around to various centres for children. And apparently this is a scheme that's going well in parts of rural France. I'm not proposing that, but I'm just saying I think we need to apply some imagination to this in order to get particularly our 3, 4 and 5-year-olds up and ready to swim. It's a vital skill, particularly as we live so near the sea. Normally, you know, I advocate swimming in the sea. And unfortunately, due to excessive pollution, which isn't the subject of today's motion, but I just wanted to say how appalled I am about it, it even stopped me and my partner going in swimming in the sea. And it is getting a little bit cold for small children to learn in. So in the winter, you know, you can expect me to champion sea swimming again in the summer. I hope you will be able to add this new paragraph to the motion. And indeed, it doesn't say anything very, very different from the speech made by Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Councillor Smythe. The debate is now open. Members wishing to speak, please indicate. Councillor Symes.
Sorry about that. Things seem to follow a sort of pattern here. A few years ago, Victoria's swimming baths was closed down and demolished, the land sold to the university. Even though there were lots of petitions of people asking, because it was quite near one of the deprived areas of Portsmouth where children could actually walk and go swimming. We were told, oh, no, don't worry about that. You know, we've sold it to the university. It's good for capital receipts. And, as a bonus, the university are building a swimming pool and we'll all be able to use it. Well, we're about 12 years down the line, and we all know what happened to that. The next good idea was let's shut all the public toilets. We'll have community toilets. But the community toilets have gone, and half the toilets were bulldozed, and the only ones that are open are the ones that were rescued by the Conservatives when they took over. We now have the spectre of the Pyramids Pool closed, Eastney Swimming Pool closed, Wimbledon Park Sports Hall closed, and we still have this wonderful dream of the university solving all our problems. Well, Councillor Darren Sanders spent a long time talking about how people should be consulted. No one was consulted on Victoria Swimming Baths. No one was consulted on the Pyramids. No one was consulted on Eastney or Wimbledon Park. It was a decision made and taken without thought for anyone, even though large petitions were presented to ask for it to be reversed or stopped. So it's a case of do as I say, not as I do. This administration has behaved shamefully. They've removed all swimming facilities from this area of the city with a promise of better things to come. A facility with 5 parking spaces in an area where parking is at a premium. It's totally unpopular with the people living surrounding it. It will bulldoze a community centre that could have been put to another good use. And it's all on a promise of better things to come. Well, don't hold your breath, folks.
Thank you. Councillor Atkins.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you to Councillor Smith for putting down this motion. I think it is a really important one, and to some extent I'm reiterating what he said and what Councillor Smythe says, both in her speech and in the amendment. It just seems completely unacceptable, bordering on the ridiculous, that we are now in a situation where as an island city, the majority of the city, or a very large part of it, is without any decent access to a public swimming pool. It's an embarrassment, I think, to the city, and it puts, it really does an injustice, as Councillor Smythe was alluding to a generation of children who, with the pandemic and then potentially a 3, 4, 5 year wait for this council to provide a swimming pool, you know, that's a large number of children who potentially never learn, never form that foundation of swimming that most of us do, often in a small local pool, sometimes with our parents, sometimes with lessons. It doesn't need to be the greatest pool in the world, but it's that time when you move from the rubber rings out to swimming a half length or two, and that's where you get, you know, the confidence to actually go in the water. The sea swimming is great, but what we do not want in this city is teenagers, young people, going into the sea having never learned to swim in their earlier lives, because that, as we know, is extremely dangerous and can and potentially will cost lives of the children of the city in the future. And I think most damningly, the children it's most likely to affect are those from the lowest income backgrounds. So I really think it is completely unacceptable that there is no chance for children in the south of the city who can't travel easily to Mountbatten to go and practice swimming, learn swimming in a safe and easy environment. Yes, we've got the small amount of provision at charter school, and yes, at some point the university pool will likely allow access for some school swimming lessons. But we don't know how extensive that provision will be, and it certainly doesn't allow that kind of people, that sort of informal, social, relaxed chance to learn how to swim with friends, family, and just go and enjoy being in a pool and being in the water. Now, yes, we don't know for certain that Eastney Swimming Pool is closed, but if you ring up Mountbatten and you ask, when will I get to use Eastney Swimming Pool again, you're normally met with laughter, is my experience. The staff seem strongly under the impression it's permanently closed. So, you know, with the pyramids, we at least had an announcement that there was going to be a soft play centre. With the Eastney Swimming Pool, it seems we've got an administration in denial as to its closure, in absolute abject silence about what is happening to that valuable community resource. I mean, I challenge the leader, is this because your administration did not know, or is it because you're keeping it a secret? It seems that it has to be one or the other. What is the plan? You know, we have a plan to build a pool that you put money aside for, but it was come up at the last minute when you decided, without consultation, to close the Pyramids pool, to put one in Bransbury Park. But already that looks unpopular, and already I think the chances of that ever happening are looking shaky. How many years is it going to be that the children and families of this city, in the south of the city, have no alternative but to travel several miles or even off the island to find a decent swimming facility? I think this is probably one of the largest failures of your administration thus far, and it is just simply typical of the problems that we are seeing in this Lib Dem run city, where there seems to either be a lack of knowledge or a lack of consultation, but certainly a lack of a plan to deal with the sort of fundamental forward-looking issues that this city is facing. So I think it is really important that the administration give a credible and solid response about how they're going to bring about some adequate swimming facilities to the south of this city as a matter of significant urgency. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. Councillor Lee Hunt, please.
More baloney. It's baloney after baloney tonight from our Conservative colleagues, and I think Chesham and Amersham and the blue wall, knocking down the blue wall, has given them the wibbly wobblies. Quite frankly, all their bleating today, I'm sorry about that because some of them are still my friends, the bleating today has been quite extraordinary. Across the United Kingdom, or certainly in England and Wales, Swim England has warned of the closure of 2,000 swimming pools. Now, who runs this country? Who has cut the money to local authorities, certainly to Portsmouth, by 50%? But the Conservative government. It's been happening sort of successively under various governments, and including the coalition government and Labour before. But local authorities have been strangled of money. We've been talking about being cut to the bone for a long time. In fact, you all complained about it when you were in the administration, about local funding being cut. And now you are coming up with baloney about the swimming pool. There aren't many local authorities in England and Wales who are proposing to open a brand new purpose-built swimming facility for local residents. And that I'm referring to the one, you can shake your head, Councillor Norton, but we are, and Councillor Dowling will talk about that in a minute. But here we are opening a brand new, swimming pools are expensive to run for a start. You know, the water has to be heated. Electricity and the cost prices are going up all the time because the Conservative government has failed to secure energy for our country. And it's the Conservatives who have been running this country for the most part the last 100 years. It's the Conservatives who are cutting off funding to local authorities. The Lib Dem administration here has focused its main attention on looking after people who need it, in elderly care and in children's services. That is what the people of this city want us to do. And when the consultation, I'm sure Gerald will remember, when the consultation went out, sports facilities came right down at the bottom, actually. But even so, the Liberal Democrat administration here has found money for many sports facilities, including a massive provision for tennis up at Hilsey, and working with other partners all on the seafront, tennis provision all over the place, table tennis in parks, and created a gymnastics centre and the Mountbatten Centre. It's in the middle of the city. The reason for the Victoria swimming bath's closure, if I just politely remind Councillor Symes, because I remember the debate, there was only one person that voted against it, and that was Councillor Jensen from St Thomas Ward. The rest of the council, all the Conservatives, all the Liberal Democrats, all the Labour, etc., voted for the closure of that swimming pool. So more baloney from our Conservative colleagues, or a short-term memory anyway. But the point was, it closed, we got the 50-metre swimming pool at the Mountbatten Centre and all the other facilities that go with it. So despite all the cuts that the Conservative government have imposed on the residents of this city and their facilities, because you go home now and you try and run your home with 50% less money than you're getting today, boy, would you struggle. But that's what this council is coping with, and you were doing it for 4 years before as well. So the Liberal Democrat administration here is actually delivering very good services, focusing on adult care, children's care, but at the same time delivering things which are fun. Working with people like Victorious, making sure the theatres remain open. Now, to me, and to any outside observer, that's got to be a very good record. I could talk about a whole host of other things, like the D-Day Museum, the Hot Walls development that have happened down there, Ben Ainsley Racing, brand new schools, investing into schools, despite the Conservative government strangling local government. But because this council, by and large, works together, we've been able to buck that trend and deliver very good services to our council for the money that they pay us. And not forgetting, of course, investing into the ferry port, which the Conservative government would have privatised. There were certainly plans afoot to privatise the ferry port, and that would have lost about £4 million a year going into the local purse here for council taxpayers. So it's baloney from you guys today, and I'm really sorry that Labour have decided that they are going to continue to support the Conservatives for whatever reason. But this Liberal Democrat administration will continue to deliver good services, including swimming pools, and building new swimming pools and building new facilities, as we have been throughout all the last 10, 15 years, with that blip in the middle with the Conservatives, which not much happened at all, quite frankly. So, Lord Mayor, thank you very much for listening.
Thank you. Councillor Ben Downing.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I was expecting this to be a really short debate, one of those ones where we can all just agree, because actually what's written on the order paper and actually most of Councillor Smith's speech was all very reasonable, and actually I'm a great believer in reasonableness. And again, from Councillor Smythe, again, I think relatively reasonable. There's nothing in there that makes me think they're being unreasonable. Then we have speaker after speaker describing things that I would describe as wholly unreasonable. So, you know, Councillor Symes, talking about a whole host of different things spanning 20 plus years, but actually just really touching on the fundamentals here, the university is building a new pool. It's a physical building that you can now see. Yes, it's not open yet, but it will be open very soon. And yes, there is a very clear agreement in place that they do have to provide public swimming. It was part of their planning application and part of the giving consent for that building going up. I'm pleased that we're working with them to put something in place, and that will be open relatively soon. And as soon as I have an exact date for that, I will of course share that with the rest of the council. And indeed, it might be that the whole council was contacted directly via the university anyway. Councillor Atkins, it's interesting you're using the phrase unacceptable, bordering on the ridiculous, having listened to an earlier debate whilst driving on the way here. But also there's an element of short memories here. We ran the Conservative group ran the council for 4 years, not that long ago. I don't remember any significant plans for building new swimming pools in that 4-year period, but we do have one now. And I think that's a really, really positive thing. Local people in the southeast of the city will be getting a new swimming pool, and that's a really, really positive thing. And that's something we committed to almost a year ago in December 2020. Now, on taking the matters actually on the order paper, do I regret closure of the Eastern Swimming Pool? Absolutely. I swam there as a young person myself. I have grown up in the city as well, and it has been part of the city for a very long time. And you know, you reference here, it lasted through 2 world wars, etc., etc. For a building to last through 2 world wars and to still exist in 2021, well, that's really positive, but actually, and I say this with a heavy heart and as a history graduate with real genuine appreciation for history, for architecture, for the meaning buildings have on local people and the impact it has, I do regret, I absolutely agree that it is a shame that Eastern Swimming Pool has had to close, but you know, we had an independent report done. It will cost £1.4 million to fix the roof. It would cost another £500,000 just to make structural fixtures and repairs, and that's without making any significant improvement to the actual service provided to local people. Now, yes, we could spend that money and that would elongate the life of Eastern Swimming Pool by an amount of time. But actually, Eastern Swimming Pool is not fit for purpose. It's very rarely used by local schools due to the depth of it anyway. It was never often used by local schools, especially not at junior and primary. And we are working with service users who have been using the pool over the last 5-10 years to make sure that they have access to other provision in the meantime. Now, I agree, timing is not perfect, but Rome wasn't built in a day. Local people in the south of the city will be getting a new swimming pool. I'm really pleased that this Lib Dem administration will be providing that for local people. Extensive consultation has already taken place in relation to where people want it, what facilities they want to have it in it, what the timeline on that will be. And actually, all the evidence demonstrates a real positive feeling around getting a new swimming pool, new gym, new facilities, really close to where people live. And that's a really positive thing. And it goes all goes towards our agenda for a healthier city, a greener city, a fairer city. and I feel really positive about that. Looking at the amendment, will we look at providing affordable swimming pools? Yes, of course we will, and it's something we're doing on an almost ongoing basis. But I appreciate the comments there around immediate provision for swimming lessons in the coming years. I acknowledge that in the city, Charter, at this exact moment in time, Charter and Mountbatten are kind of the two locations in the city, and we can work with schools to help if they feel they need additional support. But the university pool will be open very soon, and that will be used by local schools. And I understand the university's already started that conversation with schools. So I feel very positive about the future of swimming in the city, and I'm really pleased that we are deciding to do something proactive, and that will be for the future, will be for generations to come, so that when people, people growing up in 10, 15, 20, 30, 40 years' time will have fond memories of the brand new swimming pool that they got to utilise, just as many of us have fond memories of Eastleigh Swimming Pool. So it's not the end of swimming in the southeast of the city at all. It just means that there'll be a bit of a gap. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Did you wish to speak, Gerald?
My Lord Mayor, I had indicated by raising my hand, which I consider is the traditional way of doing so.
Then carry on.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm sorry, Mr. Ragland, do I need to wave vigorously so that you can see? Lord Mayor, it's an interesting debate. We all came here thinking we'd all vote for it because everybody does regret the closure of Eastleigh Pool. But it's been really interesting to hear people's statements, and I'm sorry, that it's almost all from the Conservative side on this one. It's been interesting to hear from Councillor Symes that the Conservatives opposed the Mountbatten, opposed closing Victoria Pool and replacing it with the Mountbatten. Now, I remember Victoria Pool. I remember the 30-odd metre pool there, and I remember all those baths in those cubicles for people to go to because nobody had a bathroom at home. And we replaced that, something which people didn't need because most people now have bathrooms at home. Yes, there were baths there. And so that people could go and have a bath because nobody had a bathroom at home when it was built. And we replaced that with a 50-metre pool, wonderful new facility for the city. A new facility for the next generation that Councillor Symes now says they opposed. And I think that's an interesting thing. And here we have the new pool, another 50-metre pool in the city opening, I think, next month, with thousands of community sessions available. And yet the Conservatives seem opposed to that. And then we come down to the southeast of the city. Now, Councillor Dowling has said to repair the roof, it's £1.4 million. To make other improvements to make it safe, another £500,000. This is a building that is 116 years old and where the tank is dug into the mud. The tank of the pool is dug into the mud. And the offer to replace it for the next generation, because we know the Eastleigh Pool has not got a life that's going to carry on forever, the offer is to replace it with a new pool for local people. A pool with a shallow end so kids can learn to swim. Doesn't happen at Eastleigh. A pool where there's disabled facilities. Doesn't happen at the Eastleigh Pool. A pool where there is changing rooms for families, so families can get together. Doesn't happen at Eastleigh. So, my Lord Mayor, we're offering to the people of the southeast of the city a new pool. And it's been really clear today, hasn't it? That the Conservatives like to keep old things and they fall to pieces, and we're offering the people of the city, the next generation, a new pool. And my Lord Mayor, we need to be really clear about this. At the budget debate, which we had in February, Labour councillors voted with the Conservatives to oppose putting the money to build that new pool. So people in this city, that you voted against the budget, George, so the record is really clear. So people in this city have a really clear message. If you want a new pool, the only people who are going to do that for you are the Lib Dems. The Conservatives have said clearly they don't want it, and they voted against the money. Labour councillors supported the Conservatives and voted against the money. So if people want it, they need to vote for us. And I have to tell you, please keep opposing this. When I go out on doorsteps, the number of people who want this new pool is enormous. Every consultation we've done has had people pouring in to support the building of a new pool. So please, please, please keep opposing this, because we'll deliver it and you can oppose it and we'll see what the people of the city think.
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson.
At no time did I say that, in what I said, did I say that we had opposed the Mountbatten Centre. At no time did I say that. And also, I think it's very rich of Gerald to talk about people having aspirations. There are children now that have aspirations to swim that won't be granted until 5 years' time unless they leave the island.
Thank you.
My Lord Mayor, the Mountbatten Centre is on the island. They don't need to leave the island. They won't be able to go and have swimming lessons at Eastney because primary schools won't use it. It's not safe.
Pyramids.
Thank you. Councillor Brent.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just a very, very quick comment, and I'll use Councillor Hunt's nice phrase of baloney. I think what I would classify as baloney is when you're blaming national government and deflecting the information about the issue and using national government to blame them when you could be talking locally and actually what you're empowered, you're the administration, how are you addressing this issue? So it'd be nice in the future to actually address the motion and talk locally. However, you did make one good point, I would say, in that, yeah, the Conservatives have been empowered the most over the last 100 years, and that's because the public vote and they want them to be. Thank you.
Lord Mayor, point of order 35B. Councillor Brent, the LGA, a cross-party body, has asked the government for £1 billion to be able to invest in swimming pools because they know that they're closing left, right and centre. That's from all political parties in local government, Conservative, Labour, Lib Dem and Independent, have all united to say the government need to do more. It's not us, it's you. And all of us.
Was that a point of information?
It was.
Thank you.
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
Jeanette.
46A, that the question is put to the vote immediately.
Being no speakers, if Councillor Smith is wishing to pass, we can go straight to the vote.
Councillor Smythe, you have already spoken, of course. You've already spoken when you moved the amendment.
I didn't understand whether or not Councillor Dowling had accepted my amendment or not, but if he has, we
So
can
it's
go
not Councillor
straight to
Dowling's to do.
Sorry, I'm so sorry. Councillor Smith.
Councillor Smith, do you wish to sum up?
Sorry.
Yes, please, Lord Mayor. And to the first point, I'd like to assume to the amendment that has been made by Councillor Smythe.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
And thank you for the debate, everyone. That was very helpful. I'll be quick. Interesting that Councillor Atkins said, "What is the plan?" And Councillor Dowling came back and said, the new pool is coming, but we still don't know when, do we? When this new pool is coming. So that's the big
Lord
question.
Mayor, point of order, just very quickly for information. If I wasn't clear enough, a planning application will be coming forward in the next 6 months. I feel confident about that, and I look forward to it.
And then when after that? When after that?
What the leader said.
Councillor Smith, continue.
I'm still not sure when we're going to get the pool, but anyway. So that was great. For health and well-being, which has been mentioned, people and families, it's really important we have a pool. The fact that people really need it in the south, I take point with Councillor Vernon Jackson. I think people are really concerned about the pool, and the Bransby Park situation, I take an opposing view to that. It was interesting, Councillor Hutton saying that says that his admin has found money, and he gave a long list of the monies that he'd found and good services and everything else, and fantastic. It was great to hear it. So all I'd say is there's a £12 million pot sitting there from the closure of these other facilities, and I just say, why can't we find the money to keep this pool open until the new pool is online? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe now we go to the vote, and this includes the Labour amendment which has been assumed by yourself. So, members, please raise your hands to say you approve, you agree with this. It's the cold.
This is voting for the motion in subsuming the amendment, Lord Mayor. Those in favour? I can't see. Are any against, Lord Mayor? Looks pretty...
Are there any against?
No.
Gerald. Right, in that case, the motion has passed. We now move on to item motion I, biodiversity enhancement in urban Portsmouth. Is this motion proposed by Councillor George Field and seconded by Councillor Gerardo?
Yes, proposed, Lord Mayor.
And can you confirm your second in this, Councillor?
Yes, yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'll now call upon the proposer, Councillor Fielding, to present and speak to this motion, and if there are any amendments, can they be forwarded to us as and when?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Tackling the climate crisis is something we've already acknowledged as a council, and as has been debated and agreed, we have set the target of achieving net zero carbon as a city by 2030. And whilst we all work to achieve this goal through reducing carbon emissions and tackling traffic pollution in our city, we must also look at what can be done to improve our urban environments and their biodiversity to bring about real change and reverse the trend of harming nature within our built-up city. Biodiversity is the variety of life in a certain area, the range of plants, animals, and other organisms that can be found in one ecosystem. For many people, biodiversity is something that can be associated with rural areas, where you can see various species of plants and animals alive and thriving. It's important to remember that biodiversity also exists in cities and other urban areas, and remember that, and perhaps the reason we don't notice biodiversity so easily in these places is because we need to help it flourish. But how do we do that? In recent years, many buildings have added green roofs and living walls to their facades. These features create cleaner air, introduce new plants into a local ecosystem, and provide a habitat for other creatures. They also improve the appearance of buildings they live on and don't take up as much space as traditional green spaces such as trees or parks. Increasing biodiversity in urban areas has meant finding creative solutions like green roofs and living walls to the lack of free space in urban areas. For thousands of years, humans have formed large communities that have grown to become cities, so the urban environment is nothing new. What is new, however, is the huge amounts of concrete, roads and cars that now be found in every city. With the increase of non-natural materials and carbon emissions, it can be difficult for local plants and animals to thrive. Biodiversity is often used as a means of measuring how healthy a particular ecosystem is. A healthy ecosystem will be able to sustain a wide variety of life. A lack of biodiversity in an area can lead scientists studying it to notice problems like unclean water or air pollution. Nature conservation has become even more important in the 21st century, and biodiversity is now used as a means of measuring the health of an urban environment as well as rural environments. 51% of the world's populations now live in cities, create a huge carbon footprint. One way to offset this carbon footprint is to promote a healthy environment, encouraging its biodiversity. In urban areas where human population has changed the landscape, green initiatives need to be put in place to help the other local populations survive. Living walls are a great example, as they introduce plants to the environment and can house a variety of living creatures such as birds and insects. When installing a living wall, a conscious effort is made to ensure that plants in the walls are locally found species and do not harm the ecosystem. This means that the choice of soil, grasses and flowers planted in each green roof or living wall are matched to their natural growth, to what naturally grows nearby. Matching this new plant life to its surroundings means that the local wildlife will be able to eat it and live in it. Using local plant species in green features also ensures that living walls and green roofs will thrive, as the plants they contain will have proven to grow well in the local climate. In addition, we must look at providing wildlife corridors and connections between green spaces. Providing options to wildlife to travel and find new food sources, water sources, and mates are extremely important to urban biodiversity. The hedgerow in England, for example, has been part of the English garden aesthetic for many hundreds of years. The bush or shrubbery provides a physical barrier for larger animals and people, but allows for small animals to pass under, through, or along the routes of the hedgerow from garden to garden. Recently, though, with the increase in popularity of impassable fences lining garden boundaries, hedgehog populations, for example, in England, have dramatically dropped. Using soft engineering techniques such as rain gardens and bioswales to handle stormwaters is a good way to provide wildlife corridors. Native grasses, shrubs and trees are more likely to thrive in rain gardens and are relatively barrier-free. They also keep out the wildlife out of the streets and out from under tyres. So I would urge you to back our motion around biodiversity, to call on the administration to do more to improve our offering in the city. We acknowledge that some work has been done by way of evidence submission into the local plan and that a biodiversity action plan is in the process of being prepared by the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Wildlife Trust. But we see that now is the time for serious action to help avert the climate and ecological crisis we are facing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. We have two amendments. We have a Conservative amendment put forward by Councillor Bosher, seconded by Peter Harris, Councillor, and another amendment from the Lib Democrats, and that's been put forward by Darren Saunders and David Ashmore, Councillor. So if I call on Simon Bosher to speak for the Conservative amendment.
Would you like me to formally propose my amendment and Councillor Peter Harris to second it first, Lord Mayor?
That would be very nice.
Thank you. Formally proposed.
Formally seconded by Peter Harris, Councillor.
Thank you, former Councillor.
You know, I'll just pause a moment, Lord Mayor, to get it circulated so people will understand that there's some method behind the waffle. Lord Mayor, although I don't disagree with the general thrust of the notice of motion, I brought forward this amendment primarily to address some of the inconsistencies and perhaps procedural anomalies in the original notice of motion. The Labour Party is effectively saying that they want more to be done, but they want the Lib Dem administration to do it. Well, arguably, this could fall under two cabinet members. Where it actually sits, I'm not quite sure. It could fall under the cabinet member for climate change and the green recovery. But actually, if you look at the website, it says, no cabinet member for climate change and green recovery meetings are available for browsing. No meetings had, no meetings going forward. Alternatively, it might fall under perhaps the cabinet member for community safety and the environment, if the environment is where it sits, a bit tenuous maybe. But again, no cabinet member for community safety and environment meetings are available for browsing. So I would suggest that actually asking the cabinet to do something on this is a bit of a waste of time because the Cabinet members aren't meeting, and I suspect, if you'll pardon the pun, this will end up getting dumped in the long grass and nothing will actually happen. The correct route to actually go down with this is how I put it out in my amendment, is to put it through scrutiny. Scrutiny would be the correct place to actually put it. And it will provide the opportunity for residents, community groups, opposition councillors to investigate the very issues that Councillor Fielding has mentioned in his notice of motion. They can hear the evidence, you can inspect the contracts, you can bring a report back to Cabinet, and then rather than it sitting in the long grass, you've then got Cabinet actually saying, yes, we're going to go with the report's recommendations, or no, we're not. You then have a clear black and white decision as to how serious the Lib Dems actually take this. Because I would suggest that the fact that their Cabinet members are not meeting and not holding meetings, that they don't take it particularly seriously. Beyond this, the correct place to actually place this would be with the Tech Scrutiny Committee. And it would give, and Councillor Gerarda is seconding this notice of motion, it would actually give Councillor Gerarda, as a member of that committee, the opportunity to get involved in something that clearly she feels very passionate about and actually get heavily involved in shaping what is required, what can be done and what can't be done. But just looking at it in a little bit more detail, and there are a couple of bits that are mentioned in the notice of motion that make me subtly uncomfortable, but these are the sorts of things that could come up through the scrutiny process. The second bullet point, it seems to be inferring that PCC should stop cutting verges and de-weeding pavements. I'm not quite sure whether that is the intention, but that's how it actually reads to me. And I'll go back to what I said in an earlier debate with regards to Drayton and Farlington and using weed killers to save money. But actually, they're doing it in another way as well, in the fact that they're already not cutting the verges in Drayton and Farlington. We have verges full of weeds. That, by the nature of the fact that it is uncut and can be sort of knee height, encourages dog excrement and rubbish. And also verges where the grass from the verges is growing over into the gutters, which is creating some of the water flooding problems that we have to a point in Drayton and Farlington. But also, you don't know where the pavement starts and the verge stops, which can be pretty difficult for elderly people and people with disabilities. By the nature of my particular ward, we also have a lot of trees in verges. A lot of those have what is known as base growth that grows out from the base of them. And in some of them, particularly along the main Havant Road, where people may be familiar with large verges, large pavements, the base growth from some of these trees is so extreme where it's not being addressed that you're actually getting a situation where elderly people are actually having to walk on the Havant Road in the cycle lane to actually bypass the trees. Now, those are some of the issues that I was going to say as a member of TEX, I'm not as of 3 or 4 hours ago, that I would be interested to make sure that we shape the right things and we protect the right things, which is why I've suggested it goes down the scrutiny route. I would suggest to Councillor Fielding that is the correct place to go. It would give cross-party buy-in in that respect, and I would urge him perhaps to subsume my amendment into his main notice of motion, and let's see if we can work together to get something that actually works for us and get the Cabinet to buy into it once the investigation is done.
Thank you, Councillor. The second amendment from the Liberal Democrats, Councillor Darren Saunders proposed, Councillor Dave Ashmore seconded. Is that correct?
That is correct, my Lord Mayor.
Would you like to speak on it?
Yes, I would be happy to. Thank you very much indeed. I have to say I can't disagree with perhaps a single word that Councillor Fielding said. And I can't disagree with a single word that Councillor Bosher said. There's only one minor technical problem with this, And it's just that it's as if nothing has happened over the last 3 years. And this amendment tries to set the record straight. And to disappoint Councillor Udy, it is a bit long, because frankly there is a lot in it, because a lot has been done over the last 3 years. Councillor Fielding didn't say one thing about what had been done in this city. This amendment says considerably more. And why does that matter? For the entire reasons that Councillor Fielding put forward. We, as Liberal Democrats running the city, want to make it kinder, fairer and greener, especially as we emerge from a pandemic into an uncertain future. The recent National History Museum report on biodiversity is very clear. This is a global issue, and it's something we have been taking seriously since we resumed control more than 3 years ago. I know Councillor Brent earlier on said that motions were a gift to the opposition. I have to say I think this is a gift to this administration. I'm delighted that Labour has given us the chance to explain in detail what we have done, and as you can see from our amendment, there is a lot of detail, with frankly a level of commitment that puts many other councils in the shade. On housing land alone, more than 30,000 plants, shrubs and native hedging, 684 trees, more than 317,000 daffodils, nearly 8,000 square metres devoted to wild meadow sites. That's not bad, I think. But we also want to make, as Councillor Fielding and Councillor Bosher have identified, our environment outside housing estates as well. And this is actually something where I disagree with Councillor Bosher, although I support the idea, we as an administration support the idea of utilising scrutiny as a way forwards, going forwards in future. The Cabinet discussed this very issue last week because of its update to its greening strategy that it approved last year. And I didn't see, and maybe I wasn't looking hard enough, but I didn't see one Conservative or one Labour councillor there to help us along the way. Because this is an issue that cuts across portfolios. It's not around one, it's to everyone. So that's just the start. So in addition to having the city's first greening strategy, there is at least one rewilding wildflower and meadow area in every ward in the city, from Paulsgrove to Portsea and including Central Southsea. 2 hectares of Portsdown Hill are now a managed countryside site. 7 sites now have a different regime, from Fort Cumberland to the Farlington Triangle. Nearly 800 new trees planted during a pandemic as part of a commitment in our greening strategy to plant 30,000 by 2030. A new green asset register locating all greening planted since 2020. But as has been said in the motion and as has been said by Councillors Fielding and Bosher, we're not done, we must do more. We are and we will. For instance, the very sort of living walls that Councillor Fielding has outrightly outlined should be put forward are going in Grafton and Estella. There is a master plan for housing estates in Buckland, a large meadow area, and yes, a beehive for Gloucester Terrace. And finally, making the return of Lamport Community Garden the first step to encouraging residents on council estates, some of the poorest people in our city, to grow their own. Now, that is a lot of work, and none of it was recognised in the motion. That's demonstrably wrong. We need to work together to try and improve this city. And that leads me to our second point of difference with the main motion. This cannot be done by us alone. The line which says the Labour Party and only the Labour Party wants more done faster is wrong, and it is one that this administration rejects. That is why we work with Dennis David and the Charles Dickens Community Orchards project, a project that has done much to make sure that Portsmouth nationally is seen as an exemplar in planting trees and increasing biodiversity. That is why we work with the Hampshire and Isle of Wight Wildlife Trust, which has been massively helpful in identifying rewilding sites, including hedgerows, for instance, in my own ward at Tamworth Park. That is why we're working with bus companies to actually green bus shelters. Which is something that I know is something that many people interested in the biodiversity issue are interested in. But we can't do it alone, and nor should we be dictating to people. We should let local communities take charge of their environment, and that's a key element of what we are doing. That's why we launched a community greening fund, and that's why we, but not in their motion, the local Labour councillors, congratulate Bramble Infant School for being the first recipients. Its plans are excellent, and I hope they can be replicated across the city. So this motion is a missed opportunity, my Lord Mayor, a missed opportunity to recognise what's being done, a missed opportunity to thank those partners who've helped us, a missed opportunity to encourage us to work with years to come. This amendment puts the record straight. It is a plan of action. There is certainly more to do, and it's a shame because otherwise I agreed with every single word that George said. All that was missing was the work that had been done over the last 3 years. This amendment puts that straight. Thank you for your indulgence, my Lord Mayor.
Point of order, Lord Mayor.
Yeah. Before, could I confirm that Councillor Ashmore, you're seconding this amendment?
I am.
Thank
Lord
you.
Mayor. Point of order, Lord Mayor, 39B. Just inquiring, I'm guessing they use a different name for our places in Cosham than we do up in Cosham. Langstone Gardens, can you specify where that is? Because Google Maps don't seem to have it, and we don't know any place by that name. So I've just checked some residents, and they don't either.
Thank you very much. I have to say we've been working with officers in trying to produce the information, and I would be delighted to give you the exact details, which I will do in the morning.
So you don't know either?
Right.
It's a lot of sites, Lee, that we've been doing over the last few years. If we get one wrong, I apologise, but it is a lot of sites, as I hope you accept.
Councillor Sanders, I'm sure you'll find out where it is. And now the debate is open to the members.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. 39B. Just to sort of say there is a third councillor in the Baffins ward, so it wasn't all done by two within the ward. So a lot of the details in this are probably subject to some scrutiny, but also they're misrepresenting what's actually happened.
Councillor Norton, you're on the debate.
Okay, thank you, Lord Mayor. I support this. I think it seems sensible and proactive, and I think that's a good thing. I'm pleased that we're doing some proactive things which are on the environment, which are a million miles away from the actions of Insulate Britain and Extinction Rebellion and these kind of so-called eco-warriors who drain our police resources, but fundamentally drive people away from the agenda. So, I'm pleased that we've got a healthy, proactive motion coming here. We, the Conservatives, are the greenest government in history. I know that those groups don't acknowledge that, but we are. Locally, we produce a green manifesto every single year, and I welcome the Labour Party bringing motions like this to the council, which seem positive. I think we're getting somewhere when it comes to the green agenda. I really do. During lockdown, lots of images were shared on social media of wildlife, encroaching on cities and things like that, and people were kind of really welcoming that. But beyond that, or before that, it was great to be in schools and listen to children who came in on a Monday who didn't talk about playing on their Xboxes and PlayStations on the Sunday night. Instead, they spoke about sitting down with their families and watching Green Planet or Blue Planet and programs like that. So I do think we're getting somewhere when it comes to the agenda. It's bigger than just biodiversity, of course, and I think we face three challenges that we have to balance, really. One is food security. Another is trying to get to net zero, and of course protecting nature, which is where this motion falls into. I think on food security, I'd like to see more profitable and sustainable farming. Fundamentally, it's about importing less and producing more. I think on the relationship that we have with our countrysides, I'd like more to be done to bridge that divide as well, and things like seasonal labour and promoting that is a good thing. But on this and protecting our nature, I think it's crucial that we really do all we can in cities alongside what's happening nationally and globally. And I'm pleased that the COP26 is coming up, and one of the key things there must be protecting our rainforests. I think they make up around a third of our carbon issues. And on that, I'm pleased that our Prime Minister is launching or leading the Leaders Challenge to ask all world leaders to sign up to a deforestation and save the rainforest campaign. Big issues happening globally, but also from the Labour Party today. We're doing our bit locally, and I think that's really, really important, so it will certainly get my approval. I don't think I can support this, so don't know that it's factually correct, do we? There's some questions over it. I think a really positive motion, and I thank Councillors Fielding and Gerardo for bringing it to us today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Norton. Councillor Gerardo, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm Councillor Charlotte Gerardo, the newly elected Labour Councillor for Central Southsea and the Labour spokesperson for climate change and green recovery. Fellow councillors, something we can all agree on is that the climate crisis is a grave and pressing issue that requires an urgent, thoughtful response. All of us here care deeply about the health of our city citizens and the quality of life they enjoy as a result of Portsmouth's green spaces and built environment. As a result, the Council is taking steps to reduce carbon emissions, congestion and pollution to protect our environment and planet. We now need an urban biodiversity strategy to match our efforts around decarbonisation to effectively avert climate catastrophe, and it couldn't come at a more critical time. Just last week, National History Museum analysis found the world has crashed through the safe limit for humanity for biodiversity loss. Their damning research reveals that the UK, with an average of only 53% of its biodiversity left, is in the bottom 10% of the world's countries. Urgent action is required across the country to undo this damage. While Portsmouth City Council is doing a significant amount to support local ecosystem biodiversity, especially with the newly planted wild meadows and considerations made in the local plan, improvements can still be made. Since being elected, I've been contacted by a number of residents who found that the council practices regarding grounds maintenance is contrary to scientific recommendations. Firstly, some residents have informed me that they've received dirty plot notices for their allotments because they'd reserved around 1/5 of their allotment for rewilding. This approach is based on advice from environmental charities such as the Wildlife Trust and the National Trust. While we understand allotments are in high demand and space needs to be maximised, this shouldn't come at the cost of biodiversity. Rewilding small proportions of allotments helps to make a big difference across a whole area of land, and I think we can all agree that guidance for maintenance should be based on expert advice. Secondly, other residents have found that some works undertaken by colas contractors harms biodiversity. One resident in particular informed me that contractors spray and de-weed the brickwork of her front garden and the pavement down her road, despite her asking for this not to happen. This isn't the best use of workers' time, given the resident is a private homeowner and actually wanted to grow moss and other fauna in her brickwork to support local ecosystems. As a country, we need to adjust to the idea and look of rewilding for the benefit of nature and biodiversity. Lastly, another resident contacted me about their local green spaces and parks, where the verges are mowed very frequently. While we understand that the main grass areas should be cut regularly, so residents can enjoy the green space and dogs can easily be cleaned up after, verges around the outskirts of a park don't need to be mowed. Instead, if wildflowers were allowed to grow, it would not only look beautiful, but would provide flowers for pollinators. What is more, this would reduce the volume of regular mowing with the potential to save the council money. Scientific research makes clear that with measures to enhance biodiversity, small but cumulative actions can make a big difference. That's why local authorities up and down the country are taking bold, proactive measures to support local ecosystems. It involves reviewing grass-cutting policies, the use of pesticides in green spaces, and rewilding in as many places as possible. This can be done on roundabouts and on council buildings and by installing bee-friendly bus shelters. In Leicester and Kent, councils have installed a network of such shelters to create corridors for bees and other pollinators to travel through their towns, villages and cities. It would be great if Portsmouth City Council could follow suit and work with the bus shelter companies to bring these ideas here too. After all, the dramatic decrease in biodiversity is both caused by and is also contributing to the acceleration of the climate crisis. When grass is overmowed, not only does this do damage to local ecosystems, it also ends up contributing to increasing carbon emissions. Dry land, where grass is overmowed, can emit carbon rather than absorb it. That's why it's so important for Portsmouth City Council to respond to the climate and the ecological emergency. With this in mind, Portsmouth Labour councillors call on the Cabinet to review and update policies and practices on urban biodiversity that might harm or undermine local ecosystems. In general, approaches should aim to positively and proactively contribute to rewilding. As part of our campaign to enhance urban biodiversity, we launched a public letter to Portsmouth councillors about this crucial issue. Over 200 residents have signed on, calling on councillors to support this motion. And I also thank Portsmouth Friends of the Earth for submitting a deputation in support of our motion too. Together, working with residents, environmental groups, businesses and contractors, we can avert climate catastrophe and protect local ecosystems for generations to come. Making Portsmouth a more sustainable city with biodiversity at the forefront of action on climate change will make it an even better and a more beautiful place to live. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you and congratulations, Councillor Gerrard. Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. First of all, I'd like to put on record my thanks to Councillor Fielding for bringing this to us. I think it's a good motion. It's well worth looking at, and his speech I completely support it. And also to thank Councillor Bosher for his amendment again. I think that the amendment is fine and adds to it. I think we've got quite an interesting story here, and I think Councillor Jeanette Smith is absolutely right that the wish to green the city is held across all parties and none, and people from all parties and none, and people from all groups on this council work to try to make sure that we improve the local environment. Which is why I think it's important in our amendment, we're saying it needs to be not just one party, but saying people of all parties and none, because I think we need to be inclusive. And for the record, I think it is absolutely right that people from all groups on this council work to try to improve the areas that they represent. I think we've made some strides. I think there is clearly more to do. I went up Cotner Road and it looked wonderful. The wildflowers up Cotner Road, absolutely beautiful. But not just there. In Milton Park, Lord Mayor, do you want a break? No, you'll carry on. So Milton Park looked lovely on the seafront, at the Common, absolutely beautiful. Lots of wildflower planting, which is absolutely wonderful. And people are absolutely right, we should have more and more of it. And Councillor Gerrard, I think the idea in terms of not mowing some bits, yeah, good idea that we can pick up. So I think there's great stuff to be done here. I think we need sometimes to actually say that Portsmouth does some things okay. We shouldn't beat ourselves up so much. And actually, we've done some good stuff. Clearly, there's more to do. But putting in 30,000 shrubs and 684 new trees in a city like this is progress. And strangely, the bit that I think, when I go around the city, where there is least, is in the dockyard, where they don't appear to have almost no trees at all. And I've talked with people there about what we can do to help. The bit I've got to worry about is the bit about the rewilding of allotments. And I've talked to chairs of allotments. My understanding is the current rules say that 25% of an allotment doesn't have to be cultivated. It can be uncultivated if people want it to be. The fear that allotment chairs have is the motion as it is currently written would allow people to have 100% uncultivated. Now, Their fear is what will happen is that there's a huge shortage of allotments in the city. In Milton, there's a 4-year waiting list to get an allotment. And people don't cultivate their allotments and just leave them. And the fear from allotment chairs is that if this goes through unamended, it will mean that those people can just say, oh, I'm just rewilding. I haven't abandoned it, I'm just rewilding it. And that means that people who want to grow produce, want to grow things to feed their families, to reduce food miles, would be denied an allotment. Because if somebody's abandoned it and not cultivating it, why shouldn't somebody who's on the waiting list and has waited for 4 years for an allotment get that piece of ground to be able to cultivate? And we know allotment areas are filled with wildlife. So, Lord Mayor, I think this is a useful thing. I think the allotment bit is the one bit I would change, because I think it's going to create lots of problems for us in the future. I think the idea of scrutiny is good. I'm sorry, Simon, that you haven't quite got the idea that the Cabinet works as a team. We work together as a team, and therefore when we discuss rewilding, we do it as a team. It's not individual people having their own meetings. We're a team. And I think the idea of sending scrutiny is good, but I've been back and I've looked through, and the last time the scrutiny panel met that you're recommending was 19 months ago. 19 months of inaction, and I think this is great to get them going again, but they haven't done anything for 19 months. The Cabinet's been working hard, but I think you're right, it is a useful subject for scrutiny. It's a useful subject for people to be able to get their teeth into, come up with recommendations, and it might mean they meet.
Well, they could both do it, but of course they could do it jointly, they could do it separately.
Which you poo-pooed.
Councillor Ashmore, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Sanders, as well, because you've knocked about 5 minutes of what I was going to say. We've seen quite a few notice motions here today. Let me speak, please. Over the years as well, and we are all like falling over ourselves to, be more green, more environmentally friendly, and that can only be a win for the city of Portsmouth. Basically, because that's where the agenda is now. Who's doing better at it and what more we can do. That's got to be good. So thanks to Councillor Fielding and Councillor Gerarda for bringing that here. It's all very important to keep pushing that forward and showing it as high on the agenda. And it also gives us a chance to update people what we've done so far, because I'm going to, because it's one of the passions, and I don't think we should hide our light under a bushel there. That explains a lot of the things that we've done. We haven't just been ward specific, we've been citywide about certain things that are improving. Obviously there's more to do, and we are happy to get on with doing that. You can't rest on your laurels kind of thing. And this is about people of all parties and none. They're independents, people are from political groups who aren't even in this chamber, like the Green Party, for example. They've all got something to add to this. They've all got something important to do. So there's been laudable campaigns made by all political groups and independents, etc. So falling over ourselves to prove our environmental credentials is a good thing. The amendment addresses quite a few things on there. Also, Councillor Bernard Jackson there was going on about the allotments and the problems that can cause, and where it can, if it's left for too long, it can actually cause damage and put a stranglehold on biodiversity. So it has to be done right, and that's why I think Councillor Bosch's amendment that come through there, I think that's really interesting way of doing it. I think that's a way of looking at it that does involve everybody. So people from all parties and none can get involved, have a look at things, and it also addresses things like things that we might think that's natural, that'll do good, and it could end up being something counterproductive that would come up there. The only thing I would take umbrage with what you said, Councillor Bosch, was when you said, us as Cabinet members don't seem to care about it. Of course we care about it. And I remember it was, 2019 it must have been. We tried to organise three different times we had meetings to the opposition spokespeople to come to discuss climate change things, and 3 separate times I was there on my own and nothing. Obviously, we couldn't have the meeting. But, you know, we have been doing stuff through Cabinet, and, you know, I'm all ears to anyone that wants to help and give us information and bend our ears about how we go about and improving things. So, thank you very much, Lord Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ashmore. Councillor Gerard, are your microphone still on? Thank you. Councillor Lindstag, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think we need to be a bit careful with the terminology being used, because the definition of wilding is basically to neglect, to allow anything to grow there. And planting with wildflowers is an entirely different matter. Now, I did 2 site inspections with the allotment officer at the 2 allotments in my ward, Moneyfields and what's the other one? Well, anyway, the 2 of them. And every single dirty plot letter that had been posted out had been for plots which had been totally neglected, nothing being done to them. They were covered in weeds, and those weeds had spread their seeds to neighbouring plots, and they choked the vegetables that the plot holders were trying to grow. So they're very anti letting it go back to the wild, but very pro planting the edges, and all along in Moneyfields, they had planted, there were poppies and various other cornflowers, various other wildflowers. So I think that those terms need to be clarified very, very clearly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stagg. As there are not any more members wanting to speak, we will now go and vote on. So before that, Councillor Field, would you like to sum up? Carry on, George.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. And thank you for everyone for contributing to the debate. Yeah, I mean, in terms of the amendments we've got before us, I think the process that's been put forward by the Conservative amendment is quite a reasonable process. No one wants to take 100% ownership on this issue. This is something that all parties want to work towards, and if people are offended by us saying the Labour Party wants to act more quickly than other parties, then that was certainly not the intention of the motion. It was just the way in which it was drawn. However, I think going through the text scrutiny committee is a good way of doing this. I know from being on the EDCL scrutiny panel that we've been able to produce reports that have gone to Cabinet as recommendations, and then they've been taken on board. So I think it's a good way of getting cross-party working on this. So I'm happy to subsume the Conservative amendment. Turning to the Lib Dem amendment, we know a lot of work has gone on. What I worry is that every meeting we come to and a motion's put forward, it's amended to the point at which we get a report from the administration about what's been going on. Why do we have to wait till the theatre of full council to hear about these things? I'm quite happy to have meetings outside of this to get to a position where we understand fully what's going on. And yeah, you can be commended as to what's going on, but there's always more that can be done, always more that we can be doing as a city to improve our urban biodiversity, because it is something that affects us severely, and we need to continually be addressing that. So, unfortunately, whilst there's a number of things we would agree with in the Lib Dem amendment, we will not be subsuming that, and it will have to go to the vote. What I would say in terms of the concerns around the terms of rewilding and allotments particularly, what we're asking for is a review on these matters. We're not setting policy at this meeting. So I think we can allay any fears and any hay that's been made in respect of the concerns that allotment managers have, because we're just concerned that there's been a number of people that have contacted us where they've had, say, 1/5 of their plot that's been rewilded. And I'm not saying it's been neglected or left to rack and ruin, which is not what is intended by this. but they have received dirty plot notices as a result of that. Now, whether that's a fault in terms of them actually receiving that or not, I'm not sure. But what's certain is we want to make sure that there's the ability to have, to use the recommendations from experts that allotments should allow for wildflowers, should allow for diversity, and should be beautiful places that all allotment holders can be proud of. So, again, thank you for the debate, and I would hope that people can support the subsumed motion going forward. Thank you.
Point of order, Lord Mayor. It's difficult to decide which things to bother piping up about and which things to just let slide. But just for the record, everything in the Lib Dem amendment was in a public document last week, which went to Cabinet. Any member of the public, or indeed any member in this room, could have attended that meeting. It was also available beforehand for opposition spokespeople.
Thank you. I believe now we
also see it all just by walking around the city, but that's by the way.
I believe now we go to the vote, and we first vote on the Liberal Democrat amendment. And members, can you please signify in the usual manner? Those for?
Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Those against?
Lord Mayor. So the amendment is lost.
The amendment is lost. We now go to the motion itself, which Mr. Councillor Fielding has assumed the Conservative amendment. So, members, can we please vote on this? Those in favour?
Are there any against?
Are there any against? Unanimous, and that's accepted. That concludes this item. We're now moving on to motion J. Is this motion concerning universal credit proposed by Councillor Vernon Jackson and seconded by Councillor Horton.
Lord Mayor, so proposed.
And seconded.
Thank you both. I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Vernon Jackson, to present and speak to his motion. And if there are any amendments, can we please have them? Thank you.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Considering the hour, I'm going to be very brief. I think everybody recognises the government's decision to remove the £20 a week uplift to universal credit was wrong. We know that people are being hit with, families are being hit badly with rises in fuel prices, by rises in government taxes, by rises in national insurance, and inflation creeping upwards quite fast. And we also know that those people with the lowest incomes are hit by inflation the worst. So it seems absolutely bizarre that the government would remove the £20 a week uplift for families receiving universal credit. And people must remember, most people receiving universal credit are not unemployed. This is a benefit for people in work, but on very low wages. So, my Lord Mayor, families are being very badly discriminated against. It is the wrong decision by the government. It will hit the people on the lowest incomes the worst. The government will say, oh, yeah, but we've given councils lots of money to be able to supplement and give money to families. And they're right, they have given us some money. But they've given us 10% of what they've cut from families in Portsmouth. So they've taken 90% away from the local economy, 90% away from local families, and we've got to be resolute and clear and say that's entirely unacceptable. We need to stand with people who are on the lowest incomes in Portsmouth. Families need this support. It will be a question in this winter of people either with their families of either eating or heating, and that's not good enough.
Thank you. As there are no amendments, we will go to debate this. Councillor Corkery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Very happy to support the motion, and I just wanted to hopefully add a few comments which may be useful in terms of the debate and the consideration of the motion. So we know that universal credit was brought in originally in 2013 in pilot areas by the coalition government, and since then it's been rolled out over a period of time to the point now where it's the main benefit for a lot of people on low incomes. There's been lots of issues with universal credit, and I think they've been well documented. That's not to say, though, that the legacy benefit system was any better. Actually, there has been some improvements in universal credit in terms of simplifying everything into one digital system. However, we know that a lot of those legacy benefits were more generous. People lost money when they moved over to universal credit. To some extent, that loss in income of people that had moved over was mitigated at the start of the pandemic, near the start, when this £20 a week increase was added to what people were entitled to. And that £20 a week wasn't something that's helped people live a life of luxury. This is just to help put food on the table, help put gas and electric on the meter, help them feed and clothe their children. I've got a fair bit of experience of dealing with universal credit and other benefits. One of my previous roles was working as a welfare benefits advisor. And also one of my few claims to fame is I've got a 100% record at benefit tribunals versus the DWP, so if you ever need any advice, you know where to come. Also, as a ward councillor in Charles Dickens ward, we quite often get casework that relates to benefits in one way or another, and having that experience of having worked in the fields really helps, because it means that we can try and talk people through and work them through their issues rather than just having to signpost out to other agencies, although there are lots of local agencies that can support people with money advice and benefits as well. And I think it's just important just to emphasise the impact that this is going to have on people. I know there was a comment from one of the government ministers, I think the DWP minister probably, that people should need to work an extra 2 hours a week, which was thoroughly refuted, because actually once you take into account the impact of tax, national insurance, and also the 63% income taper that's built into the universal credit system, it's much, much more than just working 2 hours a week. And actually, a lot of people on universal credit can't just work 2 hours a week. Some people aren't able to due to sickness or disability. Some people have caring responsibilities that mean they can only work certain hours. So this idea that people just need to go out, get on their bike, and get a job, I think is rubbish. Just at my last device surgery at Lamport Community Centre, I saw a man in his 60s. He was in tears. He'd worked all his life as a skilled tradesperson on pretty good money. He was living in council housing in Lamport. He recently lost his job and had to go on universal credit due to illness. He was literally in tears in front of me because he was unsure and anxious about how him and his family were going to cope with £1,000 cut to their income every year. Know that across Charles Dickens wards, the most recent figures we have is that there's 3,354 people claiming universal credit. And that those figures are a couple of months out of date, so I wouldn't be surprised if they're a fair bit higher now as the impact of end of furlough starts to hit. And just if you think about it in terms of the local economy, 3,354 people losing £1,000 a year, that's a couple of £1 million out of the economy just in Charles Dickens ward. A couple of £1 million that's not being spent in the local pub, not being spent in the local cafe or the hairdressers. So it's got a knock-on impact. And across the city, it's over 20,000 people are in receipt of it. So it's a lot of money that's not going to be cut from their budgets, but from the local economy more widely. And we know that in places like Charles Dickens, people didn't have a lot of cash to begin with. I know I quite often pick up these figures, but I'm going to keep repeating them until they're no longer the case. In terms of deprivation across the ward, every single area within the ward is the top 10% most deprived in the country. Quite a few are the top 1%, including the area that I live in. Free school meals. There's now over 50%, since the start of the pandemic, it's now gone over 50% of children living in Charles Dickens wards are claiming free school meals. The child poverty rate is also over 50%. So more than 1 in 2, more than half of the children growing up in our area have not got the basics that they need to live a decent life. And I think that's a disgrace. I'd like to I support the motion and also kind of support the praise that's been mentioned for particular staff members within the council, but I think we extend that out to all sorts of different roles. Anyone that has a daily interaction with tenants, whether they be in housing or with residents more generally, will have the experience of supporting people on low incomes and supporting people to try and deal with the benefit cuts. Just a quick issue in terms of, may sound like a minor issue, but discretionary housing payments. One of the allocations that government gives to local authorities to help people deal with low incomes, and particularly when they've seen cuts to their benefits. The discretionary housing payments, budget for the coming year has been cut by 25% by local government, by national government. So that means there's another couple £100,000 that this council is not going to have to support people on low incomes who are struggling to get by. So I support the motion and I welcome it for being brought forward. I thank the proposer and the seconder. And I look forward to continue to working with the administration, council officers and the local community to do all that we can to provide help and support to those people that need it most.
Thank you, Councillor Corkery. Councillor Horton, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will try and shave my comments so that there's not a lot of repetition, but the point of this motion really was about to shine a light on the insensitive timing of the reduction of universal credit uplift and to highlight not just the political and economic context we're in, but also consider the personal impact on our residents in our wards. The Trussell Trust last week said that they reckoned 200,000 more children were driven into poverty just last week because of that change in the universal credit uplift. So in Portsmouth, and some of my statistics are a little bit different to Cal's, but it's the same general kind of theme, that when furlough ended, there were about 4,300 Portsmouth residents who were affected. If you're one of the 17,500 households in Portsmouth who have been affected by the universal credit uplift reversal, and the statistic I had was around about £17.5 million that's then taken out of the economy from that. But also you add in, I'm trying to imagine myself being in that situation, then facing the energy price cap increase and then inflation. I think we use the words a lot, but we've actually got to try and imagine what it would be like to be in that situation. Obviously, I'm very interested in the impact that has on children in the city. And we have used every single bit of money that we've been able to get our hands on, including the grant funding, to provide food, like food vouchers and supporting the food banks during the pandemic. But it's not just those children on free school meals we've got to worry about. It's that category of people that they're not quite poor enough, the ones whose families are working, but actually they're facing not having enough money to heat or eat. I think credit where it's due. We have had money coming from the government, and I do want to acknowledge the various financial support that we've had. The furlough scheme, obviously, the COVID winter grant last year, which we did a lot with. We made it go a long way. And also last week's announcement, or this week's announcement, or last week, the Household Support Fund, which is likely to be able to, for us to be able to give free vouchers for free school meals again in the next holiday, and we'll have to consider plans moving forward. But it does really beg the question of the thinking behind deciding to take away the uplift, which enables people to have some kind of benefit from that extra support with their own autonomy and their independence, instead of being having to wait and then apply and have access to vouchers or food banks. So the motion really asks for the message to come from Portsmouth, and I'm sure from other areas in the country will be doing similar, that actually taking away this small extra support at a time when the impact of the pandemic is far from over is both illogical and insensitive. Please support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Horton. As there are no other speakers, we will go to the vote. Members? Oh, very sorry. Councillor Jackson, you're going to sum up.
Lord Mayor, sometimes I wonder if how long you've been here. You keep forgetting to sum me up, my Lord Mayor.
It's the cold.
You see, that should keep you on your feet and keep you alert, my Lord Mayor. Very quickly, thank you for a few comments. I think the other bit about this is there's clearly a choice for the government to make. They've been saying that there's no money to be able to afford this, but clearly that's not true. This is a conscious choice to cut universal credit for those people who are the poorest in this country. And at the same time, the Pandora Papers have revealed conscious choice by the government to let the very richest in this country, or who come into this country, avoid paying taxes. That the Qatari royal family avoided paying £18.5 million entirely legally, because the government allows them to do it, on property transactions in this country. And the government has decided that making sure the Qatari royal family and other people who are very rich can avoid taxes that the rest of us have to pay is a choice that they make, and that money could fund universal credit. But it's a choice this government makes to support the rich, the super rich, and to discriminate against those people on the lowest incomes. It's something I think we should all be ashamed about. I'm sure we all are deeply ashamed about this government. But I think it's something we need to bear in mind, because this is a choice the government makes, and the people of this city will suffer for that choice.
Thank you, Councillor Jackson. Members, we now go to the vote. All those in favour, please show.
(24), Lord Mayor.
And all those against.
1, 2, 3 against.
And abstentions, please.
9, 10, Lord Mayor. 10.
That motion is carried. Concludes that item. We move on next to motion K, concerning Aquin, proposed by Councillor Heaney and seconded by Councillor Smythe. I now call upon the proposer, Councillor Heaney, to present and speak to his motion.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I think this motion is likely to be uncontroversial, and given the lateness of the hour, I'll try to be brief. There's been a significant amount of opposition to the proposal from Aquin to build an interconnector through the eastern side of Portsmouth. The Stop Aquin group have energetically campaigned against this. There is cross-party support on the City Council, which has supported our objections to the proposal at the recent public inquiry. Both members of Parliament for the City have opposed this proposal, and the petition organised by the Member of Parliament for Portsmouth South, Stephen Morgan, has attracted over 6,000 signatures. I welcome the statement from the Leader of the Council reported in the news on the 4th of October, saying that the City Council will support a judicial review if the decision is made to allow Aquin to proceed with their proposal. We submitted this motion a couple of weeks ago because of the significant amount of opposition which has come about due to this proposal. Now, we cannot be sure of the decision, and it might go in favour of all of us who are opposing this and in favour of the city. But if not, because of what is at stake here, we should prepare to take this matter to judicial review. Now, we have a limited time to make an application, and of course we cannot be absolutely sure on what grounds we could challenge it until we have seen the decision. But I think we should begin preparations as soon as possible based on what we've already prepared as opposition to the case. I mean, it's rather unfortunate that the whole issue of Aquin and its proposal have also become mired in the issue of political donations, which does raise a lot of concern and suspicion among people about the way this decision might be made. We really owe it to the campaigners and the residents who have opposed this development to take every possible step to challenge the decision and to oppose the Aquin proposal. It will also help us to demonstrate the city's community leadership. So therefore, I hope you'll be able to support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Heaney. We have two amendments to this motion. Oh, could you confirm you're going to second this, Councillor Smythe?
I confirm I'm seconding this motion and reserve the right to speak. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The first amendment is from the Liberal Democrat Party, proposed by Councillor Vernon Jackson, seconded by Councillor Sanders. And the second one is from the Conservative group, proposed by Councillor Robert New and seconded by Councillor Simon Bowser. So if we can take them in order, could I have the proposer and seconder, please, for the Liberal Democrat?
Had to propose and suggest it's circulated, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. And Councillor Sanders?
Happy to second, my Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Vernon Jackson, please.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Actually, considering the hour, I think we don't need this amendment. I think we all know where we are with it. So I think that, personally, I think I'll probably be killed by my group. But I think we can withdraw that amendment. But I would like to speak at some point.
That is the view, is it?
I am the proposer and I'm not proposing it.
We'll move to the second amendment. Councillor Simon Bowser. Are we going to distribute the amendment?
Yeah, I'm happy to propose it, Lord Mayor, and for it to be distributed. I'm happy to talk to it as well, just while the hour is late. Also, I think it's a good motion. This is just to add a bit more fact to this, that we are united across Portsmouth, at least, on opposing Aquin. And all it is just to beef up the figure on the public petition. So Penny Morden also produced a public petition that she went up and presented to the base department, which I went with her to photograph, etc. And so it's actually closer to 10,000 signatures. And I think that sends a strong message that actually both MPs, both Stephen Morgan MP and Penny Morden MP, have stood with activists, campaigners, people here who've been fighting these the proposals at every step of the way. And so my amendment is just literally around that. It's just a small change of wording.
Thank you, and I can confirm that Councillor Bowser seconded that, yeah. Thank you. The matter is now before the Council to debate. Councillor Vernon Jackson, you wish to speak?
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I think this is a good thing. At the protest on the 2nd of October, I was happy to acknowledge the work that Penny Morden has done, campaigning within government, the work that Stephen Morgan has done campaigning from the opposition, but also the work that the Lib Dem run council has done in terms of finding money to be able to employ specialist planners and lawyers to be able to oppose this. I was also happy to say and to confirm the conversations I had with Viola Langley, the leader of Stop Ackwind, to say that the City Council would support a judicial review of if the decision goes the wrong way. I'm slightly bemused why this motion is here when that the papers were published on the 4th. We made that announcement on the 2nd of October, but such is life. And other things have been withdrawn to ease this meeting. But I think it's really important that we note that everybody has worked together to try to make sure that there is a united voice against Ackwind, and I hope that that continues. I think that is really strong for us in the city, and I'd like to pay tribute to everybody who has been involved in the campaign. Let's hope we don't need a judicial review. Let's hope that the government has some sense and decides that this is the wrong thing to do. So, my Lord Mayor, I think it's a fine thing to... the amendment from the Conservatives, again, is just a record of fact.
Councillor Atkins, please.
No, I think Gerald has covered everything. Move to vote.
Councillor Smythe, did you want to speak?
I say so. I'm okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Councillor Heaney, if you could sum up, please.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. I wasn't aware of the detail of the petition that the Member of Parliament for Horse Authority submitted, so I couldn't really put that in, but I'm more than happy to accept that, and we'll be happy to go ahead by subsuming the amendment. Thank you.
Before we go to the vote, members, I know my position and I hope it's always been neutral, but on this, I am adamant that I should be voting for this, whereas I'm 100% against this ever happening. And I believe myself, Councillor Hugh Mason, were at the first meeting with these people when we first smelt a rat. Thank you. So, members, to the vote, all those in favour of this motion, please signify.
Including the amendment.
Including the amendment.
Yep, that looks unanimous. Anyone against it?
Anyone against?
Unanimous, including yourself.
No, that's unanimous, and thank you, members. Members, motion L has been withdrawn, as previously mentioned. We're now going to move on to item 13, is that correct?
That's correct, Lord Mayor.
Proposed revisions to the programme of full council meetings. The agenda sets out some proposed council meeting dates changes for the remainder of the municipal year. You will note that a written proposal from the Councillor Vernon Jackson, seconded by Councillor Fielding, has been circulated in the chamber with the green sheet. Could I ask Councillor Vernon Jackson formally to move the proposal?
So proposed.
Can I now ask the proposers formally seconded by Councillor Fielding?
Formally seconded.
Thank you. The matter is therefore now before members for debate if required. Councillor Bowser.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. I suspect at the end of the day I'm not going to win any favours on this one and probably end up supporting it, but I didn't want this to go past without making comment. I think we've seen today in this council meeting, in this auditorium, we've had audio issues. I have to say, certainly on this side of the chamber, the fact that we've had to go, some of us had to go and get our robes, and it's been bloody cold, to be quite frank. And this is only October. with meetings in November and December and January, it's not a very conducive environment for holding a council meeting. I had suggested at the group leaders meeting that if we were going to stay in this place, then it should be till the end of the year and should be reviewed. I did find it surprising, I have to say, at the same group leaders meeting, that this work hadn't actually been done. We hadn't looked forward to see what we could do. We were almost going to be doing it on a meeting-by-meeting basis, which to me was completely unacceptable. We have a programme of meetings that are published at annual council every year. That gives everybody the opportunity to shape their personal, professional diaries, their work diaries according to actually encompass the dates of a full council meeting. Speaking from my own personal point of view, I also have a full-time job and I will take a day off for a council meeting. I have to go through my employer to actually have to get permission to have those days off. And so knowing those council meetings in advance assists me. And I'm sure I'm not alone, certainly not on my side of the chamber, with a large number of my colleagues actually having work commitments. They also have carers' roles, families, and a lot of other things they need to take into consideration. So jumping these meetings all about and doing it at the last minute is not a great place to be. It really isn't, Lord Mayor. We are where we are. I'm still to be convinced that we can't use the chamber. I've seen nothing in the ventilation reports, which indeed go up to 68 members, like I last saw, that could actually use the chamber. That's significantly more than we have as members of the council. The argument seems to be being put forward that it is largely to do with not being able to maintain social distancing. Well, at the start of this meeting, Lord Mayor, there was a recommendation that we maintain wearing our masks if we were moving about the auditorium. And yet every time we've had a break or something's happened, everybody's been going off into little clusters together and largely totally ignoring that, which seems to me that there is no balance. And only last week we had this vision of the cabinet generally, with a couple of members of, I think it was the Youth Parliament, all posing in the chamber together, all grinning side by side and everything like that. No social distancing there. And only one person in that photograph was actually wearing a mask, which is the leader of the City Council. None of the other members were. Absolutely none of them. All over social media, here we are, nice little group huddle in the chamber. So there's an element of double standards going on. Personally, and for my side of the auditorium, we should be sticking to what was put in place in May and holding it in the council chamber. There is no reason why we cannot do that. There isn't now, and there certainly isn't as we go forward into the new year. And certainly this place here today has clearly demonstrated to me, and certainly some of my poor colleagues that have been sat under that ventilation system all day, that this place is wholly inappropriate unless officers sort it out and make sure that it is an appropriate place to be. In fact, I'm going to be opposing this on a principle of the fact that I think we are in the wrong place. We should be upstairs. But I suspect that I'm going to lose this because the opposition parties are going to want to stick by this piecemeal approach and not get back to business as usual. And it'll be an interesting conversation with the peer review next week. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Thank you. Is there anybody else? Councillor Fielding.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'll keep it brief because I know the hour that we're at. We just need to be conscious that no matter what is being said, we are still in the midst of a pandemic, and I think it's right that we are sending the correct message to members of the public that we are taking this matter seriously. But one thing I would like to draw our attention to is the February meeting moving from the 15th of February till the 1st of February. That's normally the budget meeting. We're losing effectively 2 weeks there to allow scrutiny and preparation of any budget amendments. So what I'd ask is if the administration are able to prepare further in advance to let us have that, so that we are then able to make our amendments in readiness. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Councillor Fielding. Councillor Udy.
I have to stand up? Right, I just wanted to say it has been so horrifically cold in here, and I know it feels a bit first world problems, but I feel like we can move back to the council chamber. And also there's been such a wicked cold going around at the moment and people getting really poorly, and whether it's COVID or it's not COVID, that we're all just going to be pretty liable for having our immune system quite low after today and us becoming poorly and run down ourselves, especially a meeting that's we've probably got like an hour left now, haven't we? Because we're about to have questions and one last bit. I did email in when I did get the dates, because we did agree in that group leaders meeting that we should have a schedule of dates. And I did email in again to say, whilst I was okay with some of the dates, I wasn't okay with things moving over a week forwards or backwards per se. I didn't hear anything back after that. And then this was just published and seconded and proposed and seconded. So I think it's quite unfair. And I can't believe it, but I pretty much agreed with everything that Councillor Bosch has said. So I'm voting against these recommendations.
Thank you, Councillor Udi. Councillor Painter-Harris.
Yeah, I'm making a real rarity today that I'm agreeing with people from the complete opposite political spectrum, but Councillor Udi surprised me. Do you know, I just think it's surprising, Councillor Van Jaffers. I always disagree with you, which is no surprise. I just think a few things Councillor Bosch said, and I think it's interesting as society has started to move out of the midst of the pandemic. And I look around here and I see, I reckon, at least 5 or 6 season ticket holders at Fratton Park who I've seen going to football in 17,000 crowd. And I think to myself, actually, if you can go there for an hour and a half and stand shoulder to shoulder with people, there's no issue for us going in the chamber upstairs. You know, and I have literally, like some of the other councillors, actually, I've asked for the ventilation report. I've read the ventilation report. I've had the briefing from the officers, and you can actually go up to 68 people in the chamber. On Friday, we've got a lot of people coming for licensing committee in the council chamber. We're going to have officers there. Are we going to get to 30 people and all of a sudden be told, oh, actually, we have to stop the meeting now? Of course we're not. We're going to carry on and make a decision. Well, I assume so, Chair, because you said you want to be there as well. You know, what's that? You do get to sit in the chair, yes you do. So I'm sure you won't stop the meeting. But the point I'm making is we are going about our daily lives. This venue that we're standing in at the moment is having concerts with thousands of people turning up. And they're coming here and spending their money. So why are we sat here when you have people bunching in this room when we could actually go upstairs? So I'm going to be siding with Councillor Bocher and Councillor Udi and voting against.
Thank you, Councillor New.
Yeah, similar theme really, and completely agree with everything that Councillor Bocher and Councillor Udi said, actually. I mean, I'm triple vaccinated, not just double, and I think probably everyone in this room is double vaxxed, and I've been lucky enough to have a booster, and so it just seems nuts to me that we are not getting back to business. And I can't help but feel that there are powers at the top of this council who don't actually want us to get back as politicians, to have a bit more oversight over them. And we've got to put an end to it. But actually, when it comes down to proper rhyme and reason, there is no reason why we can't use our proper council chamber. It's the right thing to do. We've got to get back to it. And we also need to have some consistency with these dates. A lot of us have got busy lives. We're all doing important things. We're trying to make plans. We are getting back to normal. And we should be leading by example, not cowering in a freezing cold chamber in here, where they are holding concerts for thousands of people.
Councillor Brent, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I agree with most of the comments that have already been said, but I think as a councillor, I always feel it's a responsibility to think, are we getting the best value for the taxpayers' money? And actually moving from the chamber to the Guildhall Auditorium is obviously, there's an expense to that, there's a cost to that. And I think, to be honest, that's probably one of the main reasons that everyone should be voting against the move from the chamber to the auditorium. For anyone who works, obviously you set the full council dates at the beginning of the municipal year, which is convenient, and then we can work our work schedules around the dates. As today, there were members who attended and arrived the meeting late due to the work commitments. I understand that that doesn't affect everyone, and potentially some parties more than others. But I would urge every member to vote against this.
Thank you. Councillor Norton, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I will be very, very brief, and I also want to shadow the point that Councillor Brent made there. I'm not sure what the figure is that we're spending on this hall. I'm hearing that it's around £12,000. But just think, the motions that we had today, how many wildflower meadows would £12,000 pay for? You know, how many parking spaces, echelon parking spaces, would £12,000 pay for? And if we keep on spending unnecessarily, and I do want to say unnecessarily, I don't want this to be taken towards you know, a movement about how shocking this pandemic is, and it's still with us. You know, I know as well as most, you know, losing 2 relatives to this pandemic, that it really is an awful virus. However, it's not fair that we're asking the lowest paid in society to go back to work without the kind of measures that we're putting in place. You should lead by example. We should start getting things moving. And you know, it seems mad. I don't know anywhere other than, you know, council officers that aren't returning back to work. We need to get the city up and running again. I think we need to lead by example, and we should be in the chamber and getting things moving for financial reasons, if for no others. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm not aware of any other speakers.
Councillor Warren Jackson.
Well, I think as the proposer of this, I think I get a right to round up the debate. Is that correct? Thank you, my Lord Mayor. And I didn't choose to speak because I thought it was so patently obvious. And our rates are 10 times that of France. And the report that came out this week, a joint report with 2 Conservative chairs, talking about how the government have handled this, showed huge problems that came from that. And that was because they chose to ignore that there was a pandemic. Now, what we're seeing...
Lord Mayor, point of order. This isn't really relevant to this. That's something that was nearly 2 years ago. He's talking out of his backside, frankly.
So my Lord Mayor, a friend of mine, somebody who's worked for the council, died of COVID 2 weeks ago. Somebody died of this 2 weeks ago in Portsmouth, who worked.
Members, please. Councillor Jackson, carry on.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. The advice we have from the professional officers who deal with public health. So, my Lord Mayor, is it possible to be able to complete this speech without being interrupted yet again? I have not interrupted. People have the manners to be able to do that as well, my Lord Mayor.
Members, if we can just allow Councillor Jackson to finish, we can move on with this meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. So I think we need to recognise we're in a pandemic. We need to recognise that we are going to have 10-hour council meetings. To do social distancing. We have several members here who are highly vulnerable if they catch the virus. This virus is raging in Portsmouth. In Portsmouth schools, the rate in secondary schools is over 1,500 per 100,000 head of population. We have got a... This pandemic has gone away, then that's a terrible message to be sending out. The council is working hard. Some people are working at home, and actually it works for people working. We've just lost a lawyer to another council where that lawyer is being told they never have to go in. Never once into that council office do they need to go in because they can do their job efficiently without ever going into that office. Now that's a really valuable member of staff we've lost. So work has changed, but we've got to make sure that we protect people, and pretending that somehow sitting next door to each other, 3 inches away from each other, for 10 hours in a council meeting is not going to increase our risk of catching COVID and spreading it to others is plain daft. And therefore I'm happy to suggest we do this. We've got to lead by example. We've got to make sure that people know and understand this is a dangerous virus that can kill, and people should take precautions.
Thank you, councillor. We will now go to the vote. Members, all those in favour of the proposal, vote in the normal manner.
Lord Mayor.
Oh, sorry. And those against?
Lord Mayor.
Well, I don't know how long I've got to live anyway. I've had 2 jabs. Well, I've had 6 jabs. Only 2 for COVID. The others were for various other things. Well, I've got to stick to what I've been saying all along, and that is, well, first of all, I don't think we'll be 3 inches apart in the council chamber. There's enough spare seats up there to space us out just as much as there is here. I feel we'd be operating better if we went into the council chamber. I will therefore vote against this motion.
Lord Mayor, can I urge that we have good ventilation if we're going back? And that means we all just need to wear more clothes. We do need to ventilate the council chamber, and it will be just as cold or colder. So just do as I've done and wear several jumpers.
Thank you, councillor. What are we doing now?
I think the questions, Lord Mayor.
Members, we now go to questions, and question 9 has been withdrawn. We have 45 minutes allocated within standing orders to deal with questions.
If I can assist, question 5 in my name, I will withdraw that as well.
Thank you. Can I remind everyone that the member asking the original question may ask up to 2 supplementary questions that must arise directly out of the original question. Any other member is limited to 1 supplementary question that must arise directly out of the original question or the replies. Question 1, Councillor Corkery, to be answered by Councillor Sanders.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Will the Cabinet Member for Housing consider the request from residents of the Courts blocks in Lamport for long-term empty ESO office on their estate to be converted into a community space?
Thank you, Cal. The answer is yes, but I think you deserve a bit longer than just yes. Because we need to be clear that the office will be used for, in the short term, to help with the maintenance project that exists. Afterwards, we're happy to talk to local residents, including the Charles Dickens Ward councillors, on the actual future itself. There are many potential things that could work. I fully understand the attitude of the Learning Disabilities Champion towards this, and that's great respect. And also, I'm delighted to talk to yourself, Cal, and Councillor Mellor as well last week about it, but we should all work together to try and deliver the best thing. But the answer is yes.
Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Question Councillor Jeanette Smith to be answered by Councillor Atwell.
Thank you, Dalek Lord Mayor. Question 2 in my name.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I'll have a decision-making meeting if there is a decision to be made. The answer that is in front of you sets out a number of ways that people can scrutinise the budget in my portfolio. So the answer is I will have decision-making meetings when there's a decision to be made.
Supplementary.
Yeah, thank you. One of the victims of the pandemic has been the scrutiny on certain committees. And unfortunately, Communities and Central Services has been the biggest loser. I haven't seen any budget reports, and I've mentioned this at briefings many times to Councillor Atwell, and still haven't got an answer. Now, it's the only committee that has not had that scrutiny or decision-making meeting. So, can you tell me when we are going to have a meeting of the communities and central services, because there are briefings that need to go to that meeting and that needs to be made.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Well, the previous answer really, if there is a decision to be made, I'll have a meeting as I had previously in the year, earlier in the year. So if there is a decision to be made, I'll have a meeting.
So, a sort of final supplementary then. Would you agree with me that the PCC Cabinet paper for recovery renewal is one of the main decisions that the communities and central services need to make? So when will the meeting be?
Sorry, I think that's for Cabinet, is it? Yeah, it's a Cabinet meeting.
Sorry, just to add to that, the Cabinet have already agreed it, as far as I'm aware. So what comes out of that is community and central services need to do some work on that report. So that should then go to the committee. So when is it going to go to committee?
But it's not a committee.
Can we have some clarity? I mean, it seems to be the same answer.
Sorry, what Councillor Atwell is saying is that the Cabinet do everything, and they don't. They do a report, which then it gets agreed as the strategy for the City Council. Then that goes to the various portfolios. And I'm saying, when does it go to Communities and Central Services portfolio? It doesn't. Okay, that's my answer.
Is it me or is this the same? Councillor Lee Mason.
Would the Cabinet member agree with me that there's always decisions to be made, otherwise there wouldn't actually be a Cabinet position, and it's more a case of whether they're made behind closed doors without scrutiny and without consultation, or made in public, as I had done, as Councillor Jeanette Smith had done when she was the portfolio holder, and as Hugh Mason had done. And I always appreciated the input I had from opposition members who helped us improve the role of resources or its new name.
Well, I mean, I have had a decision-making meeting earlier in the year when I felt there was or I was advised there was a decision to be made. But, you know, I am part.
Councillor Fielding.
I think Councillor Mason's covered the thrust of what I wanted to say.
Councillor Corkery.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Will the Cabinet Member for Communities and Central Services consider bringing a report to a public meeting of his portfolio with regards to the issue I've discussed with him about social enterprises and their ability to access business rates relief?
Thank you, Councillor Corkery. Yes, absolutely I will. Yeah, we're, as you know, I'm looking at it at the moment, so I'll bring a report, absolutely.
Councillor Atkins.
What I want to know is, given that this is a Cabinet position which carries extra responsibility and extra public money, why have there been no decisions being made in his portfolio for the last 2 years or however many months it has been since there's been a meeting?
Well, I've been in post for a year. When I've been advised that a decision-making meeting was appropriate, I've held a decision-making meeting. But, you know, we do work as a cabinet. I don't know how others work, but that's how I've been working in the last year.
Councillor Peter Harris.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Just as this discussion is very interesting, so As the cabinet member, obviously you do have decision-making ability. Why have you chosen not to make decisions in public and seemingly make them behind closed doors?
We appear to be using up our 45 minutes on the sort of the same thing. We make decisions as a cabinet. That's how we operate.
Because you can't do it on your own.
No.
Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I wonder if the Cabinet member would agree with me that working as a team as part of the Cabinet is where decisions get worked on so that we can avoid the silo mentality that has bedeviled so many administrations here because people work together as part of a team. And sometimes that means individual decision-making meetings. And if we're going to ask why things haven't met, I wonder if Councillor Atkins would ask his fellow ward councillor, as chair of a scrutiny committee that hasn't met for 19 months, whether he's handing his money back.
I agree with the leader.
Councillor North. Councillor. Good.
Thank you. Question for the cabinet member, not the leader of the council, who's been giving the answers all the way through. Does the cabinet member acknowledge that there are items that could warrant a cabinet decision making meeting if you were a little more proactive? I mean, who's answering these questions?
Well, I've been quite proactive in the last 12 months. We're going to talk about quality, diversity and inclusion a bit later on. I think there's another question from Councillor Smith. I've been working very hard on that. I've been very busy. It's been a very busy 12 months.
Councillor Udy.
Could the cabinet member explain to me, especially because when I was on, well, I am still on opposition or whatever it's called for cultural leisure and economic development, and I know we're going to have our second meeting post-May this week or next week, whenever it is, that before the May elections, we were meeting every month without fail with full agendas. I would argue that a cabinet such as Community and Central Services sounds pretty big too, so why isn't that meeting frequently to discuss options and have an open transparency so everyone can have a chat?
Question. Councillor Corkery. Councillor, well, sorry, too long.
There are a number of ways to have these conversations, and one of them is the monthly opposition spokespersons meetings. Unfortunately, only Councillor Smith's ever turned up since May. So, if people want to get involved, there are other ways to do it.
Point of correction 39A. I have attended your meetings, but they are talking shop, and half the time I was explaining to you how things worked. And Councillor Fielding has also been there as well, and I think all three of us felt as equally disappointed.
Councillor Mason, it's just a question. Point of order.
We can't have points of order for questions.
Who?
I think it's question 3.
We're moving on to question 3.
Lord Mayor, point of order.
Councillor John Smith to be answered by Councillor Vernon.
Lord Mayor.
Yes, Councillor Madden.
Sorry, I know I'm a stickler for these things, but several members, when they've been addressing the chair, have not stood up, Lord Mayor, and having a dispensation from you. Can we keep with the standing orders and make sure that members do stand when addressing the Lord Mayor?
I didn't think you could have.
Sorry, you asked? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you obviously set the rules, Lord Mayor, and that's the standing order.
Member, I don't think we can have points of orders on questions. Am I wrong? Someone here tell me. You can now.
I think we'll move on to question 3, Lord Mayor.
Lord Mayor, could I just say that there are people on the top table there who are supposed to stick with the standing orders and advise you. The standing orders say that members must stand up, not that they can stand up, unless you give them, as you did earlier on, dispensation to Councillor Stagg. Let's not let our standards drop too much.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Council officers and teams did a fantastic job keeping things going through lockdown. However, now we are out of restrictions, it is clear we are going to need some heroic recovery to get things back up and running as normal. So my question is, how soon, I know it's a bit after the 19th of July, does the leader envisage the council returning to normal business?
Thank you, Councillor Smith, and thank you for the question. I'd like to pay tribute to the great work that council officers did over the pandemic, but to remind colleagues, we are still in a pandemic. People are continuing to work incredibly hard in all council services. Inevitably, they are slightly different, but things are changing and returning to normal. The civic offices are open to people, but the work of the City Council has continued throughout the pandemic, and I'm very grateful to colleagues who've worked so hard.
Supplementary.
Given the fact that so much has got to be done as we come out of the lockdown, would it be a good idea to give us a regular update on things, bringing it together, giving us a regular update maybe once a month, so that we've got a succinct update on how things are going, lead times on different departments and things, so we've got it in one place?
Yes, I think that's not a bad idea at all. I think it's useful to understand and know how things are working across the council. People are working very hard. There are some things that during the pandemic went wrong. One of the issues we had was that when the government said to everybody, go home, don't come into the office, most services were able to carry on quite a lot of what they were doing when they were working from home. But there were issues in terms of the planning service, where there was a bit within the registration of planning applications, which we now know could only happen when people were in the office. And that's built us up a significant backlog, luckily, which is being reduced. So there are some things that have not gone back to exactly as they were. I think some things will probably never go back to how they were for every service, but I don't think it's a bad idea if we are able to have a report. It's probably best come from the Chief Executive about how things are once a month to all councillors in terms of how things are operating through the City Council.
Councillor Smith, your second question.
That's all. Thank you very much, Councillor Vernon Jackson. Thank you, Lord Mayor.
Councillor Bowser.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. On the subject of the council returning to business, does that now mean that the next scheduled council meeting will be on Tuesday, the 9th of November in the council chamber?
My understanding, Lord Mayor, is that that is correct, that we will go back to the original timings and original dates as published, and that will take place. We'll have to look at exactly how we're able to get people into the council chamber in a way that gives some distance and ability to sit where they can, but we'll have to work that through. So we will need to look at the timings, but my understanding is the vote that took place earlier today means that the alternative dates as proposed and the alternative locations are all rejected and we go back to the original.
Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. I'm just going to make sure I'm standing so I don't want Councillor Leo Madden to have a go at me. So I'm standing. Thank you, Leo. On the point the leader made just a moment ago about the planning department and the backlog, can he explain to this council what measures they are taking to clear the backlog and how is he going to fix the broken planning system?
I think the government is doing their best to destroy the planning system and make it irreparable, so that we'll have. And make sure that people are. No, it doesn't work either. Oh yeah, I'll just yell into it.
So in terms of planning, the bit we've tried to do is to employ a private sector company to come in and to take over a large number of planning applications and try to get them sorted. That's not worked as well as we had hoped, but we are looking at other ways of increasing the capacity. But I think it's right that I think everybody knows that the planning department is under significant pressure, and people are working as hard as possible to try to make sure that the backlog is cleared.
Councillor Atkins, please.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. My question is whether the leader is aware or not of whether there are any plans or measures already in place that will result in a permanent reduction of the number of staff in the civic offices on a day-to-day basis, or a reduction in the number of desks being used in the civic offices.
My understanding is the number of people coming to work in the civic offices is around the 400, 450 mark, significantly below the number before the pandemic. That means people are working at home, which is the sensible thing to do to make sure that people can keep social distancing, and we try not to feed the pandemic.
Councillor Norton.
Thank you. Does the Leader of the Council agree with me that some year after we brought a motion to full council asking for the backlog to be addressed in the planning department, the fact that the situation is somewhat worse is regrettable?
The backlog has been addressed, is being addressed, and will be addressed. Unfortunately, the private sector has not been so successful as we had hoped. And it is difficult for anybody to recruit planning officers. If you're able to find us planning officers, we'd be very happy to see them. My sister is a councillor in North Devon, beautiful rural North Devon. They can't employ planners either. And you'll be pleased to know she took a county council seat off the Tories last May, so things will be getting better in Devon soon, we hope.
Councillor Hugh Mason.
Is the Leader of the Council aware that the backlog of planning applications has been coming down month on month, and that we are employing temporary staff, as many as we can find, in order to bring it down to acceptable levels within the shortest possible time?
Councillor Mason, you are right.
Question 4, Councillor Symes, to be answered by Councillor Stagg.
Sorry, I'd like to withdraw that question. Councillor Stagg answered it at a recent TNT meeting I attended.
Thank you. Moving past question 5, Councillor Geminu, to be answered by Councillor Sanders.
Withdraw, Lord Mayor. Summer has now passed, and it's question 6. Miss number 5, Simon Boshers.
Question 6.
Right, number 6 is withdrawn too, because summer has now passed. It was about Splash Pool opening this year.
Councillor 7. Have we got a Councillor 7? God. Anyway, we'll go for Councillor Atkins, to be answered by Councillor Stagg.
Question 7 in my name, Lord Mayor.
I plan to enforce box junctions as soon as the Department for Transport makes up its mind to give us the power to do so. At the moment, we can't do it.
Yes, thank you, Lord Mayor. Supplementary question. There are proposals to bring in the power to enforce box junctions potentially as soon as later this year, though it's likely to be next year now. So is this something that there are box junctions across the city? There's one in Milton, there's one near the station in Cosham, there's some around the central roundabouts. at the end of the M275. Are we likely to see cameras and fines on those box junctions, therefore, in the near future?
Cameras are about the only way that we can make sure that we're enforcing, because the whole idea is to stop you from going into the box junctions and blocking up the road. So if people do it, then they need to be fined or punished in some way. And the only way to do that is with cameras.
Thank you. I think the concern that a lot of people have around box junction enforcement is in London, where it has previously been allowed. It's often been used more like a money spinner for the council, because it is very easy to commit minor infractions of box junctions due to slower or unpredictable traffic movements, or ending up with the smallest part of your car inside the box junction. So I think I would like to ask, can you reassure residents that you won't enforce it in that way and it won't become a means of generating revenue for the City Council, and that it will only be used to make sure the box junctions are clear for their intended purpose to allow other traffic to flow through, rather than people being fined regularly for very minor infringements of the box junctions?
The aim is not to raise money for the council. The aim is to keep the box junctions clear. But I don't operate the cameras, so I can't actually say, I can't guarantee that nobody will be fined if they're just a few inches inside. The only way you can do that is the way that the CEOs go around when they issue their parking tickets, they take a photograph, so you've got the proof. But I suppose you could get those off a camera with the automatic number recognition cameras.
Councillor Peter Harris.
It's just an interesting comment that the Cabinet members made about it not being a revenue spinner, but would the Cabinet member agree with me that this is probably going to hit Portsmouth residents in the pocket, and fundamentally it is a revenue spinner?
Not if Portsmouth residents obey the box junctions. It's the same as if you don't obey the traffic lights, you can get done, you know, or if you park in the wrong places, it's up to Portsmouth residents. Nobody is trying to trap them. They're clearly marked, and in fact I fought to have one put in at the junction of Goldsmith Avenue, Milton Road. Had it put in, Colas resurfaced the road, didn't put it back in again. So I fought for that to go back in because that junction is always blocked up without it. Now, since the box junction is in, it's not blocked up. And that's the purpose of it.
Is that you, Councillor Wood? Do you want to speak?
Oh, sorry, my knee's going. Would the Cabinet member agree the point to just make there is black and white, you're either breaking a regulation or you're not breaking a regulation, and the word enforcement means enforcing whether you're breaking the rule or not?
Absolutely, it's simple.
Moving on. Question 8, Councillor Brent, to be answered by Councillor Ashmore.
Question 8 in my name, I'll just read it just for the sake of everyone who's still watching. When can residents of Cosham, Drayton and Farlington and Paulsgrove expect that their bins will be collected regularly on the correct day again?
It's me, Lord Mayor. Thank you there. Obviously, many months have passed since then, since you asked the original one, but I'll read out very quickly what I've got was given then, and hopefully obviously I'll answer any supplementaries. So first of all, thank you to the waste crews for their hard work during the pandemic. Obviously, there was a lot of and ahhing about, and a lot of councils weren't able to adapt to it, but we were able to. On 15th of March, Waste Management at Biffa introduced some operational changes to refuse collection rounds to utilise the capacity of the crews and the working hours, which meant some roads had their collection day changed, and some of the roads had crew changes. So it did result in, you're right, in some roads having a delay in the collection as the new rounds bedded in, and it didn't help that there was a number of breakdowns that happened because I was getting phone calls and emails quite a lot at the time, including quite a few from one of our former colleagues here, Les Stevens. So, yeah, it didn't disproportionately affect any particular area of the city. It was all over. But yeah, sorry, let me get to the next part. Yeah, obviously the breakdowns didn't help because they were going for a full body refurbishment programme, which should be okay now. And obviously we've just introduced the food waste in October, which means there's some residents in the areas you've mentioned that it should have an additional collection service now as well.
Thank you. Would the Cabinet member agree that any increase in council tax would be seen as residents as something that if their bins aren't being collected on time, that why is their council tax being raised? Would you agree that some residents may have that opinion?
I would say that the service still happened, even though if it was unavoidable, it still got collected, even if, as I said, with breakdowns and the stuff that was going on there, it would still, you know, the service still happened.
Final supplementary for me. So I was a standing deputy on the Governance Audit and Standards Committee the other day, and so I realised in Q1 the bin collection misses per day was 55 on average. I'd be interested to know potentially what you would see as a target. Should that number be 0, or are you happy and content with the idea that people will have an increased council tax and their bins potentially aren't being collected on the day they're supposed to?
Obviously, we'll want the missed bins to be 0. I'm happy to confirm that.
Councillor Bowsher.
Thank you very much, Lord Mayor. Well, in answer to Councillor Ashmore's comments, my bin for food waste should have arrived last week. It arrived in the middle of this week. So missed that target by a country mile. And it's still going on with bins not being collected in various areas, particularly in the Drayton area, not so much the Farlington area. But having said that, my question to him, and it's an old chestnut, he knows what I'm on about. Residents are asked regularly to put their bins at their property lines. And is it beyond the wit for them to be returned to the property lines afterwards? Certainly in Drayton and Farlington, for any elderly people, and particularly those that are visually impaired, it is a lottery with bins strewn everywhere, not put back, some even left in the road, Councillor Ashmore. Do you think you could address this to make sure that, there are people, that the refuse collectors are mindful of the fact that there are elderly residents and those with disabilities and visual impairments that might like to actually walk along the pavement without bumping into bins?
Absolutely, Councillor Bowsher, that is unacceptable. I know that I've copied you into emails before. We've got hold of Biffa, and they said they'll go and have words. I know it's under new management now, but if there's a particular list of roads this is obviously happening all the time, if you just forward them to us, and we'll get on it again. I absolutely agree with you on that one, sir.
Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Would the Cabinet member agree with me that the extension of the contract by 2 years has meant that council taxpayers have saved money by a reduced cost, partly by the efficiency of the service, and that we should be congratulating the colleagues in the council who negotiated that and therefore saved money? Unfortunately, the council has lost over £110 million of government support, and therefore we have to find other ways of saving money because of the meanness of this government.
Yes, Leader.
Question 11. Oh, sorry, Councillor Hockaday.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Could the Cabinet member just confirm if council taxpayers' money has been wasted having to put on additional trucks or crews to collect the missed bins in the Cosham, Drayton, Farlington, Portsgrove area? Thank you.
I think it's part of the contract. I don't think it increases the price of it.
Councillor Corkery.
Could the Cabinet member confirm what is being done to address the capacity issues within the communal recycling bin rounds that has meant that lots of people that live in blocks of flats have seen their collections missed or delays leading to overflowing bins?
Obviously, the communal collections there's a different strategy of doing that. But if there's a particular block that it's happening with, or blocks it's happening with, if you can just let me know, and we'll get on to see what's going on with that and why it's happening.
Question 11, Councillor Judith Smythe.
Sorry, it's question 10.
No, we're going to go there. We are.
Sorry.
Councillor Jeanette Smith to be answered by Councillor Atwell, please.
Yeah, thank you. Question 10 in my name, Lord Mayor.
My Lord Mayor, the Council has not published an annual equality duty report. Rather, it reports on various specific items as and when information becomes available. For example, at the March Employment Committee, the Council published the Gender Pay Gap Report for 2020-21, and the Council's Modern Slavery Transparency Statement for 2020-21 is, or has been, on today's agenda, was first published for the Cabinet meeting held on the 22nd of June 2021. Publication of the workforce profile for 2019 has been delayed by the pandemic response and is due to be published imminently, and the work profile for 2020 is currently being finalised prior to publication. All decision reports address the equalities impact of decisions through an integrated impact assessment with the sections specific to equalities impacts, and these are published regularly throughout the year. As such, it has not been possible to scrutinise an annual report. However, a number of initiatives are in train, including recruitment to the vacant role of Equalities Officer, the establishment of a staff race equality network, which meets regularly, community engagement with underrepresented groups as part of the COVID response and recovery, involvement of service users in developing services for those with learning disabilities, to name a few. These and other initiatives will be reported on in due course.
Thank you for that response. My supplementary question to the Cabinet Member is, does he agree with me that the annual equality report that should be published should underpin any recovery or renewal policy?
My Lord Mayor, the specific duties under the Equality Act 2010 are to publish information annually to demonstrate our compliance, with the general equality duty. So we don't have to produce a single report. Some local authorities do that, but up to this point, we've been producing reports as and when we have the information, rather than in one report annually.
So I'm going to use my second question. Could you actually answer the question I just put, which is the annual equality report, should that underpin any recovery or renewal, whether it's in sections or whether it's a full report?
But there isn't, that report doesn't exist, so it's hard to say that it underpins it because it doesn't exist.
Councillor Brent.
Does the Cabinet member believe that there's adequate scrutiny within his portfolio?
Yes.
We now go to question 11, Councillor Judith Smythe, to be answered by Councillor Hugh Mason, please.
Question 11 in my name. And given that we have discussed this topic twice, at least in this meeting, I would be happy to receive, and for everybody to receive, a detailed answer outlining the proposed actions to make this happen, if Councillor Mason prefers to do that.
Thank you for that, Councillor Smythe. As became clear in the earlier part of the meeting, we've been receiving some rather mixed messages from the Department of Levelling Up Housing and Communities, get it right. I have received a very full comment in response to your question from Mr. Maguire, our Chief Planning Officer, but it's late, as we both agree. And so suffice it to say that the local planning authority, in preparing the local plan for Regulation 18 consultation, which it is now out for, the council must seek to identify all sites which can be brought forward to meet identified growth needs. And they are set out in the Regulation 18 draft local plan. At the same time, the council is identifying the land supply and environmental constraints which will prevent it from meeting these identified, or government-identified needs. And these will, together with the responses from the public and other stakeholders, will influence, determine the response which we will make when the draft local plan is revised for the Regulation 19 consultations. So the matter is in progress at the moment, and we are taking action, and I will let you have a fuller response as soon as possible in writing. And of course to any other councillor who would like a fuller response on that.
I just ask one supplementary. Earlier on in the discussion, Councillor Vernon Jackson talked about the need to emphasise the difficulties of getting the various permissions we would need were we going to build Lennox Point to reclaim land and to have that sort of impact on biodiversity. Is that something you'll be taking into account too, in order to substantiate the reduction in the housing targets?
The question of land reclamation at Lennox Point and any other form of land remediation, including that of the existing part of the Tipner Peninsula, will require a very considerable amount of work done on it, because it will have to meet all the government requirements for compensation, mitigation, and remediation.
Last question, question 12. Councillor Tom Coles to be on. Councillor Brent.
Can the Cabinet Member just confirm when the next healer is due to be published, please?
I can't off the top of my head. I will let you know, Councillor Brent.
Question 12, Councillor Tom Coles to be answered by Councillor Ben Dowling.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. Question 12 in my name.
Thank you, Lord Mayor. Thank you, Councillor Coles. It will be going out to tender and onto the market in the next couple of weeks. I'll make sure you and other members, particularly Fratton Ward members, are notified. Officers in both procurement and cultural services have said they will most certainly be working with Fratton Local and any of the other community groups to make sure they're aware of the process and understand what's required in order to apply for it. There's a little bit of maintenance work that needs to be done on the centre part of the unit, which we have to do, and that's going to happen very soon. And as there's kind of a history and a legacy around training and development being part of the service on site there, we're going to make sure that's part of the process as well, so that people who are applying to run the facility have some element of training and development as part of that service.
Thank you. Will the Cabinet Member give assurances that any business running the cafe unit will have oversight for the public toilets within the unit as originally stated when the unit was placed?
Yes, they will, but we will obviously work with them to ensure that everything is done properly, correctly, and in line with council guidance, but also national guidance.
Thank you. Does the Cabinet Member agree the Council should have had responsibility for letting the cafe unit from the start rather than leaving it to Fratton Big Local?
No, as a good Lib Dem, I'm a big fan of empowering local communities. Local community wanted to do so, and we were happy to enable that.
Councillor Vernon Jackson.
Thank you, my Lord Mayor. I wonder if the Cabinet Member would agree that the people who volunteered that they want to run this will be included in the tender process. The people who've contacted me, because I know there are people desperate to be able to operate this in a successful way, and it's good to encourage local small businesses.
Absolutely, Leader, and we're keen to hear from any local resident or group of residents who would like to be considered for running the facility.
That's the end of questions, members. We now return to item 7.
the urgent item, which we would probably have to exclude everybody.
So, Lord Mayor, can I propose that we move into confidential session? People have said that they want to have a discussion about numbers, so therefore can I ask that we'll need to do that without the cameras being on and without members of the public being here. I know members of the camera crew will be devastated by that.